Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, chat. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Good morning. I'm trying to listen to last week's Pink stream. Please don't speak. Yo, chat, do you think there's a play where I just put on last week's Higurashi stream and I just sit here and we just watch that together? I feel like that's a good idea, actually. It's not like a rerun, because I'll be here too, but we just watch it together. No, not a rerun. No, not a rerun. We just watch it together. It's not pre-recorded. It's just that, you know, it's a reaction, and I just sit here and do nothing to add to it. And yeah, I've heard of reruns. It's not live. This is live. I'm just saying that we should do a rerun, not a rerun, a watch party of the last stream. No, we're not doing the sugar baby sister wife bit again. Bit? Wait, bit? Yeah, I wonder how the rerun system works. Like if they, I don't know. I wonder how they actually do that. If they just literally like do like a screen recording of their of the stream playing, or if it's anything else. Wow, yeah, I'm looking at this this sugar incest scale. Yeah, I saw the camera do that. I don't get it very. I don't want to deal with that right now. I think it's fine. Yeah, I saw it too, FBI. But yeah, I'm looking at this like sugar thing again. Yo, guys, what was happening? what do we? I feel like I'm looking at like esoteric rites. That I would go into like an abandoned building and see this on the walls. Like this is like tinfoil-esque behavior. Where we got, let's just, okay, listen, chat, hey, do we want to be honest with ourselves? I woke up like 20 minutes ago. I'm gonna be honest with ourselves. It's 5:16 p.m. and I just woke up. I'm like still half asleep. I woke up so groggy. And so I like went downstairs and I like got a banana and I drank some water and I walked outside and took a few deep breaths and now I'm here. I'm not here yet, bro. I'm not here yet, all right? And so to wake up and to see sugar incest as like the first things I read of the day, it's just a lot. It's just a lot to take in. I also ate 2 little toaster pastries. I had that going while I walked outside. Don't worry, I'm not even hungry though. Because I got caffeine in Dr. Pepper, and caffeine is an appetite suppressant. Yes. Thank you for the resubscription. 13 months of subscription is insane. That's literally over a year. That's crazy. Thank you very much for that. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Waking up to drink Dr. Pepper is insane. Do you know, okay, fun fact. In high school, every time I would wake up, I would drink a few gulps of Dr. Pepper before going to school. To the point that, like, now this is the weird part. We had to write an essay in class and about, like, anything. And so I wrote an essay called The Dr. Pepper Mentality, right? And the essay was a introspection on my habit to chug Dr. Pepper every morning. And so the way that I wrote it was like, oh, chugging Dr. Pepper, it's not about the Dr. Pepper, it's about starting the day on the right foot. So the Dr. Pepper is not just a material experience. It's setting my perspective for the day. It's setting my thing for the day. What grade you got? I think I got 100 on that. I think I cooked on that. Wait, I'm low-key. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna spend like 2 minutes on this. This is not like a, I'm not that determined to find this, but, you know, maybe I can find it. Let me just type Dr. Pepper. Oh, wow, this is a throwback. This is from 2019. It's a Google Doc called Cubed Craft, where one of my ideas for a video, this was 7 years ago, was to do Germa's Minecraft video, but to like remodel it into like my own language. And so I literally wrote down word for word the this is 7 years old, by the way. I wrote down word for word all of the dialogue of Germa's Minecraft video, and then added and changed it to fit me. And I never made a video out of it. I never actually did anything for it. That's the bad part, right? Oh goodness, this is a throwback. So grab yourself a nice hot cup of coffee, hot cup of cocoa. I've got Dr. Pepper right here. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I was just gonna like, that was some like, wow, that was some unhinged, like, I don't even know what to call it. I feel like it's like a piece of art, bro. Where like I remember my plan was to like go into Minecraft and find an area that was very, very similar to the area Germa was in Minecraft, and then basically just like redo it all myself. And so I was basically gonna try to shot for shot recreate his Minecraft video, which by the way isn't even like quote unquote good. Like he hates that video. yeah, that was no, you can't copy the seed. The entire point is that it's like a shot for shot recreation. You know what I mean? I don't think I have the Dr. Pepper mentality. I don't know where this thing is. I found something about the Jim Crow laws. Some old... when you drink a Dr. Pepper good for life, you drink a bite to eat. Introduce source. This image was taken in Mississippi in 1939, which was in the South while Jim Crow laws were in full effect. Blah, 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 something, Dr. Pepper. I don't know. I'm closing that. I'm done. I gave up. Yeah, so yeah, that was pretty much my, chat. It's been a long life. I've lived a long life, okay? You should stream a physical exam with a hepatologist? Hepatologist. Let me look up hepatology. I love that if I just look something up, it exposes my everything. I really need to find a way to do that. Who diagnoses, treats, and manages diseases of the liver, gallbladder, bile ducts, and pancreas. Oh. Oh, you're saying my liver is hurt. Oh, you're saying my liver's bad. Okay. Okay, I see what's happening here. I see what's happening, yeah. Okay, anyways. That was good. Truly the year of the fire horse. Bojack, Scooby-Doo, Monster, Higurashi. I like how 4 of those are me. Oh, three. Bojack, Monster, Higurashi. And then Bojack, Scooby-Doo is the other one. Drink water, man. Water doesn't caffeinate me. You gotta understand. Okay, wait. We gotta get back in the throw a little bit, okay? We gotta warm up, alright? This is a stretching before going out on the field. Sugar baby, sugar siblings, sugar incest. Morally okay. High elo moral question is when we have a blood baby and a sugar baby engaging with each other. Bloody sugar siblings. High elo moral question. Right? Then we got sibling in a double blood relationship. That's normal incest, which is usually frowned upon. Then we have a pair of blood siblings that are also a pair of sugar siblings. They are sugar siblings and normal siblings, which makes them have Giga incest. Giga, sugar, and blood incest. Okay. Yeah. And then the words dead wife. Which I still don't understand that, by the way. I still don't understand. Like, the point I made, I remember making with the timeline and the dead wife thing, is something that kind of, like, came up in a way that I don't get. Right? I think maybe that's why I made this. Not this again, please. That was it. That was it. We're already out. We're already done. That was me giving you, like, your medicine, alright? That was the syringe going into your arm and me slowly pushing the drugs inside, okay? It's done. You're safe, alright? Operation successful. Groundhog Day in the Higu stream. Yo, Chat, what do you think the chances that I'm Groundhog Daying right now? Chat, okay. Alright, everybody, think of a number between 1 and 100. Alright, ready? I'm gonna prove that I am Groundhog Daying right now. 7. Yeah, I'm talking to you right now. I'm talking to you right now. I already had this conversation with you. And that's what you said. Isn't that crazy? 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 6, 7. Okay, I'm done. Let's start this stupid game. Okay. Yeah, my fault, chat. I thought we would pick a number, not... Okay. Yo, can we watch, like, Satoko get murdered? No, I don't want to watch that. Oh, man. That just made me think of Epstein. No! Can I get a I love you? I love you. I love you. Yo, I'm sorry that our world is falling apart! I'm sorry! That's not even a question mark. That is unironically so connected. Yeah, I saw the words "the second sacrifice" with an image of Satoko in blood, and I think to myself, oh yeah, like reality. Oh man! Cause Chat, we're supposed to, you're right, don't remind us. I know, this is supposed to be the escape. We're supposed to escape from reality. It's like the Onion, bro. It's like the Onion, where it's like the Onion, like, satirizes, like, the modern news, but the modern newscape has gotten so unhinged that the Onion can't even do its work. It's like fantasy and fiction in some forms is probably supposed to fill a similar role, right? It mirrors what reality is, some component of reality, or more especially what reality could be if we let it get out of control. In a way that we don't like, and then we know what to do about it. Guess what? This whole, like, all of this dude. All of this nonsense, okay? Zoom back in. All of this nonsense, by the way, low-key, isn't even that crazy. This whole Tokyo thing, right? Of like, oh, shadow group, you know, Fumiti, Nazis, bioweapons, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that, at this point, is reality. You know? Not this specific iteration of it, but that, like, the elites in big air quotes, because Tokyo, I think, is maybe a little bit different, but, like, the elites in big air quotes are out doing crazy stuff like this. But at least here... and to be fair, Takano does end up, you know, killing an entire village, which is kind of insane. But, like, you know the crazy thing? You wanna know the really crazy thing? I think, okay, chat, this is gonna sound crazy. This is gonna sound insane. Sugar siblings is reality, by the way. No, there are people in a sugar baby relationship where the two sugar babies are both getting it on together as part of what the sugar daddy wants. This is why this is important. This is gonna sound crazy. I think morally, minus Takano, all of Tokyo is probably better than reality by like a significant amount, right? Better than like the whole like Epstein cabal thing, because at least you can make the argument that they want to like make Japan like a force on the global stage and like not get freaking donkey stomped by like whoever, right? At least they can make that argument. There's not even an argument you can make for actually just like, I don't think I can say the horrors of reality on Twitch or on YouTube. Like the amount of just pure evil for the point of self-gratification. It's like you can't even make an argument. Well, yeah, the eugenics and stuff is horrible. It's horrible, but at least it's like a concept, right? It's evil and I disagree with it, but at least there is something to disagree with other than like, yeah, killing children is bad. Like, the entire point of, like, there's not even a point. I think that's what I'm trying to say. There's not even a point to, like, the modern Epstein stuff. It's literally just, I like being evil and doing evil things. I like having, like, control over, like, other individuals in a way to, like, sadistically feel better about myself. Like, blah, 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 right? There's not even, like, I want to help. You know, like guys, again, eugenics is not something that's good. Eugenics is bad, you know? But at least eugenics is like trying conceptually to accomplish something that would ideally help someone in the future, like help humans in the future. There is a concept there, an abstract ideology behind it, that is why people are into it, okay? Now, we still argue against it because it still has its problems and it still has its moral problems, ethical whatevers. So there's still something that you fight against it, but at least there's an argument to fight against. Point was to get blackmail on important people and compromise them. That is true. That could be an element. However, like, what's the point? Okay, if I'm one of the important people, I guess we're just talking about Epstein for a second. Why not? If I'm one of the important people that like go to the island or whatever, what am I getting out of it? Aren't I just going there for self-gratification? Like, the system itself of like accumulating blackmail, that's like the systemic thing, but like the mentality of the people participating, I mean, is this like grotesque networking? I thought you liked hedonism. I only like hedonism for me, and if you do it well, all right? Which, by the way, you have to be such a shallow, like a shallow person. You have to be such a shallow person for your form of, like, enlightened hedonism or whatever the hell to just be, like, a bunch of sex with kids. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, you have all the power in the world, and you're doing the lamest shit possible. That is crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Like, you could be doing so much cool stuff, bro. You could be skydiving over a volcano and just, like, as it's erupting, you know? You could be traveling the entire world. You could be going to the best chefs on every part of the planet. You could be doing everything. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go to this gaudy... Okay, I gotta get out of this. It's evil, but it's also, like, ridiculous to me. It's like, how is that, like, you have all the power and you're that lame with it. Also a bunch of fake stuff that coat the whole thing. It's lame because at that point, there's a bunch of real stuff mixed in with possible lies. Yeah. You think they weren't doing all that shit already? Oh, they've been doing this for a long time. I've believed this for a while. I've always thought the elites were crazy, but, like, at least now it's public, you know? They do everything and then they get bored, then they do this. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, because that's exactly it, right? Like, you're doing the thing that is the most morally condemnable, the most illegal, because it situates you above the law. And so it's a way to self-aggrandize. Like, I get it. You know? Like, I think ironically, if the activities that are being pursued on that island, you know, the horrible things, if those things were, like, morally acceptable and something that the mass populace did, then they wouldn't be doing it because it wouldn't be interesting anymore. Right? Like, it would literally just be like it's, I think specifically why they're doing it is largely because they're not supposed to, you know? And so it's just so, Yeah, I am not nearly caught up enough to be able to like comment on like quote unquote Heritage Foundation, blah 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 blah. But yeah, there is definitely a lot of comparison to be made. I'm not even surprised if they were actually engaging in cannibalism. I believe it at this point, yeah. Because you're not supposed to cannibalize, so like, yeah. Which is why and the reason again, that I even bring any of that up. Well, I brought it up kind of accidentally, right? Because this Toka thing. But the reason that like I feel okay about talking about that, like in relation to Higurashi, is because like Higurashi as a piece of media is like pointing at spooky shadow government-esque behavior and like the horrors that it can lead to. And so it's very crazy and notable to me that the things happening in this fictional story that includes like literally the gassing of a village no longer feels that fantastical, you know? It feels realistic in a way that is like deeply sad and troubling. Especially when like man, it really just breaks my heart to imagine like the horrors that like real human beings have gone through in reality that are very similar to like what these fictional characters have gone through in their own different ways, right? Like it's only a few steps from it's a relatively similar position that like Sotoko is in with Teppei to like what real people have been in before. Like, and that's abuse, like domestic abuse kind of stuff specifically, but like if you kind of factor in the Tokyo stuff and all that stuff, it starts to really mirror reality, but not in a way that, the true horror of this game comes from the most mundane elements. Yeah, like the whole like time repetition stuff, and like, you know, this guy hates ow girl. Oh man, like that stuff's so crazy. And like the parasite, blah blah blah. Yo, this stuff's like not even a problem anymore. It's like this stuff, you know? Like this stuff. I don't know if I can take it anymore, guys. It's like, how am I even supposed to like play the game, man? Like, man. I'm like this, like, I feel like I'm like disassociating or something. I feel like I'm like disconnecting from the narrative. And it's like, I don't know, it's like, I feel like the world is L5, and maybe I'm the only one that's not, but I'm also not. It's just crazy. All right, let's lock in. Let's lock in. All right, let's lock in. Imagine this is a random pivot stream. That'd be awesome. I need to do that more often, Ray. I love pivoting. Pivoting and like following my heart desires is the best thing to do to me. Okay. Oh, wait. Ire has reminisced. Slight fever Tomitake. Strawberry milk candy obtained. Hojo's and Sonozaki's argued. Rock candy obtained. What's L5? I'm so confused. Why is Kanye in it? Oh, Deli. Deli, you have 200 hours of catching up to do? Yeah. I love that sound effect. Yeah. Okay. I think the last one we did was which? Oh, this one. Oh, so we probably got requesting assistance from a queen, so we've probably unlocked the queen carrier must be... Well, let me just skip through this one. We've already seen it. Let me skip through this. Oh, right. Right, the conversation between the Rika and her parents. Higurashi is really good. I really like a lot of what it does. I think it takes... It's one of those, it takes a few chapters to get good situations. But you should. I would recommend it. if you have the time to experience it. I would not recommend Higurashi to somebody that I know is like busy. You know, I'd recommend something that's like 8 hours in and out, not like 200 hours in and out. But like, if you need something that you want to spend like, you want to like go to sleep to, like, dude, not even like Chad. I think that the prime way to experience Higurashi is like hypothetically, would be like laying in bed, watching Higurashi all cozy under your covers. Maybe like, I would probably have it sped up a little bit, you know, because I'm just like, I like things faster. You know, cozy under the covers, hanging out with your friends with your little phone. Hanging out with your friends, dude. What is going on? Okay, can we click buttons? Wow, the background of this song. Great time investment if you're jobless. Yeah. I have exams in 2 months. I can't spend 8 hours a day on Higurashi. Just spend like an hour a day on Higurashi as you're going to bed. What friends aware? Yeah, no, I said friends, and it was like, did I really just refer to like the in-game characters as friends in the context of you alone with your phone at night? And I thought to myself, that's troubling, and so I disengaged. Paranoia to sleep to. I was about to say the start of this OST sounded very, similar to the start of Fear and Hunger 1 Eastern Wind, which is a song from Fear and Hunger. Can never call chat parasocial ever again. Chat, you are parasocial. When researching Hinamizawa syndrome, there is something very important that needs to be discussed first. If something happens to the Queen Carrier, the village will collapse. Yeah, this is really scary. In his article, my grandfather called it the most dangerous situation. According to my grandfather, if the Queen Carrier dies, all the infected persons will go terminal within 48 hours. Ooh, what have we learned? Thank you for the double dual 1+1 gift subscriptions. That's very nice of you. Double gifties. Congratulations, people that now have a little sub. Thank you, thank you. That's very nice of you. Alright. Oh, man. Let me drink water. I think I gotta, like, reset a little bit. According to my grandfather, if the Queen Carrier dies, all the infected persons will go terminal within 48 hours. Yeah, and this was the argument used to get permission to gas the village. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're doing a Twitch emote contest, by the way. We talked about it last stream, but I'm going out to get food, and I won't be able to, because I'm streaming. Unlucky. I will probably not be able to attend after all, but thank you for letting me know, W. Unless I ended stream to early, but I don't know. I probably won't do that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Twitch emote contest. We're doing a little Twitch emote contest on the Discord, so people can get free months of Patreon or like a special role or whatever, or like a special reaction thing or whatever if they give me emotes. W. Bing. Okay. Anyways, this may sound unbelievable at first, but research on the collapse of past local religions and group suicides around the world should indicate that there's some truth to it. Among all the mysterious incidents around the world, there are some that were caused by parasites controlling entire communities, very similar to Hinamizawa syndrome. Grandfather picked a few cases that are very similar to the syndrome and investigated them. As a result, he confirmed multiple cases of entire communities losing their minds after the death of a religious leader or founder and finally annihilating themselves. He stated that, on average, it happened within 48 hours. It's clear that infected people are affected by the Queen Carrier, and the condition of the Queen Carrier is, in fact, affecting the entire village. Our statistics already proved that on weeks Rika felt sick and visited the clinic, we saw an exceptionally high number of visitors. That is so insane. Rika being sick with a simple cold had a massive impact. If something particularly bad happened to her, we'd be facing a serious situation within 48 hours. Dude, like, this is unbelievable. It's not even just death, but it's also like, if she gets a tummy ache, everybody gets a tummy ache. Are we really critting right, Crow? That's ridiculous. Like if she trips and hits her head, does everybody get a headache? Like, oh no. That's why the Eida Institute has to protect Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier. It's the most important mission of the Hinamizawa Syndrome Research Project. Rika pheromone withdrawal. I mean, this is worse. I mean, this is like, the pheromones she puts out include her own, like, state. Where, like, previously, I was thinking that her pheromones, let's go to the pheromone list. Right? I was thinking that her pheromones were just something that, like flies off of you. Oh, God. Rika Hanyu horny joke just got worse. But yeah, if it actually, like, not only is it something she naturally produces, but it also inherits how she feels, that's insane. I mean, that's an entire step up, right? Rika telepathically transferring her period cramps to Keiichi. Yeah. Oh my goodness, they're so lucky that she's so young she might not have her period yet, because they're just getting debuffed every week. Or every month. Okay, we gotta get off that conversation. That's weird. But, well, I don't know. I almost just pivoted, by the way, to an entire conversation about how weird is it to discuss periods. Is that something that should be normalized because blah, 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 blah? Or is that something that people should feel weird about because it's, like, private? I almost just had a crazy pivot. Hold back, resist the pivot. Though I think that is a good conversation. Yeah. Like, if she's pregnant, does everybody just get, like, swollen bellies? Oh my goodness. Rika gets pregnant? And then it M-pregs Keiichi. M-preg Keiichi. M-preg. Can M-preg Keiichi with pheromones. Okay, nice. Nice. I feel like, okay, that's good. I feel like that's going to be an important clue for later. She's already agreed to help us in our research, but we have to be very careful not to put her in any danger. Also, we have to protect her from anyone who would try to harm her. Her life is equal to the lives of 2,000 villagers. Yeah, she'll be safe with the mountain dogs. But what if something happens to her by accident? The Eida Institute must prepare for that situation. That's why I worked on the draft of an emergency manual when the Eida Institute was first established. It's a precaution in case the Queen Carrier dies, or if infected people show acute symptoms due to the death of the Queen Carrier. This is an emergency procedure which must be followed within 48 hours of the mass occurrence of the acute symptoms. The final measure is to prevent the damage from spreading to nearby areas. The plan uses gas, making it look like a natural disaster. My client, the Alphabet Project, took the responsibility of working out the details of the plan. That has been the case with her entire line, not just Rika? Yeah, which means that, like, when her mom was pregnant with her, it was probably, like, an entire thing, you know? Like, cause, like, dude, like, when you're pregnant, or so I'm told, but when you're pregnant, you get, like, really strong, like, food, like, desires. What are they called? Like, you'll, like, latch onto specific foods, like, oh, I really want, like, cravings. You'll get food cravings, right? And so do you think that, like, when Rika was in the belly, and Rika was like, damn, I'm kind of hungry for a McDonald's McChicken right now. Do you think, like, McDonald's McChicken, had, like, a surge purchase? Where, like, everybody in the village also craved the McChicken at the same time? I feel like that's true. They're used to dealing with things like nuclear and biological weapons, so they ended up being such a big help. Really needs to fix his sleep schedule. You can't... It's not broken! It's fine! Waking up at 5 p.m. is normal. It's fine! I went to sleep at, like, 7, okay? It's okay. Think about it. There's no way I could have come up with a plan on my own to execute 2,000 villagers. Through a dummy company, the ground SDF has secured a closed quarry in the Higuchi region upstream of Hinamizawa. It's to be the secret storage base for the equipment we use in the operation. The quarry. Isn't that the place that Oishi walked into? I don't remember if it was a quarry. I thought it was something else, like a radio place. But, okay. They have a quarry. Equipment that sprays deadly gas that kills people as if they were falling asleep is stored here. In the case of an emergency, a special unit of the ground SDF is to use this equipment to destroy the village. However, preparing for the execution of the villagers itself is politically dangerous. So if I'm going to insist on them getting the equipment ready, I have to make them understand how dangerous Hinamizawa syndrome is, and also how urgent the need is to have a contingency plan. Yo, my fault, Spheromancer. I have to prove the need for the plan by showing them enough data. So the files my grandfather kept intact come in quite handy. When the clients read my grandfather's articles about the syndrome, they were surprised to see how catastrophic things could be in the worst-case scenario.
つまり、女王である一人の少女に何かがあれば、村人2000人以上が全員錯乱するということなのですね。
Okay.
Hi.
The Sif cubed files. What? Wait, when Pink gets canceled, Sif is gonna have his work cut out for him for the response video and comeback stream. When Pink gets canceled?
Hinamizawa 症候群に極めて類似するいくつかのケースでは集団自殺を示すものが少なくありませんが、Hinamizawa 症候群の場合、強い疑心暗鬼や
Wait, what are you guys
過剰な
talking
までの
about?
危機意識から
Riot Games? Question mark? Wait, did something pop up on the
可能性が
screen when I wasn't looking?
被害は感染者2000
Bro is
人に
gonna
とどまら
play
ないものと
TFT.
推定されます。
Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? What happened? TFT. Yes. Wait, why did Epic Games pop up? Yeah, chat, I have Epic Games. I've played like a round of TFT on my own. I thought it'd be fun to get into TFT. Chat, TFT pivot? You launched Riot Games. Did I just like, did my brain just shut off and I launched Epic Games and Riot Games? Epic Games? Riot Games? Shut up! Can we lock in?
それらは無
Takano
政府状態の暴動から始まり、猟奇的なあるいは宗教的終末感にも似た異常な状況を作り出すでしょう。これに対する事前の鎮圧策を用意しなかった場合、世界の注目を浴びることは避けられません。また、その猶予は事態発生から48時間しかありません。
つまり、いざことが起こったらもう誰にも防げないということですな。
感染者全員を48時間以内に全員治療することは不可能なのかね。
無理
We
だ
cannot
ろ。
be doing the wake up bit. I'm gonna
それ
actually
に治療
start
方
to have
法
a
すら
mental
確立して
breakdown.
いないし、研究所の規模では村人全員の救済は物理的に不可能だ。
しかしこのような恐ろしく珍しい病気があるとは世の中わからんもんですな。
Thinks he's the queen
常に最悪
carrier.
の事態に備えることは国防にも
Wait,
通
that's
じ
a
ます
good point. I basically
我
am
々
the
アルフ
queen
ァベットプロ
carrier.
ジェクトの理念でもあります。
Wait, chat, is anybody else feeling like... Never mind.
そして
Lock in. Can
使
we
うこ
lock
とが
in?
目
Can we
的な
pay
のではな
attention?
く、備えること
Please.
そのものが寛容なのです。
確かにおっしゃる通り
See,
です
okay,
が
the big
運用規定につ
question
いては
is
決
why...
済区分の強化などまだ検討したいところはありますが、
Why does
最悪の事態に対応す
Takano
る
make
準
this
備が必要
happen?
だということ
Is
は
it
理
literally-
解できました。
Sorry, bureaucrat. Is it literally just because she wants to be the god? And so she's like, I'm gonna kill Rika just to have an excuse to execute all these people? You know? Is like, I feel like that's the closest thing right now. But it's crazy because she seems like her own agent in that. Like, actually finishing the research also seems like a reasonable course of action for her, you know? Because she gets all the credit, and then she, like, Hifumi's work gets to be, like, glazed. I am the monster, rah, 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 Takano, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting question that I think we're going to have to keep looking for with Takano. But I think right now it's literally just, I become death.
都市沈黙船の
You
研
know,
究班に
self-glazing,
南沢地区
self-aggrandizing.
沈黙船のシミュレーションをさせましょう。
Apotheosis.
これは至急行われる必要があると思います。
こうしている間にも女王感染者の少女が
Yeah,
車に
that's a
はねられ
crazy
て
thought.
死んでしまう可能性だってある
This
の
village
で
is like
すから
barely
高野
alive.
さんさありがと
Hanging on by a thread at all
うまた
times.
質問しますので着席してくださって結構です
Thanks to a push from one of my backers, things were decided without too much of a problem. It took me almost all day to explain it to them, but it only took a short time to come to a decision. Nobody criticized, ridiculed, or tried to reject my grandfather's articles out of hand. In the files they're all reading today are the very same shameful articles those haughty authorities left their footprints on as they trampled them in my grandfather's heart. Oh, of revenge feeling towards the authorities themselves, that like her ruining everything in her own way would like proving to them that he was right and then like just ruining everything would also maybe be reasonable to her because like she doesn't like them. She specifically doesn't like them. But they aren't ridiculing the articles, they're reading what was once rejected. It's nothing big at a glance, but in this moment my grandfather's research is being recognized for the first time. My heart is filled with satisfaction to see people discussing amongst each other while pointing to my grandfather's files and raising them as proof. I've worked so hard for this day. Grandpa in heaven, can you see this? Yeah, this woman's crazy. Okay. We need to find a way to dissect somebody. Let's see. The discontinuation of Satoko Hojo's dissection plan is required. Hey guys! What do you mean there was a plan to dissect Satoko? Hey! Hey, what do you mean there was a plan to dissect Satoko? Like, can I like take a... Okay, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Dude, I'm not built for Higurashi today. I'm not built for this, bro. I feel like I read this and it took like 3 reads for me to be like, oh, okay, they were planning to dissect Satoko. Why? Because she's a Hojo? Oh my goodness. We're going to lose. Marked as an opportunist. Oh, wait, we got the tragedy at the dam construction site. A live specimen for research. I feel like we might have this. I'm onto it, bro. I'm onto it. My girl Satoko keeps getting hoed. That's funny. I was half asleep, so I didn't even hear the phone ringing nearby. After a while, I finally realized the phone was ringing, and a ringing phone means there's some kind of emergency. It's 2 in the morning. Who would even call me at this time of the night? Freak Bob?
もしもし、入江です。
お休みのところ申し訳ございませんわ、入江所長。
It's Takano-san. She's never called me for a personal reason. At the institute, she's ranked just below me, so she's basically responsible for running it. So for her to call me this late at night, it must be an emergency.
遅くなりました。末期患者が出たというのは本当ですか？
ええ、生きた検体が欲しいと思っていたら本当に運よ。
She's such a freak. I initially thought that she'd abducted someone. Oh. The man had already been moved to the research area in the clinic's basement. They have a prison basement. You saw that? That was a prison basement. Yo, Takano, you ever, like, get flashbacks to your abused childhood whenever you're putting people in your clinic's research basement? Having been tied down to the examination table, he's struggling against his restraints, but more as though he's deranged than actually resisting. I can't even understand what he's saying. He sounds angry, sorrowful, and like a child throwing a tantrum all at once. Okay, so this is the first sacrifice, right? Isn't that the dam one? So is this the dam guy? Oh, the one that got demoned away. I think this is the one that got demoned away. It's obvious that he's not in the right state of mind. Unless I am mixing stuff up in my head.
このままでは自分の舌を飲み込んで窒息しかねません。
もう少し状態を観察したかったのですけれど、仕方ありませんわね。
One of the staff with a white gown got the anesthesia already. Even a normal person would struggle to escape a restraining table in this suspicious room. But this man's behavior is at an abnormal level. I'm sure Okonogi-san and her friends from the Mountain Dogs are the ones who captured him. Capturing a man in this state of mind couldn't have been an easy task. According to Takano, she ran into this patient on her way home from the clinic by accident. She brought him back here, tested him, and the result came back positive. Of course, I have no intention of just believing what she's telling me. But there's no question that this man is at the terminal stage, and a live specimen is exactly what we need to research the syndrome. It's so crazy how, like, Eida is, like, aware of, like, how suspicious she is, but, like, he kind of is, like, just going along with it. It's, like, and I get it, but it's, like, what a weird position for him to be in, you know? To be like, I don't trust her, but we do need this to figure it out. You know? It's a...
あの男が持っていた新聞の包み、中に何が入っていたと思います？
Wait. Wait, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. My heart is a heartbreaker. Boom, boom. Oh, boom, boom. Say it ain't so. My heart is a heartbreaker. There's something wrapped in a bloody newspaper on a tray nearby. Looking at the blood-charged paper, I can only imagine there's something gruesome inside of it. Yeah, Takano-san looked like she wanted to surprise me with something interesting. Come on! Come on! Come on! Which one is it? It's a bloody right arm! Yes! We got it! We got the right arm! We finally found it! Oh my goodness. Say it ain't so. My heart is a heartbreaker. The missing right arm was taken in by Takano and Eida in the Institute. If it was the left arm, I was going to freak out. Yeah, no, I'm done. Yeah, that was a good series, guys. But that was the only question I had left. Woo! Why is this so important for you? Because I have been freaking out about this since chapter 1. Look, where is that missing arm from chapter 1? Dude, I've been waiting for 250 hours. I've been like, because Keiichi kept talking about it. And it was like a mind worm. It was like, dude, I want to know where that arm is. We finally found it. The missing arm. Takano. I'll write it here. Takano and Eida got it. Lamau. Incredible work. Woo! Wow, that's good. That's a good one, bro. I like how as soon as they said, what was the line that I was like, oh, it's the arm? He had something wrapped in newspaper. What do you think was in it? Immediately. The man on the table still has his. This right arm doesn't belong to him. So who does it belong to? I'm used to looking at things like this as a doctor, but the horrible cross-section makes me want to look away. It wasn't done according to a medically acceptable method, that's for sure. It was obviously done out of cruelty. See, well, the nice thing is, with our context, Takano didn't, like, bring this guy here. Like, she didn't, like, purposefully procure a live specimen in, like, that unethical of a way. This guy is terminal. We know that this guy's tripping. Because he just did the murder, you know? Yeah, Oishi's friend's arm. The right arm is missing a finger. The finger is missing a fingernail.
つまり彼は近隣で起こった何らかの死体遺棄事件の犯人ということですね。
At that point, there was no way of knowing who the right arm belonged to. But the next morning, the dismemberment murder of the damn construction site director was reported. That damn construction site director! Man, I hate that damn construction site director. What was he constructing again? What was it? That damn construction... Yeah, and not even Oishi's friend's arm, but Oishi's, like, mentor, father figure friend's arm. You know what? Remember that whole thing? And they mentioned that his right arm was still missing, so we learned who the arm belonged to.
この男、前科者だそうで、しかもその上、執行猶予期間中だとか。
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. Yo, maybe we should have done the OG sprites all along. You know what I mean? Cause my, like, okay.
にもかかわらずまた罪を犯してしまうなんて。それで殺人の発覚を恐れて遺体を隠そうと思ったのでしょうね。
状況にもよるでしょうが
True.
懲役数年で済むというものではなさそうですね。
入江社
Not
長
too late to
こんな
convert.
社会のクズが相手なら解剖に躊躇はないのでは。
社会のクズがさらに犯罪を重ね、さらにその上南沢
Oh,
症
Eida
候群で凶暴
coping.
化した
Eida
のか、
coping, bro.
それとも前科を食いる
Oh, no,
善
there
良
it
な
is.
小市民
I think
が
that's more reasonable.
南沢症候
Wait, let
群
me
で
put
凶
deodorant
暴化して罪を犯したのか、どちらかは分かりません。前者ならともかく後者ならば
Ooh,
彼には何の
ooh.
罪
Wait,
もあ
remember
りま
the
せん。
fault conversation? Chat, remember the fault conversation? Because I do think it's reasonable to say this. Yeah, I was thinking about that some more. I don't think I even have like a TLDR for what I was thinking more about, but I was just kind of pondering it, you know? I was straight pondering. Because it's like, if fault is interesting, it's just like, it implies like moral blame. I think my big thing was like, just to be like ultra TLDR, I don't want to like go down the full thing again, but like, I don't even know what the utility of like moral blame is that well, I guess. I think it's something like that, where like, why would I morally blame someone for something? You know, I feel like you can just like identify the problem and try to fix it without trying to project shame. Like the tool of shame and blame and fault in like that use of the term is one that like I don't actually like using that much, I think. And so yeah, that's why it's like, oh, maybe I don't delineate between personal blame versus like doing something out of circumstance. Maybe I just treat it all the same and none of it includes like personal blame, right? Like even if somebody like morally fails, I can just be like, oh, well, there's something in them that's at fault, you know, but it's not like I'm shaming them and what they are, more so just like trying to like clinically identify an issue. Like, yeah, because, well, that's like Eida, it's like medical, right? Medically, Hinamizawa syndrome is terrifying. It's a medical issue that he's like clarifying and like pointing at. But it's like morally, what if you just like keep that same practice even like in what you would normally do morally? I was kind of thinking if that would work. Who takes responsibility for it, whether or not the person can be held accountable for their actions? Oh yeah, and it's like, well, what's the point of like responsibility or accountability? Because when I think accountability, I think like the law, like, oh, you're at fault, I put you in prison. But I don't think, in my mind, my approach with the prison system, I don't think that somebody should go in prison because they morally failed. I think they should go in prison so that they don't hurt other people. Like, it's not about their intent, it's about the reality of them being contained versus them being out, right? They should be in prison because it's too risky for them to be out and about. And the more I lean into that, the less I care about morality at all. Where it's like, oh, it's not actually even about like personal failing or shame or blame. It's literally just about like, oh, it's better for society if you're not in it and you're instead in prison. That kind of idea. Until we can like rehabilitate you to like let you out. So in that case, like even somebody that like does something for their own benefit, completely sane of mind, it's like I'm putting you in prison not because I think you're morally failing or whatever. Even so, yeah, but like it's not about that. It's about just keeping you contained and protecting the innocent. Yeah. Yeah. Moral shame keeps society orderly and running. It's a good deterrent from bad behavior for the average person. It's just useless for actual cycles. Yeah, and that is true. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, like you're shamed for not being like civil or whatever. I would argue it's more about in people's perceptions rather than strictly legally. Yeah, and you could definitely extend it out. Most people who go to prison get out after a couple months or years. How does that help? Well, we could talk. I don't like the prison system that much as is, right? There's a whole conversation about the prison system being mid. Wherein, yeah, that would be the something that would need to be addressed, right? Because, and like, the prison system in and of itself, like, is punishment as opposed to, like, rehabilitative. And that's something that I disagree with. I think it should be more about rehabilitation rather than punishment. Yeah, we should, like, try to fix what's made people resort to crime as opposed to punishing them for the crimes they commit. And so, like, try to get to the root cause and fix it. And that's, again, stepping away from, like, punishment, blame, and fault. You're telling me we should put psychos in special buildings and keep them there. Something like that. I mean, the way you phrase it makes me sound crazy, but that's literally just the prison system. You know? Keep them there. You know, ideally, we'd be able to fix them and then release them, but, like, yeah. I don't know. It's something I need to chew on a lot more to figure out where I actually stand, but that's hopefully a little bit more elaboration on, like, the mentality of, like, maybe escaping blame altogether is, like, a move. A necessary evil acts as a deterrent. A purely rehabilitative model would just be ripe for abuse by bad actors. There does need to be a punishment element, IMAO. Yeah, I mean, only to the degree it works as a deterrent. I agree, actually. Yeah. Okay. Because, yeah. Anyways, though, that would require me researching how effective punishment models are as a deterrent, which my rough understanding is not that well, but I honestly would need to actually research it to be able to make a real statement. Good thing I'm not managing a prison and I'm just playing Higurashi, right? That's why Hinamizawa syndrome is so terrifying. We can't tell if the syndrome is the cause of the crime or if it's simply a problem of a human nature. But what causes a defect of human nature in the first place? That was precisely Eida's area of research. Hate the crime, not the criminal. Can criminals only be corrected by punishing them with imprisonment? I mean, that's funny. Okay, so I thought that I was like escaping from the, like, I was like, oh, I'm tangenting too hard. Let me get back to Higurashi. Can criminals only be corrected by punishing them with imprisonment? And I pretty much already said that, no, I think rehabilitation's better, but yeah. Oh yeah, and private prisons I think is insane. If a person commits a crime because of a mental disorder but then gets treatment, he is corrected. In other words, there are no crimes in this world, only patients awaiting treatment without anyone else being able to understand them. In medieval, yeah, and this is kind of what I'm saying. And so, if you agree with this, then there are no crimes in this world. Like, even the psycho is simply a patient awaiting treatment. But then, the hard part is then it becomes, oh, lobotomize them. And that's like, okay, no, wait. Fixes, I don't know. Yeah, fixes, yeah, you're kind of right. The fix is a scary term. Because it does lead to, like, the lobotomy thing. I mean, this is literally, like, what Eida's entire thing is about, right? Yeah. Replacing prison with everyone getting death sentences. I'm very against the death sentence. Not even because of moral reasons, but because they're ineffective. As far as I understand, because I have researched this in the past, as far as I understand, it doesn't, death sentences don't work as a deterrent very well, if at all. And then they're also more expensive than life in prison. So it's literally just like a debuff to the like economy, you know? Trying to fix people to fit in which society in which, oh yeah, trying to fix people to fit into society. Yeah, because then it's like our model for a good person or a fixed person is based on society, which in and of itself isn't objective. You know, society exists in its own, like, flawed and working ways. And so it's more about, like, fitting you into a mold as opposed to fixing you. It's, yeah, who's to say that they're broken, right? Like, what we label as a crime. Like, I don't know. There's, some places label, like, infidelity as a crime, right? Adultery. Is adultery a crime that needs to be fixed? Right? And then how do you define adultery? You know, there's like, oh wait, is a like polygamy a crime that needs to be fixed? Because I think polygamy is at least not like, you can't be a married polygamist in like America, you know? And so is polygamy, like, if somebody was trying to do that, would that be something that needs to be fixed? Because like, and that's just a very specific example, but that's like hopefully a more non-legal or like non-criminal type thing, right? Like, that's just kind of like a way that people approach, like, love or whatever. And, well, adultery is a little different. That's, like, obviously, like, betrayal and stuff. But, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. In medieval times, patients with mental disorders were said to be possessed by demons and they were either confined or killed. Centuries after, they were finally acknowledged as mentally ill people who needed treatment. Perception can change with time. Even if they are called criminals now, maybe after several centuries, those criminals will be acknowledged as patients who are entitled to appropriate treatment. Explaining crimes through illness instead of malice. That's my life's work. Hinamizawa syndrome is a strange disease that can support my theory. Through illness instead of malice. It's weird. I have like two wolves inside of me, bro. Because I like, in one hand I like that, but on the other hand, I think like malice, which goes against like my non-moral thing from earlier. I think malice is like an inherent part of the human condition and like is part of the internal contradiction of what it means to be human. So it's like, you know, you can't just like rip out malice entirely. Which is what what I was doing earlier by what I was saying, but now I'm like feeling the need to push back. I think a better jurisprudence is to mitigate and minimize harm, not necessarily criminalize swaths of people. Oh yeah, that being like the objective? Yeah, I agree with that. The end objective should be minimize harm. I absolutely agree. Morality's hard, bro. I feel the desire to flip the table. Solving its mysteries is extremely important to me. To solve those mysteries, I need a medical sacrifice. It's an extremely sinful thing to do, but there's no way to unravel this without it. The Eida Institute was authorized to take such drastic measures if necessary. That's why I was asked about it so many times when I accepted the position of director. And finally, the opportunity is here. This will be the first step of our research on this strange disease, but even now, I'm a little hesitant. I've opened up human bodies in many surgeries. What I'll be doing on this man is something very similar. There's also something that's very different. What I did before was part of treatment. I did it to save the patient's lives. I did it so the patients could have a better future. What I'm trying to do here isn't treatment. He will die at the end of it. His death will be far from humane. I'm going to violate nature and force him to stay alive while I open up his living brain.
入江所長聞いてらっしゃいます
Alright. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, I don't know, bro. That's just a lot.
もう一度お願いします。
There's just a lot happening here.
解剖計画書を提出し東京に応援を要請した方が良いかと思います。何しろ単に生きてるだけでなく末期症状を起こしている大変貴重な検体ですもの。慎重な解剖が求められますわね。
そうですね。おっしゃる通りです。
I mean, yo, it kind of reminds me of that one guy that got like a lethal dose of radiation and was like kept alive as their like body was like falling apart in like their radiation death phase, you know? And it's like, oh, okay, we're subjected, like this human is medically being subjected to like pain and like they're being kept from the peace of death. And that's like deeply scary and like terrifying. It's just terrifying. It's terrifying. And it's like, oh, let's do it to this guy. But like, it's like, we can't fix him. We can't cure him. So the humane thing to do would be to put him down like a wild animal because that's roughly what he is. Which one? Real. I'm thinking of one specific one, but I don't even know. But yeah, it's like, you either put him down like a wild animal or you try to figure out what went wrong. Medical sacrifice is crazy. I just don't know. I don't know, bro.
それまでに数日の猶予があると思います。そこで麻酔を解いていくつかの反応実験をしてみたいのですが。
危険ではありませんか？たとえ拘束を解かなくても何が起こるかわかりませんよ。
ようやく手に入った生きのいい検体なんですもの。ただ脳を覗くだけじゃもったいないですわ。
Yo, she's literally evil laughing. Eida, you gotta get out. Eida, you gotta get out. Your assistant is evil laughing at the idea of testing a guy that's dying like this. Takano-san's unusual cheerfulness made me feel odd. Maybe her reaction is normal. Maybe I'm the one who's not reacting normally in this situation. Dude, what do you mean maybe her reaction is normal? I'm here only for the research, so I should be excited to have the opportunity to perform our first live dissection. Oh my goodness. But I'm still hesitant. How can I call myself a researcher? Researchers of the past were brave enough to cross the line, and that's how they accomplished many things. Dude. If you were Eida, would you do it? If I was Eida, I wouldn't be here. I don't know what I'd be doing. I'd probably be like, I don't know, bro. I've seen many brains. I've operated on them. I've lost some patience too. But I never thought anything of it because I knew I did the right thing. Even when my hard work was denied afterwards. If it pained me to think of that, then I just need to advance the field of medicine to ensure their deaths weren't wasted. That's the true form of those advancing the field of medicine. Yet, why was my heart tormented so much by just changing the name from treatment to dissection? Does it mean I'm not man enough to emulate those great men of the past who opened the doors to new medicine? That I don't have the power to develop new advances myself?
あら。
Ensure their deaths weren't wasted. Brave enough to cross the line. Like, he's trying so hard to find a way to justify it to himself. It's actually insane. Right? Like, bravery's a virtue. Right there. I think, you know what? Like, this is interesting too. That, like, I think there's a phenomenon where the smarter you are, generally, the more likely you are to hesitate because you know what you don't know, right? Shout out Socrates. I'm the wisest because I know that I know nothing. Talk about it, right? It's similar to that, where I think when you're really smart, you know what you don't know, which makes you hesitate and like second guess yourself because you're aware that you have that higher awareness. And ironically, I think that makes you less effective. Right? It is very trolley problem-esque too. That's a fun comparison. It's very like ironic because you're less effective in that way. So like the stupid person doesn't even think to hesitate, which means that they accomplish a lot more because they just dive ahead, right? And so I've kind of felt that myself where it's like I'm super like I tear apart my own thought a lot, where it's like I'll have like an idea and then the first thing I do is attack my own idea and dismantle it, and then eventually I just fall into like abstract nothingness because I just keep tearing everything apart. If I need to like stop thinking so much and like sedate myself and just lock in on something and push, you know? And that's like the escape out. And so that's kind of like a position Idai's in, where he is morally questioning himself. It's a little different because it's like morally backed, but like he's morally hesitating, but he's thinking to himself, oh, the more I hesitate, the less I accomplish, the less I advance the field of medicine, which does have like a moral component to like helping society or whatever. And so he's trying to mentally do gymnastics until he can like lock in and just push forward, you know? It's like the right here, but I never thought anything of it because I knew I did the right thing. If you are able to stop, like, I think it is morally better. I think it is morally usually better to think of, to like introspect on your own behavior, right? To be like, did I do the right thing? Like opening up that dialogue, I think is a moral check mark, right? But it does slow you down, right? But I never thought anything of it because I knew I did the right thing. If you ever know you did the right thing, you might be doing morality wrong. But if you know you did the right thing, then you can just do whatever you want. Like you could just go crazy mode. So yeah, it's a weird, I think there's a weird cross, like a weird mixing ground between effectiveness and like actual like intellectual humility, you know? That's how I feel when I play chess. 99% of thinkers stop thinking right before they reach the perfect conclusion. True. Balance to it. Yeah, golden mean. Shout out Aristotle. You might end up second guessing every decision if you're not locked in. Yeah, I mean, and you can definitely, it's not bad to have firm convictions. Yeah, I mean, you could always just say middle ground LMAO. But like, firm convictions. It's the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? The entire point of that quote is to make you look at your good intentions and think like, oh, am I going to hell right now, right? And so it's not bad to have firm convictions, probably, but firm convictions can be bad. And so it opens up the second guessing, but then too much second guessing, you become inept. Yeah, I don't know. It is crazy, though, for thinking he did no wrong giving lobotomies. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, huh? Good Place did this. Shout out Good Place, bro. Good Place is so good. And yeah, the Charlie problem thing from earlier is a fun thing, right? Where it's like, would you kill somebody to gain the research to help other people and save other people's lives, or like kill somebody for to harvest their body so you can save other lives? It's what you never second guess about yourself that can lead you down the worst paths. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But then the part that really kills me, that the people you're fighting against that are doing like if you have like an antagonist you're fighting against, like, oh, this other person, this other like nation or person or whatever, this group is doing evil behavior and I'm fighting against them. I'm like, they're my moral counterforce, right? If you're smarter than them, that might actually be bad because you're gonna second guess yourself, but them doing the thing you hate are not gonna be second guessing themselves, which means they're going to be moving way faster than you because they're just barreling ahead. Whereas you're like actually trying to do it the right way. It's like doing evil is like correlated with like shortcuts a lot of the time. Right? And that's kind of the crazy thing where it's like, oh man, if they're shortcutting, I need to shortcut to keep up. And then you kind of like spiral. Yeah. There's probably I mean, it's just got to be LMAO golden mean balance. As unsatisfying as that answer always is, it's probably just going middle ground, lol. Takano's pretending to be concerned about me, but she knows. She knows I'm still hesitating. And she's telling me that I should be ashamed as a researcher for feeling that way. I shook my head to clear it of sleepiness. Remember the resolve that brought me here to this day. I already have blood on my hands. But if I stop now, their lives will be wasted. His self-justification is really interesting to read. Those who shed their blood can only rest in peace once they've become the cornerstones of great research. I do it for them. The people that I killed as part of my path forward. I do it for them. I'm the one that ruined their lives, but I do it for them. Sure, man. Sure. Like, this is the thing, dude. Stop pretending. Like, just say you're sacrificing them for the research. Like, you have to, like, just accept it. Accept it for what it is. You don't have to pervert it to fit into, like, your moral scheme. Like, that's my only difference. Like, just, I prefer to say, like, they're already dead. I've already killed for what I believe in. I can kill again. That I would respect more than, like, I already killed for what I believe in, and, like, low-key, that was good. That was good. You know what? Their lives, they can only rest in peace after I kill more people. Like, what do you, just admit that you're doing your thing, bro. That's okay. It's okay. Just accept it. Well, it's not okay. I don't know. I hate morality. I'm tired of morality. I hate it. I hate it. If he accepted it, he'd become like Takano 2.0. Yeah, morality is evil, and you know what? The medical field, it's all gotta go. It's all gotta go. Yeah, is the coping good? I'm like such a big self-acceptance guy, so any coping always feels bad to me. But at the same time, if you don't cope, then you're actually just letting yourself be like, you're like accepting your like villainous, quote, in big air quotes, your villainous behaviors. To kill the whale, to kill the whale. True. Shook my head once more, reminding myself that I'm a researcher.
考え事をしていただけです。高野さんは東京との調整をお願いいたします。日程が決まりましたら教えてください。
ええ、了解いたしましたわ。眠気も吹っ飛んでしまいますわね。
The least I can do is my best, so his life won't be wasted. If he bleeds, I can't even waste a drop of his blood. But why do we as a society vilify coping? Oh my god, we're gonna lose. Yo, guys. Okay. Guys, I'm currently in the mood. Philosophy is evil. Thinking is evil. We should all stop thinking and go like, oh, like jack off. Thoughts? Okay, no. Let me just eat my banana. Why did I pivot to jack off when I grabbed the banana? Well, I wonder if coping is bad. Well, okay, coping is fine unless it's like doesn't go hand in hand with self-acceptance. I think that's the actual pivot, right? That coping is bad if you're using it as an excuse to not actually deal with your thing. But if you're dealing with your thing, then your coping's fine. Like chat, like for example, one of my coping mechanisms whenever I'm in a really bad mood is I go shopping at the grocery store, because it's like soothing for me. I like shopping, but specifically at the grocery store because I like walking around and being like, I will use this. It's very grounding for me. That's a coping mechanism of mine. But I don't use that as an excuse to not embrace reality and to not embrace what I'm upset about. I still embrace it. I still work on it, but I also cope as a way to help me through it, right? And so coping is bad if you use it as an excuse to not actually deal with your problem. If I was like, oh, I have like this really bad relationship that's really torturing me, I'm gonna go shopping and not deal with it, that would be bad. But if you deal with it as best you can and then you go shopping to help you process it, that's fine. That for me is where coping is good or bad. What if jacking off is evil? Then I'm evil. Adaptive versus maladaptive. Yeah, exactly. If you get a lobotomy, you won't have to suffer over morality and thoughts anymore. Bro, if I got a lobotomy, low-key, that's not even me anymore. Like, you made a new person. Wait, am I even real? Lol. That's kind of where I'm at. Coping mechanisms are necessary for trauma therapy. You can't just get over trauma, lol. Yeah. That's why, like, but you want to do it in a way that's good. I have to eat this whole banana before we continue. Ship of Theseus of lobotomy. Wait, ship of Theseus of lobotomy. Yeah, I mean, there's a fun question of, like, self and personhood. But the thing is, if you accept that you're a different person if you get a lobotomy, then, like, low-key, am I a different person every day? Like, that, like, I don't know. Ship of Theseus, it's like my brain and my memories are constantly, like, losing pieces and gaining new pieces. So, like, it really damages my sense of self. But also, like, who needs a sense of self? Something ego death? Think about it. Type shit, bro. That's what I'm talking about right there. It's kind of what I mean. Where, like, at that point, like, I don't know. It might not even be me anymore. But, like, it still undoubtedly is a person experiencing something. I don't know. I don't know, man. The apotheosis of man is actually the direct opposite of ego lobotomy. Talk about it. Holy sentence. Apotheosis of man is the direct opposite of ego lobotomy. Is this saying that ego lobotomy is like losing your sense of self and like destroying it, and apotheosis of man is like doubling down on it? It reminds me of the thing with Takano where it's like you're stuck in the cycle. Like she's stuck in the cycle. Like where that sounds like apotheosis is stuck in the cycle. I don't know. I'm like something samsara. All right. Lock in. Lock in. After scolding my staff for the indiscretion of discussing the dissection with such excitement, I returned to my office. You know, it reminds me of a quote I said as my D&D character the other day. Where like, my D&D character is like evil. He's like the villain. Well, so he's not my character. He's like the BBEG, but I play him, right? And he's like very scientific. And I said a line the other day of like I killed somebody. Oh, it was actually my mom. So I killed my mom, right? Boom! Exploded her into red mist. And I was like smiling and shit and like happy about it because, you know, it feels good, man. I was like, yeah, mommy dead. Woo! Mommy issues solved because she's dead. How could I have mommy problems? And then somebody was like, why are you smiling? Like that's... Like, it scares me to see you smiling like that. Something. And I was like, oh, what's the what's wrong with enjoying your work? Right? As if to say, if the work that you're doing is right, then what's wrong with enjoying it? Which is kind of, I think, reminiscent of what's going on here, where they're excited about some of them are excited about their work, some of the researchers, and then Takano, and it's like, okay, if their work is actually ethically good, if we accept that the work is good, then what's wrong with enjoying it, even if the means, like, if the means justify the ends, why not enjoy the means? Boom. Right? What's wrong with enjoying something wrong if it's for the right reasons? Think about it. Takano wants to reproduce her ego into the mimetic fabric of collective imagination, whereas ego death is a disconnection of it. Yeah. But as we've talked about before, I think Takano, in trying to reproduce her ego, is her not accepting what's happened in her past and is, like, inherently flawed. Right? And so, like, yeah. She's, like, doubling down on her problematic ego, and her, like, maladaptive behaviors, as opposed to actually addressing them, which is personal failing. Agreed. Okay, we got this. Research is going well. An L5 stage patient's dissection is required. A queen courier must be willing to participate. Guess how I discovered you? I have no idea. I imagine a short. I'm trying to figure out which short. I actually don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. You're a Higurashi viewer. You guys just kind of showed up. Y'all just showed up. What she's actually turning to God is what she's actually turning to God is trauma. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, she's turning like her trauma into the God, basically. Research is going on.
フルデさん、お待たせしました。今、最後の検査を終えたところです。もうすぐ戻ってくると思います。
娘が村のために役に立てばいいのですが。
とんでもない。リカさんの協力は村を救うことにもなります。おかげでようやく治療方法にも目処がついてきたところです。仕組みはまだ調べているところですが、リカさんの存在がやはり村人にとってとても大切なものであることが分かってきました。レベルの進んでしまった一般感染者は自力ではそのレベルを下げて症状を安定させるのが非常に困難です。ですが女王感染者に接近することで脳内にある種の物質が作られることが分かっています。その物質には鎮静効果があり、また進んでしまった症状のレベルを抑え回復させる力もあるようなのです。この物質を処方できるようになれば治療の強力な決め手となるでしょう。
そうですか。
Dude, the pheromones like fix you. Dude, the pheromone thing is crazy.
そのような力が。
Maybe just every time she's on screen, we just, in this outfit, we just switch it to these, like, temporarily, right?
驚かれるには値しないのでは。フルデの巫女には荒れた心、鬼を鎮める神追力があると代々伝えられているんではありませんでしたっけ？私たちが解明しなくても村の数百年にわたる歴史はすでにそれを知っていたわけですわ。
そうですね。大昔の方の聡明さは時に現代医学から見ても感心させられます。
Oh my god, I can't take it. Get it off the screen. Get it off. I can't take it. A little abomination has just walked up.
Rika, 大変だったな。
I can't take it.
疲れただろ。これで自動販売機でジュースを買ってきなさい。
血をいっぱい抜かれたから補給なのです。
They took a lot of my blood. Rika took the 100 yen coin that was offered to her and ran out into the hallway.
本当に
Go back, bring her back. Oh, she left. Oh, but she left. Rika, come back. They were. Oh, too late.
リカは自分の友達もその病気にかかっているということを気にしていて、友達のためにも協力したいと常に言っていました。 どうか先生方、理科の心意気を汲んでやってください。
もちろんです。毎週日曜日に貴重な時間を割いていただいているのです。必ずや成果にしてみせます。今後もリカさんに過酷な実験を強いることがあると思いますが、
Rather tough experiments.
お許しいただければと思います。
彼女に危害を加えることは絶対にありませんわ。彼女はとてもとても大切な身なのです。何しろお社様の生まれ
Yo,
変わ
Takano
り
is
なん
such a
ですから。
freak.
大昔の村人はどのようにしてこの病気のことを知り、フルデ家にその女王の血が流れていることを知ったのやら、ご先祖様たちにはつくづく頭が下がります。
それで実はまた辛いご協力をお願いしなくてはなりません。彼女の脳脊髄液の採取の
Oh,
ご許可をいただきたい
cerebrospinal.
のです。また
Hmm.
場合によっては彼女の頭蓋に閃光を当て、直接頭部の中を検査させていただくことに。
We're drilling a hole in Rika's head.
頭蓋骨に穴ですか？
Dude, what are we doing? A spinal tap is one thing, which, by the way, would hurt really bad. Put her under anesthesia if you're gonna spinal tap her, please. She's a child. But, like, drilling a hole in her skull? What are those called? Where you do, like, the hole to, like, relieve skull pressure, and it's, like, basically, like, it's like light lobotomy. It's like a light lobotomy. What is that called? Would you allow that? No, I don't think I would allow that one. The taking a little bit of cerebrospinal fluid, honestly, take as much as you want. In fact, bottle some of that for me too. Not drilling a hole in the head though. That's a little too far. Ow, 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 ow. Hanyu, live Hanyu POV. Oh my goodness, dude. And when you're drilling a hole in Rika's head, imagine if she's awake and Hanyu is like, ow, ow. Or like the anesthesia. What if the anesthesia for some reason didn't work on Hanyu? So she's getting her the hole drilled in her head and Hanyu's just ah! Ah!
もちろん
Oh
安全性に
man.
は最大限注意します。
Rika head drilling versus Satoko dissection. This series is falling apart.
リカさんはたった一人しかいない女王
This
感
series
染
is
者なの
falling
です。
apart.
間違っても危害を加えることがないよう。
I'm so glad that I've never trusted Ire. Like I've always had like a weird feeling with Ire. I actually have been justified like 100 hours later. I was always like, Ire, like you're cool and all, but like I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. That finally came back around.
もちろんリカちゃんは女の子ですも
Takano,
の。
what are you about to say? Huh?
頭部先行周辺の頭髪には気を使いますので。
Wait, bald Rika.
丸坊主にしてし
Bald
まうよう
Rika.
なことはあり
Bald
ません。
Rika. Bald Rika.
経過を慎重に見るためにしばらく入院をしてもらうことになりますが。
I think we should make her bald.
もちろんその間面会謝絶ということはありません。検査にもぜひ立ち会ってください。お父さんが身近におられた方がリカさんも安心するでしょう。
その検査はどうしても必要なもので、絶対に
Baldika.
安全なものなのですか？
Baldika.
脳脊髄液の採取も頭蓋の潜行もどちらも 100% の安全を保証することはできません。
Let me just like let me just Ire, there you are. Oh wait, this is a wrong layer. Let me not put on this layer. Yeah, like it's not like this, right? I want it underneath, yeah. There we go. I think this is good. I think this is good. I think this is important. You came from the playlists here. Welcome aboard, Hojo. Welcome, welcome. That's insane. That's insane. That's just insane. That's just insane. That's simply just insane. It's just like, could you imagine showing this line to like a chapter 1 player?
1% の危険があります。また リカさんに身体的あるいは精神的苦痛を与えるでしょう。いくら重要な検査といえども、
First time I cannot
ご
speed
家
up when
族の
Pink
同
gonna
意な
lock
しには
in.
行えません。
Losing the power to skip ahead. Oh, VOD viewer. Oh, my poor VOD viewer. I am so sorry. You are now entitled to suffer.
リカちゃんには実はもう同じ話をしていますわ。
You like that's ethically
なんと
problematic.
自分は構わないと、それはもうあっけらかんと。
リカさんには危険や苦痛が伴う可能性があることをもちろん十分に説明しています。ですがやはり保護者の方の承諾をいただかないわけにはいきません。
リカは自分のことを本当にお社様の生まれ変わりだと信じている時があります。だから村人のために自分の身を捧げるのが自分の義務だと思っているところがあるのかもしれません。
立派なお子さんだと思います。
一応家内とも相談させてください。納得はしてくれているのですが、
Since Hanyu could just like
やはり
take her back in
こと
time,
がことなので
she could do the
話をしないわけにもいかない。
she could get her head drilled into, and then if she dies, Hanyu will revert it, and then she'll just be like, I don't consent to the surgery. You know, there's actually not like a risk for her, other than like pain and blah blah blah, but like, yeah. That's kind of OP. You could just undo it if it actually goes wrong. And then if it doesn't go wrong, it's like purely like locked in. The fragment before was the L5 patient, the terminal guy, terminal patient, the Oishi's that killed the dam overseer guy. Like one of the guys that killed the dam overseer guy, the guy that got demoned away, Takano and Eida have in the basement. And they were gonna like cut his brain open and do stuff to him. Yeah.
ご家族の同意は不可欠だと思います。よくご相談なさってください。
その検査は病気の根絶のために重要な意味があるのですね。
はい。
Oh, Rika doesn't remember her death. That's true. That is true. I mean, if it was far enough away, I feel like she would be able to remember that, right? Like, she doesn't remember the death, but she would remember signing up for the surgery, probably. It really does depend on how far back it is. And that is still another doomed world, right? Which is like a mentality that I don't know when she kind of had that adopted in her cycle. That's like the classic
Hinamizawa 症候
really
群の
brutal
ベール
idea
を剥ぐ
that a bunch of worlds
決
are
定的
doomed.
なものになるでしょう。
GG.
決定的なものの第一歩にですわね。
すでにご説明してお
You
り
know
ま
what
す
would
よ
be
う
a
に
really interesting
女王
story?
感染者に
Imagine
万一のことがあった場合
a
感染コミュニティに致命的な
a
崩壊を
story
もた
that
らす
takes
危険性が
place.
予見されています。
Okay, Ide, please just give me a second. A story that takes place where the main character, or like not necessarily the main character, but there's a character who is like a regressor character that guy can go back in time, and that they take like a bunch of actions or whatever, but then there comes up to this really tough point, and he's like, I'm gonna try something, and then he gets killed, and then the world just continues. Like basically that the story of the world is that you're in one of the doomed worlds of a regressor main character. And so all the side characters are like, oh frick, the champion just died, and he's been carrying us the entire way here. And then he just died, like, experimenting something. There's like 100 doors, and 99 of them kill you, and he just walked in one of them randomly and died. And it's like, oh wait. Oh, we're not in the timeline that's actually getting to the ending, huh? We're in one of the timelines that got dropped off along the way, and now we have to figure out how to fix it. That actually would be cool. That'd be tough. Can't wait for Pink to pee so we can catch up on YouTube. I'm never pissing again. Yeah, that'd be fun. I have another story idea that's kind of similar, but it's a little different. But I'm not gonna talk about it though. Rakan. Okay. Dun.
平たく申し上げると、村人全員が突如として末期発症を起こす可能性もあるということです。
急性発症の平均から見て、女王感染者死亡から48時間以内に全感染者が末期発症を起こします。それだけは絶対に防がなくてはなりません。
リカが死ぬようなことがあれば、村中が大パニックに陥って恐ろしいことに。
はい。それを防ぐのも私たちの役目です。そ
Oh,
の
I
ため
wonder
に
if
危険を冒さなければならないのはとても
because I
皮
remember
肉な
like
ことですが、
remember like Satoko might
根
Loki
絶の
like
ため
be
に
the
は
cause of her parents'
避け
death,
て
like
通れない
Loki on
道
the
だと思ってい
Shinichi,
ます。
which could be her being L5 and then getting saved from the brink of it by like Rika, basically, because they were gonna like dissect her. So maybe like Satoko loses it. That's probably actually gonna be in the second year victim or third year victim, whatever it was. We're probably gonna get to see something like that. Interesting. Think.
入江先生、必ずその検査を成功させていただけますか。
ですから医学には 100% や絶対などという。
ええ。
Ide answered with a nod, interrupting Takano's vague response.
私入江京介が命を懸けて必ずやリカさんを救います。村人も救います。絶対にです。
わかりました。家内と相談させてください。その上で後日改めてお返事させていただきます。
はい。よろしくお願いいたします。
Yeah. Yo, I swear, if Rika's dad is still there and she's doing a mad woman laugh. Okay, I was about to say, I thought Ide walked out and she just started laughing. Like, can we not? Okay, after Rika and her father left, Takano started to laugh. Oh, Rika and her father. Okay, I misread that. I thought Ide left for some reason. Oh, the door closing. I just assumed it was Ide. No, okay, I'm stupid. Lock in.
何か愉快なことでも。
いえいえ。患者とご家族から律儀に事前承諾を取られていたのが。
How is that amusing? What's the joke? You're telling me the joke is that normally doesn't happen?
リカさんには本来無用の苦痛を強いています。それくらいは最低限の礼儀だと思いまして、去年の男も正常な状態にあれば事前承諾を取りたかったところです。
入江所長はここの研究を始められてからずっと罪の意識に苛まれているのではありません？
それはどういう意味ですか？
I just got a freaking genius idea. It's gonna take me a second, but this is so worth it. Oh god. If you... Oh goodness, how do I do this really quickly? Okay, wait. We are onto something. Something beautiful is happening here. Wait, I'm onto something freaking insane right now. Okay, wait. I got an idea, chat. Are you ready? Okay. Okay. Chat. Wait, what? Add layer. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay, ready? How do I do this? Okay, chat, have you seen these kinds of images before? Wait. Okay, no, wait. Okay. And then... Okay, ready? Is it working? I think it's working. Whoa, they're going crazy. Anybody see it? Do you guys see it? Do you see it? Holy. It's working! It's working! Chat, it's like you're supposed to have it on your phone, and you like shake your phone and it looks like they jiggle. And so you put this pattern on it. It's a visual illusion. Where it like jiggles. You're supposed to like have it on your phone. And low key, it looks like they're bouncing, right? Yeah, right there. Oh my goodness, I see it. Do you see it? Like stare at them, and then doesn't it look like they're bouncing on their own? When you stare at it, it looks like they're bouncing on their own, right? Whoa! Left or right? Whoa! Am I right or am I right? I see it now. Holy shit! I see it. It's all over the screen. Oh my goodness! I actually am a freaking genius. That was celestial. Oh my goodness! Send us. I'll put it in the Discord. I'll send that in the Discord right now. Yeah, what do I'm gonna just put it. I'm gonna put it in new content. I'm gonna put it in new content. New content. Yeah. Doesn't cut off her thigh highs. Try this with Tomitake. Cut the game out and put that pink webcam over some heinous footage. Sorry. My own genius sometimes. It sets me. I, by the way, looked up in Google. I looked up on my other monitor, like booby jiggle. And then it was like, oh wait, that's not gonna work. And I clicked images, I saw a bunch of boobs. It was like, oh no, this is not what we're looking for. I was like, booby jiggle meme image. And then I saw something that was close and I was like, booby jiggle meme image screen. And then I found the basic screen. Dude, I was locked in. Excuse me? Booby jiggle phase. Think about it. Alright, lock in. This type of teasing was normal from Takano, but maybe she had gone a little too far. Eida made it clear how displeased he was to hear that.
ひなみざわ症候群の研究は生きた検体を裁くことでしか進められない。それが分かってなお、あなたはこの研究を進めることに罪の意識を感じている。
罪の意識は必要です。殺人であれ、解剖であれ、相手に死を強いる点で変わりません。私たちはその罪を受け止めてなお、その死を無駄にしないために最大限の努力と研究を重ねなくてはなりません。
ご高説ですわね。
Yo, what's wrong with my nurse? You hear this music?
では入江所長、あなたはこれまで人の脳を切ることに何度の事前承諾を行ったというんですか。
Got him! Yeah, this guy is kind of preaching a little bit, huh? Eida didn't think Takano knew about that.
人の罪は脳の疾患によるものという独りよがりで。
She really did not like his moral grandstanding. She really didn't like that. She took that mad personally.
それは。
That's different.
常識は時代で変わる。当時は医者が治療をいちいち説明することなどなかったし、事前承諾なんて大したものではなかった。だから当時のことは気にしなくていいんじゃないですかしら。今は倫理上問題があっても当時は問題なかった。ならばいいじゃありませんの。
The black thighs are insane. Yeah, no, they're insane.
リカちゃんやあの男にさ、
well, and like,
事前承諾が取りたかった。
Okay, this, I'm actually gonna make an important point with this really quick. I say as I screenshot her. This is a fine layer. Let's see if her outfit is like acceptable for work, right? So what will you do? I think if she like extended her arm, it would be like this. And so I'm gonna copy this. Oh wait, I need to copy it on a different layer. And then if she extended her arm, it would be like this low, right? And then I'm gonna draw. This is like her shoulder. So if she flattened her arm out, right? If she like held it low, like straight low, look how low. Like chat. It's like this thing, where you see if the like a skirt that's too short is one that will like that your fingertips will cross over, right? So if the skirt is shorter than my fingertips, then it's like too short, right? And so I think that she would fail this test because her skirt is so short that if she put her arm flat against her sides, her fingers would drastically overshoot. So I think we have a lot of... Do you understand? Can you show it on practice? I'm trying, but I'm not wearing seductive clothing, right? So like I could wear a skirt that goes here. If I wore a skirt and it went to here, it'd be acceptable for work. But if I wore a skirt and it went here, that would be too high and it would no longer be acceptable for work, right? Right, because it would cover enough. Same with like shorts. It's like for shorts. And so Takano is failing. So she would get dress coded. She would get dress coded if she was in school. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Grab the shimmy-on skirt. Okay. Actually, that's I borrowed that from one of my friends. I don't own that skirt. Fun fact. Okay, lock in.
それは誤解です。そもそも治療と解剖では患者。
ねえ、坊や。
Oh boy!
あなたが欲しい。
Boy?
事前承諾という。
Oh goodness.
免罪符、そうでしょ。あなたが欲しいのは過去の罪をあがないたいという心を満たすだけの欺瞞、そのためだけの免罪符。後悔しているならば二度と脳に関わらなければいい。なのにだらだらと後悔しながらあなたはいつまでも未練がましくこの世界で脳に関わっている。その罪の意識が本物ならあなたは
She's calling him out for being like half and half though. That's a valid call out. If it was really a sin, you wouldn't be doing this. But at the same time, you're letting it burden you. Like she's calling him out for being non-committal in how she feels. Boy is crazy. She doubled down on boy. Oh my goodness. Sorry, Luckin. Oh wait, Loki? He cooked on that. Wait, he actually cooked. I don't need to listen to this. Walks away. That's a high level social maneuver.
医学は常にその時代の倫理や価値観との戦いから勝ち取られるの。かつて高野先生がHinamizawa症候群の存在を予見したとき、その時代の権威たちは自分たちの無知を棚に上げ、その先見性を嘲笑った。でも病に倒れる直前まで研究を捨てなかったわ。必ず自分がいつか評価される日が来ると信じて、そしてその日が自分の死後であったとしても必ず来ると信じて、それは強い信念と揺らぎのない鉄の意志があるから成し遂げられること。そうでなければ時代の無理解に高野先生は屈していたはず。研究はね、意志の力で成し遂げるのよ。絶対的に強固な意志だけが結果を紡ぎ出す。でもあなたにはそれがない。
Yeah, her like condescending way to refer to like men as boys. Well, I mean, the funny thing is Keiichi's literally a boy. You gonna play Danganronpa with? I have no idea. I don't even know when I'm gonna do Danganronpa, so the question of how to engage in the media, I couldn't even say.
あなたは自分の実績を誇るべきか恥じるべきかすら自分で決めかねている。
Yeah, I have it muted. All the voices are muted, and I make all the voices. I prefer that. W. I am interested in Danganronpa, though. I do think it would be good. I think it'd be popular, and good.
そんな中途半端な覚悟でよくこのような研究所の所長を引き受けられたものね。血塗られた両手をさらに血に浸すことでしか明かせぬ研究だと最初から分かっていたはずなのに。
否定はしません。
Cuts back to her in her nurse outfit is so crazy.
ならば所長を辞任なさっては
resign?
責任は残るでしょうけど、あなたはこれ以上罪の
Dang, she put in the heat on him. Oh, he asked for consent, and then she's putting all this heat on
あなたはパートナー
him.
である以前にクライアントが要求した人事上のコマでしかない。こうして研究機関が成立した今、
Oh
あ
my,
なたの
oh my
存在はもう
goodness.
重要ではないの。しかもその上、研究に対する覚悟が足りず、研究のパートナーと
Useless
しても役立たず
boy.
なら
Don't need you
あなたは無
anymore.
能のような死を。
No wonder she
私は
betrays you later, bro.
一人でも研究をやめない。どんな
Like,
罪も
Yo, this is your nurse, bro. This is your nurse, bro. I'll never quit researching. I'm not afraid of guilt or regret. Cut to 3 years later when she is surrounded you with the mountain dogs. GG, lose the game for free.
強固な意志だけが。
And by you, I mean Tomitake, but like also.
かつて高野先生が高潔な精神で成し遂げたように、私もたった一人でも成し遂げてみせる。
立派な決意だと思います。ですが私もあなたに及ばないにしてもわずかの決意があってここへ来ています。そしてあなたの言う通り私の手はすで
Takano
に血
teaching
に
me
まみれ
about
ています。
consent and calling me boy, calling me useless. I'm like, what's the energy in this message? There's an energy in a lot of these messages, honestly. Seducing me. Okay, well, bark, bark, bark. Okay. We're a little, it's a little obvious at this point.
そしてHinamizawaに来てさらに血に浸しました。だからその責任を全うするまでは私は逃げることはできません。相変わらず私は罪を清算できず苛まれ続けるでしょう。でも逃げない。必ずHinamizawa症候群の研究を決着させます。それだけがこの研究に命を捧げてくださった方。
I mean, I do prefer, like, Eida is more, like, he does want to help the place. He does want to help, you know, he does want to fix this town from its ailment, you know? So I do appreciate that. Eida wore a determined look on his face. He appeared different from even a moment before when he was baffled by Takano having brought up those painful memories. Because, like, imagine if he actually resigned and Takano just took full control. Like, oh, we're cooked. For a short while, Idai's eyes displayed a strong will, and then he turned
お
around.
そらくリカさんの検査は承諾が取れるでしょう。準備をお願いします。
ええ、心得ました。
Imagine if he added the word girl. Ooh. Director instead of boy. She appreciated that. She was like, okay, he squared up. I'll give him some respect now. Okay. They got their consent the following week. My fault. Please change her back. Hojo needs to be put in the thing. She looks so sad and she probably killed her parents. So Toko. Ah, a routine inspection. What do you mean? I've been breakneck speed. I think this is faster than like the YouTube versions, right? Right? This is faster than the YouTube versions, right? Oh, I was trying to find the jiggle gif, not gif. Oh my gosh, I should make it a gif. Yo, Loki. Anyways, the lights came on in the meeting room as the slideshow ended, and all the auditors began to applaud, praising the Eida Institution's dramatic accomplishments.
素晴らしい。実に素晴らしい。本音を言わせてもらえば、私はこのHinamizawa症候群の研究はあまり期待していませんでした。
仮に進むとしても、10年単位で3歩進んで2歩下がるような研究になると思っていました。
いやいや、それが短期間の間にこれだけの成果を上げられるとは。入江所長の努力と指導の賜物です。
そんなことはありません。
Okay.
私を支えてくださる
Yeah,
優秀なスタッフとそちらの高野さんのおかげです。
ご謙遜を。
Ow. It is, okay, this is crazy. Right? That is such a blaring red flag. This is such a blaring red flag, is it not? That she doesn't have in the other outfit? It's actually kind of strange that, like, the remake cut that out. Because this is actually such a, like... Yeah. This is something that, like, as soon as the German stuff gets thrown around, I feel like it's low-key being, like, recognizable. It's like, huh, that's kind of strange. You know? Yeah.
やはり脳に関しては入江所長は天才ですわ。何しろ脳に関しては誰も及ばない実績をお持ちなのですから。
そうですな。あなたと同じ年の医者で、
Bruh,
あなたほど
Rose
大
basically just
勢
don't
の脳
spoiler.
みそをご覧になってきた
No
方
spoilers,
はおりますま
please.
い。
And yeah, we delete like spoilers and like spoilers that are like fake spoilers. We kind of delete them all because we don't want people to like theorize something and then get it deleted and think it's real, like blah blah blah. Yeah, it's not a big deal though. We just try to keep it a very unspoiled experience. Like I wouldn't stress it. You're chilling.
おめでとうございます、イデイニさん。
Lieutenant Colonel Ire.
私もこれで東京に胸を張って報告に帰れます。
富武さんに良いお土産が持たせられて光栄です。あとニサというのはご勘弁を。どうしても馴染めませんので。というかリサさんって聞こえるんですよね。
Okay, dude.
まるで女性の名前みたいに聞こえますね。
でも二郎さんも影
It's
の
so weird.
立
Like
役者
Risa's
で
like
すわね。
sounds
なかなか
completely
成果の出せ
different
ない
than like
私たちの予算
their
を
names.
二郎
Kind
さ
of.
んが懸命に努力して維持してくださったおかげですわ。
いやでも今回の成果は劇的です。Hinamizawa症候群の病原体を特定し、今後の研究計画に具体的道筋をつけることができました。以後の進捗監査がとても楽しみになります。
これだけの成果があれば、東京はねちっこく予算を削減しろとは言いますまい。
Meant to be similar to
何し
Nisa.
ろ皆さんにお出ししている缶コーヒーの予算まで削られそうになったんですものね。
富武君、東京にしっかり報告して祝杯が挙げられるくら
I
いの
think
予算をつけるよ
generally
う愚信してあげ
no
なさい。
tour, because like that gets into like a weird territory where like if we're having a like if the story's addressing something, like even if some like yeah, it's kind of like the neurons connecting, right? Where like it's like neurons connecting. So even if like we learn like this piece of information and then we're currently learning this piece of information, like the connection between them is also part of the experience, you know? And so like brute forcing the connection kind of I think interrupts the experience of like uncovering that, right? But there's also certain times that there's like a little detail that is like kind of silly and like doesn't matter that much that like I don't care about. You know, like I don't like their ranks or whatever. Like Lieutenant Colonel Major, I don't know Tomitake's. I don't really care. Oh, Nisa is Tomitake's rank. Oh, that's what you're trying to say. Oh, that's why he's called that. Yeah, or like even that. Like that's just like I'm aware that he's called that, but it's like I don't really remember why too well, and the why doesn't really matter. Like it kind of just adds to the experience to like know why, and they've already explained it. Yeah, that kind of thing. So there's a little bit wiggle room kind of deal, especially if I'm like asking genuinely, you know. I do verbalize a lot of like questions, but usually they're like more just to get you into my head because I try to like let y'all know what I'm thinking a lot. Anyway. Oh, they're gonna have a pizza party! Yay! Pizza party! Yay!
その飴は
We got the
予算
highest
で
grade
還
out
元
of
してい
every
ただける
class
と一
on
番
our
嬉しい
math
のです。
exam. Now we gonna have a pizza party! Yippee! Oh, is there gonna be ice With the congenial atmosphere, our routine audit was over. Eida was surrounded, being questioned by National Institute of Infectious Disease workers who had joined the auditors.
Takano-san, おめでとう。みんなの前では言えないけれど、今日の成果は全て高野さんの積み重ねによるものだよ。
ありがとう、ジローさん。
Is this flirting? Jiro-san and I are the only ones here who know that strings were pulled in order to create the Eida Institute. So only Jiro-san can understand what I had to go through.
でも、これでようやく研究の舞台に立てたというところね。
Yeah, it's also to protect other people in chat, because like chat, like if you do like a fake spoiler, like and in the time it takes for the mod to delete, because I'm delayed. Like I see stuff after chat sees it, but if in the time it takes to delete it, somebody in chat that is blind reads it and then it gets deleted, they're gonna think it's real, you know. So like even fake spoilers, we try to like unless they're like egregiously obviously like a joke, you know. I think that's fine, but yeah. Generally, we just try to keep the experience as pure as possible for like both me and like other people, you know. Even if it means kind of sedating chat a little bit, which is just I don't know, kind of the consequence, but that's okay. That's okay.
正念場はこれからよ。そしてここからが最も楽しいところになりそうだけど。
それでね。今回の件で中川本部長の方からぜひ東京で報告会をしてほしいと伝言をことづかってるんだ。アルファベットの理事会もぜひ君と会合を設けたいって言ってたよ。みんな君に直接話を聞いてみたいようだね。
Yo, have we even seen Keiichi this entire chapter?
あら、ジローさんを経由した報告じゃ。
I also want to see Hanyu again. I miss Hanyu.
いやそういう意味じゃないと思うけどな。
Can you turn on subs? Yo, bro, it's at the bottom of the screen. The subs is the game, bro. Or is that something else? Are we talking about something else?
直接見てみたいんじゃないかな。だって。
あら嫌だ、ジローさんたら。
失礼します。
Are you talking about Keiichi? We haven't seen Keiichi in a long time.
東京からお電話です。
For my voice, my subs? I don't know how to do that. Is that a thing? Wait, that'd be OP. Is that real?
お待たせしました。
I think on YouTube it actually does that.
高野です。
But it probably has to process as a VOD first.
おお、元気にやってるかの。
小泉先生。
Oh.
わざわざお電話をいただけるなんてとても恐縮でございます。
いやな。ミオちゃんの研究が大金星を上げたという話が来てな。
Wait, I gotta remember which one Koizumi is. Let me check. Let me check my notation device. Oh wait, wrong one. Pickle girl. What? This was the friend, right? This was not Tepe, frickin' Hifumi's friend, right? Koi. I don't have it in my notes down here. I think it's just a friend. Okay.
ありがとうございます。はい。おかげさまで研究の第一段階であり、最大の目標でもあったHinamizawa症候群の病原体特定に成功しました。
そうかそうか。ついにやったな。
Yeah, you can really hear in her voice how excited she actually is. She sounds pretty like happy about this.
大喜びしているだろうの。
まだまだですわ。祖父はHinamizawa症候群の病原体特定などという段階を超えて研究していました。人の思想や意志が実は人以外の寄生的存在によって支配されていた可能性、それを暴いて初めて祖父の研究は偉業と称えられるのです。世界中の思想や宗教が全て寄生虫で説明できたなら、
That is so scary.
世界はひっくり返るくらいの大騒ぎに
At
な
that
るでしょう
point,
ね。
like, at that point, who's the like, is the human? Okay, if human thoughts are being controlled by parasitic agents, then like, what if the parasitic agents are actually the real humans? I feel like that's where I would go, right? Where, yeah, do you get what I mean? Where like, the thing, like the thoughts are the human thing, not the vessel. Not the vessel, right? And so if the parasitic agents are the ones that are doing human thought, then like our humanity transfers to the parasitic agents.
それは愉快だの。偉そうに振る舞っとる宗教家連中が単なる寄生虫の親玉に過ぎんと立証されたら、それは本当に愉快だろうの。ぜひそんな愉快なのを見せてくれ。ミオちゃんがそれを見せてくれるまで。
Because it's like, I'm the parasite too then. That's kind of scary. I mean, there's like a... Like, what if all my thoughts are parasitic? Oh, that's scary. Like, the thoughts in my head right now, they do feel like separate from, like, the true me. In a way. Oh, true me? I don't know if I like that. I don't know. There's, like, some, like, weird stuff with, like, the self and, like, how thoughts in the self might be, like, separate. And so it's kind of a funny thought to be like, oh, what if, like... That's a separate entity, almost. Like, conceptualizing your thoughts as a separate entity. You are not pink.
楽しみにしていてくださいね。きっと世界中があっと驚く発表をしてみせますから。
Parasite wants you to make Takano jiggle. Exactly.
その時に初めて世界中が祖父の偉業を知り、祖父が残した資料を奪い合って読み合うことになるでしょう。そこまで至って、私はようやく祖父への恩返しを終えるのです。
高野くんが羨ましいの。私はな、金なんかこんなにいらんかった。この半分は捨ててもいい。あんたみたいな自分の志を継いでくれる孫が一人いてくれたらと思うよ。
ありがとうございます。
That's cute.
身に余るお言葉です。
あとな、小泉のおじいちゃんからのプレゼントだ。ミオちゃん宛てにな、祝杯用のワインを一本送らせた。ミオちゃんの家の住所がわからんかったから、
I should have done champagne,
宛てにしてある。取り寄せに手間がかかってるらしいから、ちょっと時間がかかるかもしれんが、届いたらミオちゃんの研究を手伝ってくれた人たちを集めて、それを振る舞ってあげなさい。
祝杯用にワインなんて。さて、
I want to be popping champagne, bro.
高級ワインが届くやら。
そんな高級酒と違う。ミオちゃんも覚えとらんかね。高野くんがいつも一本のワインを大切
it's
にしておった。
meaningful. It's not expensive, it's meaningful. I remember. That's right, my grandfather kept a certain bottle of wine. I don't know if he bought it himself or if someone gave it to him. But he treasured it, and he always said he'd open it when his research finally gained recognition. I was a child then, so I don't even remember what brand it was, but Mr. Koizumi would know. I can't feel for these people, they're awful. They are pretty awful. Yeah, no, I mean, that is true. He went through all the trouble to find the same bottle of wine for this special occasion. For the first time in a while, Takano felt the same sunny warmth she experienced during her time with her grandfather. Uncle. That's cute. OST tier list could be fun at the end, yeah.
どうもミオちゃんに先生と言われても自分のことだと思えなくてな。
Dude, why, fool, why are you just trying to give everybody like a crisis? This is actually just trying to drive people insane. Your thoughts don't belong to this person. You steal his ideas, tear them apart, and rework them into your own. The moment you woke up, you stole all his memories and occupied his body. Okay, first off, who's to say they were his memories and his body? Low-key, this is barely... I don't even know if I own my body. The idea of owning your body, I don't even... Like, that's kind of crazy too, no? Like, or having this? Like, what? Since when did I have this? Right? Like, this is mine. I can control it, but it wasn't given to me. You know, it's not like I took this, right? I just spawned into this thing. And so, like, I spawn into this thing, and that entitles me to, like, ownership? I feel like even that conception is strange. Right? Anyways. I don't want to get too lost into that. I don't want to get lost in that. I can't help but smile along with him, because I think Tomitake and Ire were just having a similar exchange.
Oh, that's cute.
できれば人前でもそう呼んでもらえると喜ぶんだがの。
Took control of Pink. Yo, he projected his thought parasite into my mind, and then I got thought parasited. And now I'm going to thought parasitize all of you, and then you're going to become parasocial to me, which will basically be you becoming my, like, peasant bee, and I'm the queen bee, which, by the way, was foreshadowed in the bee poll. The poll I did where I was the queen bee? Wait, oh my god, it was actually foreshadowing. Wait. The poll I did as the queen bee, I was Rika. I have been Rika. Wait. And if I'll show this for y'all so if you haven't seen it. Pink cubed bee poll. Excuse me, so sorry. Let me just get my thorax right through here real quick. Oh, ain't that much better. Oof. Woo! I was drinking too much honey last night. And it was all foreshadowing. It was foreshadowing this with the queen bee phenomenon. So I'm the queen bee. I've been the queen bee since before Higurashi. That's the point. I don't know exactly how old he is, but if he can laugh so energetically, he'll live for many more years to come. I guess the saying about living a long time is true after all. I missed this humiliation ritual. Chat, if you want to watch the bee poll, you're gonna have to go find the bee poll yourself. I don't want to watch the bee poll. My grandfather had his own family, of course. But because he was so into his research, he became estranged from his wife. They were legally married, but they lived separately. I never met his family when I was a child. I only met them after my grandfather committed suicide. Oh. Oh, I didn't know he committed suicide specifically. During his latter years, my grandfather went into psychological despair and began to look at his life with cynicism. His condition became worse over time, and he was shocked at his own dementia. He was afraid of living while his consciousness degraded. So he jumped off the rooftop of the hospital. Only my name was in his suicide note. None of his family members' names were in it. That's when all of his relatives showed up and took everything my grandfather left behind. They were afraid I was going to get his estate. They had lawyers and all that, so I backed down. I asked for everything in his study in return. Those idiots don't understand the value of my grandfather's research. They were actually happy to strike a deal out of court, and they could also get rid of the piles of papers and jars with human organs in them. They never even showed up once when he was alive, yet like hyenas, they appeared after his death. I'd never let them put their hands all over my grandfather's research. Fortunately, I was able to protect my grandfather's soul from their tainted hands. That's intense. Wow, the suicide thing was an important note. It's the bee poll. It's when I had a poll for which series I was gonna watch. Wait, why did I dress up as a bee? Oh, Death of Koizumi-sensei. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, that guy we were just talking to? Yeah, his death is required for one of these fragments. Guys, it doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem good, actually. Oh, we might have this one. A roll of one. Because I think we got the bottle of wine for a toast. Tomitake's promise, draft of emergency manual? I don't think I've gotten Satoko's detailed test result. A watermelon. Mayabara inspecting a vacant lot. Have we gotten her detailed test results? No. We haven't planned to dissect Satoko yet. Nor has she been hospitalized. 30 years curse is required. I think it's this. The death of Satoko Hojo's on. Execution order. I can't. I'm trying to figure out I need to figure out where to go. I don't think Rika has a fever. I just tried that. Shinto priest. Oh. Okay. Win the game for free. The gathering place inside of the Furude Shrine is in fact the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Normally a shrine would be a calm and quiet place, but there are anti-dynam signs everywhere, making it very obvious what this location has become. There are over 30 members of the Guardians here at the moment, and they are having a heated conversation about their plans for the future. I think, was the priest just the dad? I don't know why Shinto would connect, but I think it was just the Rika's dad was kind of what I was thinking. Like, I guess they did contact, so that was the idea there, and it worked. And they are having a heated conversation about their plans for the future. Although this meeting place is on the Furude family's property, it's a community facility, so it closes at 9 p.m. Of course, sometimes the discussion gets so heated that it goes on past closing time, but meetings are supposed to end by 9. If a discussion ends early, they usually chit-chat until that time. That's what usually happens. Of course, they mostly talk about the dam even when they chit-chat. They talk about someone's mistreatment at the government office, or someone getting arrested unjustly, or complain that people at the dam construction site are too violent. Yeah, he's the priest. Alright, W. Since it's idle chatter, the topics are slightly emotional, and because of that, there was a good deal of bad-mouthing the Hojos.
普通に考えてそんなことするかね。あそこの奥さんはさ、ちょっと勝ち気が過ぎて攻撃的なんだよ。この間もさ、
You know what's crazy actually? Satoko living with Rika? Satoko living with Rika? High-key necessary for Satoko to not go crazy? Because Satoko is such like a fringe patient of L5 and all that, like of the disease. She is so susceptible to it, and largely because of her, like, backstory, that her living with Rika would probably be, like, why she's even, like, moderately okay. You know? That even if, like, no, like, if she lived with some random person that wasn't Rika, she might, like, spiral again. Right? Yeah, to the pheromones.
だいたいなんていうかね。本当に粗暴だよね、あそこのご主人は。理性がないというか。ああ、お前さんは地元説明会の時を見てないのかい？ありゃすごかったよ。なあ、あそこまで言うからにゃ、もう村にはおれんよ。さっさと出てけばいいのにさ。金がもらえないのどうのこうの。浅ましいったらありゃしないね。いやいやいやいや、理性のなさで言ったら、あそこの奥さんも相当なもんだよ。
それで、やっぱり遺伝なのかしらね。あそこのお嬢さん、買い物によく見かけるんで挨拶するんだけど、向こうから挨拶は絶対に返さないよ。She's ill. She's ill. 見かけても知らないふりしてんだから。
それ言ったら、あそこの坊主も
Yo, Satoshi's he's allowed to look sad. By now, the Hojo family has become the enemy of the whole village. Bad-mouthing the Hojo family was the greatest shared topic that anyone could easily contribute to. If he had known how powerful the three families were, especially the Sonozaki family, and if he had known Oryo-san's character, he wouldn't have said the things he did. The Hojo couple are residents here. Though they were never very enthusiastic about the council activities, they should have known what kind of person Oryo-san is. You could have imagined just what would happen to him if he talked to her that way. Yet he let his anger take over and voiced his unpleasant feelings. So most people think the Hojo family brought their isolation upon themselves. If they wanted to negotiate with the government regarding the move, they should have done so privately. Yet he was foolish enough to express himself at a public gathering like that. So not too many sympathize with the Hojo family. Ever since the big fight at the explanatory meeting, the Sonozaki family has looked at the Hojo family as their enemy and started to go after them. We kind of just know what's going on. Right. This is kind of a little bit of like a repeat Andy fragment so far, but that's okay. That caused the other pro-Dam families to go quiet, fearing they'd be made into scapegoats too, and those who wanted to leave were bitterly forced to give up. Even those people started criticizing the Hojo couple, saying they could have gotten their compensation to leave if the two hadn't picked that reckless fight. Both the anti-Dam and pro-Dam people hate the Hojos now, and the family has become even more isolated. Moreover, the Hojos are both very aggressive. They should have stayed quiet at least until things settled down, but they didn't. That alienated the handful of people who took pity on them as well, so now nobody even says anything to them. I guess they're kind of explaining how, like, the Hojos being aggressive kind of turned around and made it worse, but then also their aggression probably came from the symptoms getting worse, which, yeah, it's kind of just a mess. All of that was immediately obvious by listening to the foul talk here and there at the gathering place. Rika always helps out by putting the teacups away, so I'm sure she hears what they say as well. One of the Hojo family members they're bad-mouthing is Rika's friend, Sutoko-chan. It hurts to think about what Rika feels while hearing that. As priest of the Furude Shrine, should I let this continue? Okay, it's this guy. It's his POV. Got you. Oyashiro-sama is a god who makes peace between enemies. When the humans and demons fought, Oyashiro-sama descended from heaven and mediated between both sides. As the caretaker of this shrine, I must do something before it goes too far. I'm sitting next to Oreo-san, who is spitefully disparaging the Hojo family. Dude, I still hate Oreo. I've never liked... I'm so tired of Oreo. The elderly people cheer her on as they listen to her speak. If I barge in now, I have a feeling it won't be a peaceful conversation. But I have to make up my mind. As the priest of the Furude Shrine, also for the sake of Rika's friend, Sutoko-chan, this poor guy. Because they turn on him. We know that they kind of turn on him and think he was weak-willed, you know? So that we're seeing like the origin of how that happened.
Yeah. Hojo-san もそんな悪気はなかったと思うんだが、あまりいつまでも尾を引くのはかわいそうだと。
しゃらしいね。おめあれを聞いちゃどんなすったらもあんとね。なあ、しゃらしい。ああ、しゃらしい、しゃらしい。
Like, look at her dialogue. Ryo-san is the head of the Sonosaki family, the heir to the demons. She never forgives anyone who stands against her. So there's no way she would even listen to what I'm trying to say. Oreo-san and the others became furious and refused to listen to me. It also doesn't help that he's like the married-in man as opposed to the someone that like carries the true blood. Like that really kind of debuffs him too. I also mentioned that the dam construction plan will be cancelled soon, so they should calm down already. I said that because the staff of the Eida clinic told me that the government is putting some kind of pressure on the Ministry of Construction. But thinking that I'm being an opportunist? Which is a check for another thing, so we just unlocked another fragment. Soon criticism of me began to circulate the room. After that, I realized that I've become branded as a fence-sitter. If the demons are willing to listen, then there's a chance to make peace, but how can I make peace with people who refuse to listen? I destroyed their mood, so I just have to give up and shut my mouth. Then I felt a little hand on my back. Rika?
Rika か。もう遅い時間だから家に戻っていなさい。
私たちがいくら努力しても
Comes in speaking as like true Rika instead of like meep meep meep. Comes in with her other voice. Rika looked into the distance while she spoke.
このよどみ切った村の悪兵はそのよどみに住まう私たちにはどうしようもないのかもしれない。
We need Keiichi, bro.
でも希望をなくすものか今にきっと。
Yeah, I knew we would be talking about the Messiah Keiichi, bro. Her eyes shone as if seeing a future that only the maiden of the Furude Shrine could see. Talk about it. Talk about it. Aha. 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 I'm a genius. Oh man, we don't have the mother's suspicion yet? What do you mean we don't have the mother's suspicion? She's been so suspicious. Okay, it was a good try. Let's see. Back to the drawing board. Okay. Rock candy treat. Surely we've gotten the detailed test result by now. Oh, frick. Did I double break it? Is it gonna be even more broken? Frick. It's none of those. These are way too crazy, right? Revenge is required, changing schools, big teddy bear, game board, fragments from other chapter. Yeah, no, we're not ready for all that. We are not ready for all that. Distrust of the mother of a queen. Okay, that's how we get her suspicion. This is how we get her suspicion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. Yeah, we've probably gotten the detailed test result. Okay. Dissection plan we haven't worked on. That we haven't worked on. She hasn't been hospitalized. She just hasn't been hospitalized. Truth about the Shirakawa Park accident. Oh, which this is what we would need to do. So this leads to this, but also requires this and this. So I need both of these and this, and then I get this. And then this gets me this, which then gives me this, which then probably gives me a million other things. All right, I see it. I see it. I see it. I just don't know where the next one is. Rika, you have a fever, yeah? Rika, you have a fever? Rika? Rika? Rika has a fever. At this point, I mean, maybe... Okay, when was she hospitalized? Wait, this doesn't make any... Okay, wait. Hospitalized. For what? I mean, she was sick, I guess. They talked about her being sick at some point, but hospitalized? When was she hospitalized? I'm going crazy. It's fine. I mean, it doesn't matter. Hospital. Maybe they just meant, like, went to the clinic. Instead of, like, literally... Wait, hospitalized. Oh, maybe that did happen and I just forgot. But, like, hospitalized? I don't know. I guess when I heard hospitalized, I thought, like something pretty intense. It was last stream. I'll forgive myself then. W forgiveness. Keiichi, you must forgive yourself. Satoshi-kun is a good brother who takes great care of his sister. He went to visit Satoko-chan straight after school and kept encouraging her to get better every day. Without even hearing Satoshi-kun's stories, it was obvious to me that Satoko-chan never had a good relationship with her step-parents. She especially didn't get along with her stepfather. Satoko-chan even called a child abuse hotline once. Not only that, her parents ended up dying in an accident, so she just wasn't able to withstand all that damage. Maybe sleeping until 5 p.m. is bad for memory. Satoko-chan is still very young, so everything... W rage bait. Satoko-chan is still very young, so everything must have been horrible for her to go through. Fortunately, she has a wonderful brother. Emotional wounds are hard to heal, but nothing heals those wounds better than love from family members. I'm sure that one day Satoko-chan will be able to smile again. She's still in shock, but when she talks to Satoshi-kun, she smiles a little bit. Oishi from the police department keeps requesting to see her, but I think I need to protect her for just a little longer. While he's passionate about his job, I wish he'd be a touch more sensitive. If he reminds her of her parents' accident, her emotional wounds will start to open again. That's the one point I worry about with Satoko-chan. I heard someone knocking on the door. It was Takano-san. doesn't look right wearing a nurse's uniform like that. Okay, it's just begging. It's just begging. It's just begging. Okay. She's a licensed doctor, so she should wear a white coat and act like one. Maybe this is fun for her, but I think she might be insulting the real nurses. I didn't say anything, though.
入江先生、ちょっとよろしいですか？
ああ、はい。それではサトシ君、私は失礼します。
あ、はい。
My sweet golden boy.
サトシ君、こんにちは。サトコちゃんと遊んであげててね。ずっと一人でいるから。
Oh man, we're gonna get to see the truth of what happens to him, and it's gonna be so sad. No, Satoshi.
ね。
そんなことございませんわよ。
Oh,
サ
my
トシ君、
boy.
よろしくお願いします。
I got up and let Satoshi's-kun take over.
ところで、何かありましたか？
ここではなんですので、所長室で。
Takano-san smiled meaningfully. Usually smiles bring happy feelings. But when it comes to Takano-san, that's rarely the case.
それは本当ですか？
We should dissect the child.
簡易検査の結果、レベル3以上と思われる高い発症レベルの可能性が指摘されました。彼女をさらに入院させ、より精度の高い検査を行う必要があります。結果待ちですが、私の見たところ、レベル4の可能性すらあり得るかと。
Takano-san's eyes sparkled in a weird way. There's a reason for that. For us, finding patients in the terminal stage is a valuable boon to our research. In fact, as a result of dissecting the murder suspect from last year, we've made great progress in our research. Spheromancer, thank you for the follow. Wait, Sphero, did you just do an unfollow refollow Andy? You know what? Maybe you didn't. Anyways, thank you, Sphero, for the follow. In other words, we finally managed to isolate the pathogen. We also discovered that when the host dies, the pathogen melts away within a few hours. Once that happens, it's undetectable. That's why we never found the pathogen when we performed autopsies. Our research made a lot of progress after that. What we found in this past year has easily surpassed what the late Dr. Takano found in decades. We're now studying the nature, the effect, and the symptoms of the pathogen, as well as treatments and vaccines. In other words, a living specimen who's at the terminal stage is a necessity. I just realized I had never followed lol. Okay, all good. Oh no, oh no, hopefully nobody else realizes that they never followed. Okay. In other words, a living specimen who's at the terminal stage is a necessity for our research. However, we rarely find a patient who's gone that far, who's reached L5. Oh, Satoshi. Great Sif has followed. Tor has followed. I see, how many of y'all are actually... Okay, I shouldn't have even said anything. Thank you, Tor, for the follow. However, we've rarely found a patient who's gone that far, who's reached L5. Satoshi is so cooked. Hinamizawa syndrome once created huge numbers of L5 patients, but today it doesn't have such potency. Because of that, we have to secure L5 patients, or patients who are close to reaching L5 as quickly as possible. Sotoko-chan possibly qualifies to be that next sacrifice. To keep this strange disease a secret, we can't let patients who may be at L5 go. We have to run more tests first. Then we'll figure out what to do next. In any case, Sotoko-chan seems so calm. Her behavior is nothing like the man from last year. Initial tests are in error sometimes. We'll have to wait for the results of more detailed tests to determine how serious her condition is.
わかりました。
経過観察のため入院ということにしましょう。スタッフの皆さんへの手配を
See, now this sounds
お
like
願
a
いいたします。
hospitalization. But anyways, that sounds like a formal answer, but if the results come back positive, that will be the green light for her dissection! I don't know Sotoko-chan that well, but I've known her brother Satoshi-kun through the baseball team for a long time. Oh my goodness, we're talking about the dissection now. How could I dissect the apple of Satoshi-kun's eyes? I can feel scary images flashing in my head for the first time. Yo, Eida was going through, like, his own personal hell this entire time. That is so crazy. She smiled as if telling me that the dissection is already being prepared for too. Is it just her who's smiling? Am I smiling like her too? No, I would not dissect Satoko. When I dissected that man last year, I did feel guilt beforehand. But once I started, it was like I was in paradise. All the pieces of the puzzle that were left by the late Dr. Takano fell into place, and at the same time they didn't. How exciting it was. And honestly, I respect Eida for being able to admit this to himself. Alright? Being able to admit the cruelty and, like, the awareness, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, he's willing to admit that he was into it, right? A lot of people aren't willing to admit that they self-deny. Admit it, be like, oh, I got some crazy parts of me, and then, like, try to, like, find a way to do it without hurting people, you know? Like, WW self-awareness. I find that a positive. Knowing that we are the first ones to take the first steps to solve a mystery, that is. I don't even know how to explain this feeling to those who have never experienced it. There's no way to describe it with words. The only thing I can say is that even a year later, I still remember it vividly. So if the results show that Satoshi-kun's beloved sister is to be dissected, can I control myself? Can I stay calm? But that means I'm a failure of a human being. I know very well that the Hojo family was treated poorly by the villagers, and I know that what Satoko-chan had to go through. Also, I know Satoshi-kun loves his sister, who is his one and only blood relative. How can I dissect Satoko-chan, using my research as an excuse? Man, this really colors his later relationship with Satoko so crazy. He had a phase where he was, like, pondering and, like, wrestling with the idea of dissecting her. And so to be friends with her now is, like, or to, you know, like, really, like, take care of her now. And, like, want to, like, help her out. Almost feels like there's, like, an element of, like, the guilt or something. Yeah. I didn't feel much guilt for the man from last year, but I feel unbearable guilt towards Satoko-chan. That means what I did last year was very sinful. I don't care if a stranger dies, but I don't want Satoko-chan to die. That's not right. All lives are equally precious. I tried to convince myself that he was a violent murderer, but maybe he only became that way because he was at the terminal stage. I don't know anything about him before he became deranged. Oh yeah, this level of empathy is tearing him apart. Maybe he was a model citizen who was worthy of respect. Unfortunately, he became ill and ended up doing what he did. Maybe he was a victim himself, just like my father. I know more about Hinamizawa syndrome than anybody. This disease makes people act in bizarre ways, without those people realizing it. So when the people at the terminal stage do such strange and violent things, one should be sympathetic. Remember when I hated Mion and sent her to the bottom of hell? That's my fault, bro. Yo, that's my fault. I already knew that back when I decided to go down this path. I should have remembered it sooner, but I only did just now. I finally realized what sinful research I'm working on. Stoko Hojo's detailed test results came back. The results say L5. She's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage. It's actually a surprising result. In last year's case, the patient was extremely deranged. According to Takano-san's records, he complained about itching coming from the lymph nodes all over his body and wanted to claw his throat, just as the late Dr. Takano mentioned. Satoko just built different, bro. But Satoko-chan isn't displaying such symptoms. Even in the late Takano's data, throat clawing is said to be a characteristic symptom of terminal stage patients. However, not all patients experience that symptom. Besides, emotional expression is very different in each person. Even if it's the same emotion, one patient may express it rather violently, and another may express it calmly. There's no way of knowing by just looking at a person. But Satoko-chan's detailed test results say that she's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage, L5. In other words, she may be feeling what the man from last year was feeling. It's just that she isn't expressing that feeling in the same way the man was. Hinamizawa syndrome affects the frontal lobes of the brain. It stimulates the most primitive of emotions, doubt, very strongly. As a result, terminal patients are trapped in delusions and paranoia and end up committing horrible crimes. Man, her, yeah. Satoko-chan seems to show improvement when she's exchanging friendly words with Satoshi-kun, but there's a paranoia stirring inside her that may put her in a deranged state at any moment. I can't let her leave the clinic like this. However, if things go according to the manual, I will have to make a decision on her dissection. My decision will only be a formality. I can't actually refuse. Takano-san appears to be already working on the dissection schedule. That plan will then come to me. Would I feel the same way while dissecting Satoko-chan? Will I be able to experience that trance once again? No, the question is, can I fight the temptation? As I pretend to question myself, I'm letting Takano-san prepare things on her own. By doing so, am I passively agreeing to Satoko-chan's dissection? If possible, I want to save Satoko-chan. I don't want her to be a sacrifice for this research. I don't want to dissect her. Then what about the man from last year? Do I only care about the lives of the people I know? And then that's like fucked up in its own way. If I don't dissect her, do I let her live and leave the clinic? Do I simply wait for her to become deranged and commit a horrible crime? And then she'll end up here, just like the man from last year, and I'll end up dissecting her anyway, plus the crime will be committed. The man from last year was dissected alive, and kept that way for several months. We dissected that guy for months? Really? Months? Are you critting me right, Crow? Holy! Oh my, dude, how? How do we even keep a guy alive for that long? With his skull left open, he wasn't allowed to die for several months. He was kept alive just for our cruel experiments. Months? Oh my, I'm so scared for Satoshi. I don't want to do that to her. I don't know what to do. Even debating and agonizing over it is leading toward consent to her dissection by elimination. Did you just say consent by elimination? Yo, what is happening? We're dude. Yo, medical horror is something else. It's, ow, my neck. Oh no. We haven't discontinued the dissection yet, huh? Oh goodness. Okay, interestingly, that didn't actually explain, like, directly what had happened to the people dying. Though I kind of think that since Satoko was L5, she might have, like, done the crime and then, like, been able to, like, reset in some way because she's the GOAT. You know? She got a whiff of the pheromones, bro. Okay, red capsule. Let me try this. Genuinely not feeling good. This is making me sick. Yeah, that's horrifying. The thought of being kept alive for months as you're being medically experimented on. Like, the way that Eida was describing it, it was like, he was like, I felt guilty, but then when I did it, it was great. This wasn't when I did it. This is when I did it for months on end. I thought he, like, dissected the guy once and had a really good dissection. It's like, okay, I can feel that. Months? Like, he slept at night. He went home and slept at night. And he would, like, see Satoshi and, like, do the baseball team stuff. And then go to the lab and then be like, all right, this time we're gonna cut out a piece of the frontal lobe. Eida, really? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I don't even know, bro. Undercover psycho. Yeah, like, the way that it contrasts with him doing normal stuff makes it, like, even crazier. Yeah, the undercoverness. Jeez. Plans for Satoko Chan's dissection are moving right along. Yo. I don't want Satoshi-kun to be sad. I feel pity for Satoko-chan in her harsh circumstances. I'm still struggling with how much I have to sacrifice for the sake of research.
Eh? ああ、すみません。うっかりしていました。どうなさいましたか、リカさん。
僕の友達がずっと長く入院していますが、その子はHinamizawa症候群ではないのですか?
I wonder if there's any fragments that Satoko gets medically experimented on for months in. You know? Probably. That's probably happened. Like, that probably has actually happened. Maybe that's why Rika's having this conversation, because she's trying to steer him off course, like, early or something. Like, I could absolutely have seen that. Like, that the current situation we're in with the whole, like, Rika getting killed thing, low-key, they've been dealing with shit for a long time. There's been a lot of problems in a lot of times. And she even, I mean, Rika has described how, like, she tried to, like, save her parents, right? And so, but then, of course, the time window just kept getting smaller. And so she's probably lived lives with that, too. Oh, man. Yeah, that's pretty troubling, bro. My sweet poor Satoko. Rika-chan is on our side. There's nothing I have to hide from her. Actually, I probably shouldn't keep anything from her.
はい。両親との不仲と、その両親の突然の死、彼女の心には、それは一度に受け入れるのがあまりに大きすぎる出来事でした。それが引き金になったのかもしれません。
Yeah, it could be the trigger or it could be the consequence of it being triggered.
レベル5です。上辺は非常に安定して見えますが、 情緒は非常に不安定です。先日からサトシ君の見舞いも謝絶にしました。
Oh, that's an important one.
サトシに聞きましたです。
Zero Escape is a visual novel with escape room gameplay. Oh, that's interesting. If you end up playing Danganronpa and you like it, you should check it out. It's from the same studio. Ah, okay. I see the connection. Cool. Yeah, that could be I feel like tying that to Danganronpa is a good idea because I'm interested in Danganronpa, so that could be like a if I end up doing Danganronpa, that could be a good follow-up or something for show. Escape room gameplay actually sounds nice, bro. Having gameplay, oh, we're so back. Though that'd be really important, like that'd be really hard to like anti-spoiler. I feel like I'd get lost in the escape room and then chat would just be losing their mind for like 3 hours as I'm stuck. Yeah, Umineko's next for the for sure. I'm doing Umineko after this.
入江、サトコはどうなるのですか
Stoko-chan is Rika-chan's best friend. How can I tell her that we're planning to dissect Satoko-chan? However, even if I don't say anything, she already knows Satoko-chan's condition is extremely poor.
僕の体を調べて、たくさんのことが分かったのではないですか？
ええ、それはもちろんです。症状を抑える効果が期待される試薬も現在いろいろと試しているところです。
それをサトコに与えることはできませんのですか？
一度は考えました。しかしかなり危険です。
Oh, so let's dissect her instead. Like so let's dissect her instead. That's less dangerous for Satoko. I mean, I get what you're saying, but like
では入江、その薬を試さないならサトコはどうなってしまうのですか？
She spoke as if aware of our plans for Satoko-chan. She might be. No, she must actually know. Yeah. I've told her about most of my research. She's more mature than she looks, so it'd be easy for her to figure it out.
僕はサトコが 1% でも助かる可能性があるなら、それにかけるべきだと思いますです。
非常に危険な賭けです。最悪の場合、彼女は即座に末期発症し、錯乱するか、さもなければ人としての心を失い、一生を焦点の合わない目で壁を見て過ごす体になってしまうかもしれない。どちらもそれはあまりに過酷な運命です。
Crazy to say cruel fate with this.
全身麻酔で痛みを感じさせずに眠ったままを殺す方がずっといいというの。
She's whipping out the real voice, bro.
入江、よく高野が言う通り、医学に 100% はない。でもこのまま放置すればサトコを待ち受ける運命は 100% の絶対の死しかない。ならばどちらにかけるかは明白なはず。
そうですね。その通りです。
But I know too well. C103, the medicine that's being tested, may not even be something that can be used. It may not even have a 1% chance of a success. Worse, I can't even imagine what kind of tragic end she'd meet if her body rejects the medicine. That's why I'm tempted to believe it would be far more merciful to feed her favorite food, let her gently fall asleep, and after that dissect her while she dreams. Okay, so at least they're not awake for the dissection, right? Like, I think the guy that was dissected, he was asleep the entire time? I mean, Takano did say, like, oh, reaction tests. Live dissection reaction. Yo. Wait. I think we're onto something. You live react while you're getting dissected. I don't want to admit it, but Takano-san is right. I'm being indecisive and showing a lack of resolve. How effective could the medicine made by someone like that really be? So because it was medicine I created myself, I couldn't even believe there might be a 0.1% chance of success.
僕は入江の作った薬なら信用できると思いますです。
She spoke as if she read my mind. Surprised, I raised my head up to look at her and found her giving me a reassuring look I never would have imagined someone her age capable of. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, her answering his thoughts. Yeah, okay.
入江は人の命を左右するとても辛い仕事に耐えている。本来人の生き死になど人間がどうにかしようというのがおこがましいこと。 その重圧は背負ったものにしかわからない。
Her voice hasn't changed, but I feel like Rika-chan is admonishing me. Almost as if she knows what it's like to be responsible for human lives.
その重さは罪の意識と後悔の重さを加えて決められる。だから入江はまだまだ危険な薬を聡子に試せない。そうでしょう。
Takano-san said the same thing when she criticized me earlier. I'm being criticized again.
でもだからあなたになら聡子を託せると思う。
え？
人の命はとても重い。その重みに耐えかねるのはあなたが人の命を大切にしたい心があるからこそよ。そんな心がなくしてどうして人を病気から救えるというの？高野みたいに人をモルモットとしか思ってないやつの治療薬なんか試せると思う？
Yo, it's crazy for Rika to say something like this and then be like, I wonder who kills me later. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, it's fine. I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help it. I felt like I should laugh.
高野とあなたがそれぞれに薬を差し出したなら、私は入江の薬の方が治るように思う。
Oh, that's kind of cute. It's putting some like respect, trust in him.
薬は人の心から生み出されるんだもの。
Some humanity.
自分の身から滴り落ちる雫で人を救いたいという気持ちが人の病を癒してくれる。
おっしゃる
She
通り
knew
で
you
す。
were dying really soon. What kind of stream would you do? Yo, bro, I don't think I'd be streaming. I think I'd be doing like heroin, okay? In game, in Minecraft. Can you say that? I don't know. You probably can't say that. Anyways.
私は自分の体を
Crazy
他でも
line.
ない
Out
貞
of
子のために
context.
差し出した。私の体から注射針で抜き出したものはすべて私から貞子に捧げる薬の雫。その雫から命の本当の重さを知り、
Funeral
日
live
々後悔
stream.
と自責を忘れないあなたが何かを抽出してくれたなら、それが貞子に効かないわけがない。
Do shrine maidens take confessions? If they do, she's doing a great job being a shrine maiden at this age.
これは賭けになります。聡子ちゃんが果たして受け入れてくれるかどうか。
貞子に伝える必要はありません。
We don't need to tell
貞
her.
子にとってHinamizawa症候群を知ることは
Rika
心
on
の
it,
深
bro.
い傷をもう一度えぐることにしかならないのだから。
What did she mean by those words? When I realized it later, I was surprised by how thoughtful and perceptive she was.
解剖計画を中止させましょう。
Okay.
北条聡子に対する C103 投与実験に
C103
変更します。
experimental
せめて
medicine.
1% でもうまくいく確率が上がるように
Thank you,
努
Rika.
力します。
大丈夫ですよ。
That's so weird how she switches
絶対
back.
にうまくいきますです。
そんな楽観してはいけません。
大丈夫なのです。もう決まってることなのですから。これはフルデ神社の巫女様の心強いお告げです。ファイトオーなのですよ。イエーイ、
Yippee! Yay! Yippee! I don't know if weed is legal in Texas. I don't know. Not legal in Texas. Unlucky. Okay. C103 dose. We might have this one, H170, or maybe a different one. Oh, we need that. Yeah, okay, let's do H1070. Nice. C103's implementation on Satoko was going well so far. It wouldn't make any difference to me if the experiment failed. However, Idei's extraordinary focus and attention to the experiment has avoided Satoko Hojo hallucinating or turning into a vegetable during the experiment. Yo, would she turn into broccoli or cauliflower? And surprisingly, we see prospects of her returning to normal life despite reaching L5. C103 still has many issues, but this experiment proved that even a person who has reached L5 can be cured. I didn't believe in it at first, but I guess I have to acknowledge Idei's hard work. Only Idei could have done this. He was tormented by naive humanism and didn't want to make mistakes, and that is why he felt obligated to cure Satoko Hojo. The reason why I dislike Eida isn't because of his achievements or abilities, but because of that weakness. But this time, I had to praise him for it.
入江所長のレポートを拝見しましたわ。脱帽と言わざるを得ません。
I demand an apology.
いえ、私の研究者としての職務を果たしたに過ぎません。その結果、医者としての職務も果たせたなら、私にとってはそれに勝ることはありません。
今やさとこちゃんは私たちにとって最も重要な検体になったと言っても過言ではないでしょう。何しろレベル5に至りながら生還。
Yo!
初めて
Shout out my girl Satoko!
その通りです。彼女を社会生活に復帰させ、
Dude, like Satoko is so good. Reaches L5, gets cured, is currently getting stabbed to death, mugs Shion. She does it all, bro. Wait, since when am I cruel to Satoko, bro? Satoko's the GOAT. Shout out my girl Satoko.
毎週日曜日にこちらに来てもらって、
disabled puppies. And the crazy thing, by the way, the disabled puppy story is exactly what I was referring to a minute ago with Ire. Ire saying that he liked dissecting that guy and he was like in a trance because of it is the exact same message that I was trying to explain with the disabled puppy story like five chapters ago, 5 episodes ago. All right, I was already there. I was there. Okay, I was here. I was out here making moves, and I get nothing. I get nothing but chastisement from chat. Okay, I get nothing. Yo, W abuse. Okay. TLDR, Pink would be in a trance while dissecting disabled puppies. Stop screeching. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Alright, W.
しかし C103 を日に3
Oh,
回
those
も
are
注
what
射
her
する義
shots
務と
are. I get it.
毎
I get
週
it now.
日曜日に検査に訪れる義務を彼女にどう説明されるおつもりで？彼女には何の病気
We'll
の
pay
自
her.
覚
We'll
も
just
ない
pay her
の
off.
に
We'll just pay her off.
そこは今うまく納得してもらえる話を考えています。今考えているのは私の研究論文に協力してもらうというものです。栄養剤の注射を毎日してもらい、毎週日曜日にその効果を検査する。その代わりに研究協力費としていくらかを支払うという感じです。
I guess Eida is determined to cure Satoko Hojo no matter what. He seems determined to keep her off the dissection table. He and I are in different positions, but I don't have any complaints about his naive ideals so long as they translate directly into passion for our research. If his plans can be put into effect and produce a different result than the dissection would, then they'll still be useful to the overall understanding of the Hinamizawa syndrome. And that's why it's low-key good to have both of them. One will do the super evil, like, nefarious stuff, one of them will try to do the moral thing, and both will, like, give them 2 different approaches for the same objective. Like, just for the effectiveness of the program, that's, like, low-key valuable. I have nothing against Satoko Hojo, it's only that I see her as a research specimen. Not as a person. That's insane. If she could be useful in that capacity without being dissected, that's perfectly fine with
日
me.
に3回もの注射となれば、これは本人だけでなく、保護者の方の同意も不可欠です。確か、ご両親が亡くなってからは、おじ夫婦に親権が移っていましたね。そちらに一度、相談に伺おうと思います。メイへの怪しげな研究協力を承諾してもらえればいいのですが。
大丈夫ですわよ。そのための研究協力費ですもの。月に10万か20万も振り込んでやれば大喜びしますわ。
それだけの予
$10,
算はありますか？
$20, $100, $200, $1,000,
ジローさんを納得させる資料を作りさえすれば。
わかりました。それは私が作ります。あと、さとこちゃんに心労をかけないよう指導しておく必要があります。レベル5をぶり返すことになったら大変ですからね。
As long as you're viewing me, I mean, I got the view. That's what matters here, baby. View me however you want. You could be straight... No, you couldn't be straight jacking it. I don't think I'd be okay with that, actually. I was about to say, you could be straight jacketed to the stream and that'd be okay because you're still watching the stream, but I don't think I want that. I think I'd rather you not watch if you got your hog out. Or your other equipment out. Shout out other equipment. Anyways, I have like a brain worm. I think I have a parasite. I think they're onto something. Parasites are real. They mess with your brain and give you thoughts, and mine is like a weird like sexual parasite, and it needs to die. It's too much. It's killing me, dude. Prefer YouTube or Twitch views? That's actually a good question. I don't know. The thing is, I'm not close to partner. If I was close to partner, then Twitch would be better because then I could just push for partner. But since I'm kind of still pretty far from that, because you need like 75 average, then YouTube's probably better. But I don't know, it's probably reasonably the same. As long as you're enjoying the content, that's what matters, alright? I don't really, just enjoy the content, man. Lock in.
噂では、おじ夫婦はとても現
Mercenary
金
is
な
putting
方
it
だとか、
lightly.
金銭で丸め込むのは可能かもしれません。それらの指導も私の方できっちり行うつもりです。
I've heard Satoko-chan isn't getting along with her aunt and uncle. When do you start OnlyFans? No, okay. I never thought that affect us in any way. But now Eida has to deal with them. Maybe he's developed some kind of sense of responsibility or duty as her guardian. No. Do not re-enable only cubes. I think it's against Twitch TOS. Turn it off. Off. No. We are not linking to my only cubes. Ugh. I don't really care. The more responsible he feels, the more progress our research makes. That'll be a plus for me.
それはそうと。H17 番台についてのレポートを拝見しました。
ええ。入江所長の成果に比べれば足元にも及びませんが、一応の研究成果を出せましたわ。
本当に皮肉ですね。彼女を錯乱から救う治療薬を作っていた研究所で、その傍らでは彼女を直ちに錯乱させる危険な薬が作られていたのですから。
Eida wasn't involved in the H170 research. That was my work. In fact, even if I asked him, he wouldn't have agreed to be involved. This dangerous reagent was developed during the process of uncovering the mechanisms behind how the pathogens controlling Satoko Hojo's brain could induce derangement or paranoia in their host. To put it bluntly, injecting H170 into a patient with Hinamizawa syndrome forced them to express terminal symptoms. It threw the brain into a simulated state of agitation, intentionally forcing the pathogen to grow unstable. If we continue researching this, it will be possible to drive anyone with Hinamizawa syndrome violently insane at any time. Studying the mechanism behind that will help to solve the syndrome's mysteries. So the study on H170 will be extremely important to future research. Also, this medicine has military applications as the client requested. At this point, there's absolutely no use for it, but once our research progresses a bit further, this H170 could be spread at the right moment to cause a certain type of reaction. Compared to a killer virus, it seems like a useless pathogen. But there's no way to detect it in a dead body, and it makes it look as though the person just went insane spontaneously, so it must have some useful applications. The Marco Polo Bridge incident threatened to end research on Hinamizawa syndrome before. A historically important incident like that couldn't have been created by a killer virus. But it's possible with Hinamizawa syndrome. The elders of the Alphabet Project, the sponsor for our research, can think whatever they want about that. I don't care about how they use what I've learned. My purpose is to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and to make people realize how important this research is. Also, to make people acknowledge my grandfather's accomplishments and achievements. Any military applications were just byproducts of the process that I didn't care about.
クライアントにとっては、高野さんの成果の方が喜ばれるでしょう。来期の予算取りが楽になるかもしれませんね。
情熱だけでは研究は続けられませんものね。先立つものがなければ。
これだけの潤沢な資金を提供してくださるスポンサーさんには頭が上がりません。これだけのお金が公費から出ているのですから。
日本という国は私たちが想像しているよりずっと豊かなのかもしれませんね。公費は公費でも表に出せない黒い公費でしょうけれどね。
Eida has no idea what I had to go through to get that money. Anyway, our research is going extremely well. We don't know what we'll find out about Hinamizawa syndrome. But I'm sure every mystery will eventually be solved. I can hardly wait. What the syndrome indicates is that humans are simply empty containers, and what we believe to be our will is simply the actions of parasites that live in our brains. What we believe to be our will? Again, I think that just means that the parasites is our will. Oh, man. Or I guess the scary thing is that, like, parasites implies that you'll be able to control it, and that, like, you know, that you could take a parasite out and then change somebody's mind, or put a parasite in and then change somebody's mind. Or, like, a parasite can spread like a virus and then their minds will be changed, which means that you basically lose free will. I guess that's the fear, is that the ability to control the spread of parasites means that people can control will, which, like, means that people determine will. Because, yeah, I was saying earlier, like, we are the parasites, boom. But then the scary thing is that somebody can, like, I don't know, hit you with a drug and then kill certain parasites if they get, like, really good at it. Or, like, spread, like, a parasite, like, spread the Hinamizawa virus and then everybody's will gets changed. It's like, if we are the will, then getting hit with a new parasite by that natural virus contagion changes who you are, and you, like, become someone else. Like, it's crazy. Like, I think the nature of it spreading like a pathogen is what makes that, like, so scary and, like, doesn't feel like will anymore. How different is this from reality, just considering thoughts nothing more than electric impulses? Yeah, or like considering that, like let's say I believe something and then I express it on stream and then you hear it. In a way, I've just done the same thing, right? I've expressed something and then your will has been shaped by that. And so it's kind of like the spread of a virus, you know? It's what we were talking about earlier with the woke mind virus thing. Like, that terminology does kind of work with the spread of ideology or thought or whatever. And I mean, we can, you know, just to make that, like, analogy, that comparison, it's just here, it's not an analogy, it's, like, literally what could be happening with them, which does make it feel a little bit different. But, like, how different is it really? Because the analogy does work really well. Every time you think old you dies. Hey, to be human is to change, right? What's scary is that illnesses do impact how we think and act IRL, fevers, headaches, etc. Yeah, that is true. And, like, if you're hungry, even something as simple as, like, if you're hungry, you're gonna act angrier, you know? I'm hungry right now. I should probably go I'll have to go get food after stream, you know? And I'm probably I'm gonna act differently because of that. Every time you hear Hinamizawa, you take a shot. That'd be funny. I always knew influencers were viruses. Crazy. I mean, true, but, like, yeah. But then everything's a plague. Like, yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a cool, like, this almost feels like it leads into, like a panpsychist view, which I think I'm doing the right terminology. Let me double check my terminology. Panpsychism. Philosophical theory that consciousness, mind, or soul is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of all physical matter. I know that's a little different than panpsychism. I'm thinking, like, group unconsciousness, I think. Panpsychism is, like, that, like, the tree has, like, some idea, like, some form of consciousness, mind, or soul. That, like, the rock has, like, some part of it has, like, consciousness or something. That there's, like, consciousness in everything. Or, like, soul in everything. But, like, more the idea that, like, what if, like, America has a soul, you know? Or, like, Japan, that, like, these, like, large entities, or, like, the Pink Cube Central itself, right? Like, that any organization has, like, a will, and that in the same way that in our own brains, neurons are a bunch of individual things with connections that fire, and then we get a brain out of it, like a person out of it, that in the same way, in an organization, people are the neurons, and them talking to each other is them firing at each other, you know? So yeah. Like, all of us are just the neurons in the brain of something bigger. Collective subconscious. Something like that. And I feel like that idea, because, like, that's, like, a philosophical concept and, like, a perspective that you can view the world. But if as Hinamizawa, it becomes materially proven that there are parasites, it is medically proven, then it no longer is just a philosophical concept or a philosophical perspective, but becomes, like, more reality, you know? And that is scary, because then you have to deal with the consequences of that philosophy, like, entirely. If that mystery was solved, it would have a greater impact than anything else in history. That is a truth which nobody wants to believe. Can someone talk in general chat? I'm all alone. Yeah, can somebody go talk to Uta, please? This is an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. How does that mesh with there being different factions of opinions in each country? Would you just subdivide based on them? You could subdivide, or you could hit him with the Walt Whitman quote, I am large, I contain multitudes, which is as if to say that even in like individual people, there are forces that fight, right? Like my desire to go eat food versus my desire to stream. My desire to stream is higher, but as I get hungry, it's eventually gonna hit a tipping point and I'm gonna end stream and go get food, right? Like even the human being is based on like, has a bunch of different components that are constantly warring with each other as part of decision making. Like to be human is like inherently contradictory in a lot of ways. And so I think the analogy holds even when you recognize that in a larger scale. Oh, I know now. I know the reason why my grandfather was so fascinated by his work. Yeah. Yeah, the philosophical consequences of this is really scary. Literally me during this stream. Battling with your internal forces. But that's okay! Chad, the most important thing, all will be well. It'll be okay. That's why you just accept yourself and love yourself as much as you can. That's all that if anything matters, love matters. She did refuse the visit. I feel like we might have this. Yeah. Satoko-chan's dissection plan has been scrubbed, and we are getting ready to administer an almost totally untested medicine C103. This experimental medicine suppresses the production of a certain type of hormone, and in doing so, it will stop the transmission of the syndrome triggering Satoko-chan's condition. The mechanism of Hinamizawa syndrome is as follows. The pathogen takes over the frontal lobe of the patient's brain and then induces increased responsiveness to paranoia. As a result, a patient voluntarily carries out excessively defensive behaviors to a problematic extent. If this induction can be cut off, then it'll be possible to save terminal patients from becoming deranged. Ah, Keiichi in Chapter 1. But it only cuts off an induction. It's not really a cure. Ironically, the brain is an organ that learns. Once the brain has learned to be excessively paranoid due to the Hinamizawa syndrome, even after the pathogen is eliminated, the brain doesn't simply unlearn that paranoia. In short, even if the pathogen doesn't induce derangement, the patient will be directed to such emotions of their own volition. This is a crazy line to draw. Good right, Sphero. Good right, good right. It's crazy to be like, they're deranged by the illness, but then we fix the illness, but they're still deranged because of the consequences of the awareness of the illness and like the effect it has on the brain. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Thus, it is impossible to completely escape the nearly deranged L5 state. The proverb, a burnt child dreads the fire, is a good example of this. I ain't never heard that before. I just got a crazy message. Oh my god. Okay, that's funny. It's a good example of this. Even after the burn on your tongue heals, the fear of being burned by food again remains. Okay, sure. Predicted long COVID. Yo, I wonder if I got long COVIDed. I low-key think my ability to... My memory ability took a debuff in the last few years. I think my memory has, like my brain feels like a little bit foggier than it did, like, 10 years ago. And maybe that's just age or something or some other thing. But, like, low-key, I got debuffed. That's okay, though. I'm debuffed now. That's okay. When it ends up being a good thing, we call it learning a lesson. We call it trauma when it doesn't. That's well said. That is well said. We predict Satoko-chan's treatment will take a significantly long time, requiring both medication, such as administering psychotropics, and mental care, like counseling. We have to slowly unravel her mind's solidified paranoia while also suppressing the syndrome's induction of her derangement. That's called aging, Unk. This is the treatment plan for terminal patients like Satoko-chan. However, as we are going to stimulate the parts of her brain that affect her emotions while they are being stimulated by the pathogen at the same time. It's possible that there could be unexpected side effects. Both her mental and physical strength hold the key to our success. We are going to begin the experiment once she regains her emotional stability and physical strength, but... Once bitten, twice shy. I see. It's those damn phones. We're so cooked. Someone who threatens to disturb her emotional stability has been coming here every day. Oishi, the sly old detective from the Okonomi Police Department. He thinks everything from the dam protests to the dismemberment murder of the construction manager is an organized effort secretly conducted by the three families of the village. He even thinks the accident involving Satoko-chan's parents wasn't an accident. That's why he keeps coming back so we can talk to Satoko-chan.
何度来られても聡子ちゃんへの面会を許可することはできません。彼女は両親を亡くしたショックで打ちのめされているんですよ。それを汲み取ることはできませんか。
おー、もしもしもし。
いやいや、本当にちょっとだけお話が聞ければいいんです。そうお時間を取らせるつもりはないんですがね。令状が必要だってんなら申請しないことはありませんが、そうなるとかなり本格的なことになってしまいますよ。私も北条さんの容体を気遣っているからこそ令状を取るなんて無粋を避けているんじゃありませんか。
令状を取ってまで一体何を聡子ちゃんに聞こうとしているのか私にはさっぱりわかりません。
実はですね、今回の転落事故ではなく事件の可能性もありまして、
北条夫妻がダム戦争以来村中から嫌われているという話は知っています。ですがわざわざ旅行先まで追いかけて突き落とすというのは少々突飛すぎはしませんか。
まあ事故でもいいんですがね。ならばどうしてもよくわからない嘘があるんです。どうして嘘が必要なのかって考えるとですね、こりゃ事故ってことはありえないんじゃないかなって思うんです。
嘘とは何のことですか。
いえね、北条聡子さんの言う事故当時は車で眠っていたって話がおかしいんじゃないかなってそう思うんです。
So what if she maybe killed her parents? It's fine. She's fine. Satoko's allowed to do that. I don't care. It's fine. W Satoko. In fact, do it again. Spin him back around the block. All right. Aunt and uncle gotta go. Sorry, Satoshi already takes that one. It's fine. Satoko-chan claimed she was asleep in the back seat when the accident took place, so she didn't get out of the car at the viewing platform. When she woke up, she didn't see her parents. Then she found out they had fallen off the cliff.
それのどこに嘘があるというんです。まさか聡子ちゃんが実は眠っていなくて両親と一緒に展望台へ行ったと、そういう意味ですか。
そうです。北条聡子さんは眠ってなんかいなかった。両親と一緒に車を降りて展望台へ行ったんです。
I'm suddenly hit by a terrible possibility. Ah yes, if what Oishi says is true and Satoko-chan is saying she didn't go to the viewing platform even though she actually did, it's terrible to even imagine.
何を根拠にそうおっしゃっているのかわかりません。それになぜ嘘をつく必要が聡子ちゃんにあるんですか。
Remember when she was literally thinking, they're gonna kill me first. They're gonna kill me. They want to kill me. Poor Satoko.
なぜ北条聡子さんは嘘をつかなければならないのか。それの本当のところを教えていただけないと、こいつはただの転落事故ってことでは済ませられないんです。
どうして聡子ちゃんが嘘をついているとお思いなんです。
今回の事故は所轄が違いますので、白川署さんが関係者から事情聴取をしているんですがね、その調書を読んでみるとどうにも引っかかるところがある。
引っかかるところとは何ですか。
北条聡子さんの主張によるならば、彼女は両親に展望台へ行こうと誘われたが、眠たかったのでそれを断り車を降りなかったという。そして彼女はそのまま熟睡してしまい、相当の時間が経ってから目を覚ました。そしていつまでも戻ってこない両親に不安感を募らせ、泣き出した。その声を聞いて巡回中の公園作業員が話しかけて発覚したことになっています。この時ですね、公園作業員の証言では両親が崖下に転落したと彼女が先に言ったというんですよ。ところがこの時、北条夫妻が止めた車の位置からは問題の事故現場ははっきりと見えたわけじゃないはずなんです。いや、注意深く見れば柵が破損していたのを気づけたかもしれない。でもですよ、目が覚めたら両親がいないのを知って 真っ先に崖下へ転落したというのは尋常ではないと思うんです。普通は両親が自分を置いてどこかに散歩に行ってしまい戻ってこないというはずなんです。転落する直接の現場を見てもいないのに、両親が転落したと第三者にいきなり言うのがね、私はどうしても腑に落ちないんですが、この辺りどうして彼女は両親が転落したと確信したのか、その経緯を教えてもらいたいと思いまして通い詰めているところだったんですよ。入院前に私も何度かお尋ねはしているんですが、記憶にない。当時は混乱していたと、まるでどこかの政治家みたいな答弁でしてね、私はじっくり話をしてみる価値があるかなって思っていたんですよ。
The terrifying possibility has turned to certainty in my head. I'd assumed that her parents' accident triggered her terminal symptoms. But no. Satoko-chan had already gone terminal, and just before the accident, her heart was filled with paranoia that drove her mad. Yeah, that's what I was saying just a minute ago. Oh, man. She was under a lot of stress because of her bad relationship with her stepfather. She was also being scolded by her mother for not being able to get along with him. That made her paranoid and made her think her parents considered her to be a bother and were going to kill her. Which is what she was thinking. When they went to the viewing platform, she must have thought they were going to push her off the cliff. Then a tragedy took place and she pushed her parents off instead, although she considered it to have been self-defense. I'm certain of that, because I know Hinamizawa syndrome better than anybody. This accident isn't an accident. It isn't a crime either, just like Oishi is thinking. It is simply a tragedy. When I talked to Satoshi-kun about the family, I was even more convinced. He told me even though Satoko-chan refused to open up to her stepfather, he had tried to communicate with her. It's true their relationship didn't go well in the beginning. Satoko-chan caused trouble repeatedly and even called the city's child abuse hotline. At that point, they received guidance from the Child Consultation Center, and they pointed out the problem lay in lack of communication between daughter and stepfather. So the stepfather took a parenting course under the social worker's guidance, and awkward though it was, he made efforts to communicate with her. Satoshi-kun noticed his efforts, so he tried to talk to Satoko-chan about it. But Satoko-chan didn't notice them at all. The excessive stress she was under triggered terminal symptoms, and she couldn't understand her stepfather's remorse. On the contrary, her stepfather's change created even more mistrust within her. As a result, they went to enjoy the beautiful view of the Shirakawa Nature Park as a family and to share in that joy. Yet that humble, ordinary family's wish couldn't even get through to Satoko-chan. What a tragic misunderstanding. Satoko-chan stayed in the car telling her parents that she wanted to sleep, but then she got out and snuck up behind them. Betty heard her footsteps. He pretended not to notice her, thinking that she was doing that to surprise him. It's sad just thinking about what must have ran through his mind. While he thought he had finally gotten through to her, she was actually approaching him with the intent to kill. But that's not Satoko-chan's true nature. It's the disease. Satoko-chan isn't the only one who is to be pitied. Her parents are its victims too. And now Oishi thinks she's a criminal. Judgment and punishment are required for crimes with malicious intent. But what she really needs is understanding and sympathy. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. I don't think I have anything to add. And no one has that understanding except for me because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome. I am the director of the Eida Institute, but I've never behaved as such or exercised that authority, but I'm going to do so for the first time since taking the position. I'm not doing it as the head of the Eida Institute, the secret research organization. I'm doing it as a doctor, so I can protect Satoko-chan.
自然公園の里子ちゃんの両親の転落事故ですが、この件、事故で決着するように、山犬のおこのぎさんにお願いしてもらうことはできますか？
ええ、そんなことお安いご用ですわよ。山犬はそういうものの隠蔽や
Crazy thing is, this is gonna happen, and Oishi's gonna be like, ah, the Sonozakis, they're covering their tracks.
事故が事故ということに決着しないと、警察がうちの実験体に近づいて邪魔ですものね。
そういうことです。特に大石さんがこの件から早く引き上げるようよろしくお願いします。試薬投与実験のデリケートな時期です。
Wait one second.
不要な辛労をかけるのは適当ではありませんので。
Good right, fool. Good right, good right.
まったくですわね。山犬にそのように伝えますわ。 警察にも
Wait, this is cool.
すで
What
に
the
コネ
heck?
クションがあるとのことなので
Wait, how did you do
圧
this?
力をかけるよう指示
Look
し
at
ま
this
した
name. I've never seen a name that has like another language, but then it has like this, but look, the text is different. So like, it's like thinner. It's like you have double name, but this one's smaller, and this was like because normally the names are like thick, but like the English spelling is like thinner. Oh, that's so cool. I've never seen that.
近日中に白川転落事故は事故として確定することになると思いますわ。
With that, it was declared an accident. If only it really was one, it would have eased Satoko-chan's soul. Getting rid of the pathogen can't heal that wounded soul. Nor can it erase the tragedy that had already taken place. All I can do is my best, so the day she regains her smile comes sooner. Okay, so confirmed Satoko killed her parents, but also she was straight up L5, so that sucks. And then the moral, like, how that opens up the door morally is really brutal, where it's like, I don't even, you know, that's like so hard to untangle in my head. I'm really stuck on it. Man, Takano looks pissed in this one. Remember how Satoko pushed Ch8 in Chapter 3, and how Rika in Chapter 4 said they were pushed, then changed her mind and said it was an unfortunate accident? Yeah. Yeah, that's reasonable. The Satoko pushing Ch8 is true. Well, though, to be fair, Ch8 was, like, Satoko was really going through it at that point, you know? But yeah, that is cool that is a repeated thing, right? That's a good little clue, put out. Damn. Well, that's brutal. Anyways, distrust of the mother of a queen? Okay. Oh, finally! She's developed a fever! Finally! Rika has developed a high fever, a very high fever. It's not flu season, nor a season for any type of contagious disease. I could only think of the suspicious experiments Rika has gone through. Maybe the fever is being caused by those. Her growth is rather slow compared to other children her age. I think you change your site location to Japan, and then you have a display name placed you can put Japanese script in. Oh, that's so cool. Ah, what a technique. Receiving mysterious shots and going through experiments every week, I'm sure her body is exhausted. I've asked the staff to go easy on her, but Rika herself is fearless and is willing to go through anything. My husband, who should be admonishing her for that, truly believes their story that it's crucial to the lives of over 2,000 villagers, and takes our own daughter to that clinic every week. I'm the only one who's sincerely worried about her health. That's why I want to ask Dr. Eida to be a little more considerate towards Rika. Anyway, I have to talk to them about taking responsibility for this. Right after I called, a staff member came to pick Rika up to admit her to the clinic. As her guardian, I came with them.
落ち着いてください、お母さん。必ず救いますから。もうしばらくお待ちになってください。
これが落ち着けるかというんです。急にこんな高熱が出るなんておかしいじゃないですか。
He's so loud when he's saying that.
先週にやったというなんとかという怪しげな実験の影響じゃないんですか。リカはね、年相応の小さな女の子なんですよ。リカは友達思いだから。病気にかかった友達のためにと。
Dude, I feel so bad for Rika's mom. She really got like such a brutal, like she was just confused the entire time and
間違ってもリカさん
everything.
に悪い影響を及ぼすようなことはありえませんし、万一にもそのようなことが起こらないよう常に注意をしています。
だったらこのリカの熱は一体どういうことなんですか。
おそらくは季節の変わり目ですので。
風邪なわけないでしょ。あなたたちが妙な薬を注射したからに決まっています。
Dr. Eida only told me to calm down and refuse to accept responsibility. My husband told me this is all for the sake of the village, and that's why I've held back my doubts until now. But I'm at my limit. Their existence has been suspicious from the beginning. They're conducting their research in secret using a privacy policy as an excuse. That was shady enough on its own. It's just impossible. In fact, I called the Ministry of Health and was told that wasn't true at all. Oh, jeez. Even after I told them I'm Rika Furude's mother. This poor woman. The clinic even came up with stupid excuses saying normal workers often don't know of a special institute like theirs. That doesn't make sense at all. It's much, much too suspicious. Also, there are people who don't appear to be researchers working at the Institute. They look like security guards, but they seem so different from normal guards at a normal hospital. In fact, one time I accidentally saw that they were armed with guns.
それはですね。
あの人たちは警察なんですか？
They're trying to keep Rika
とてもそうには
safe.
見えません。
This poor mom.
大体あなた方は何者なんですか？厚生省の人間だなんて私は今更信じませんよ。
Dr. Eida seems taken aback by my intensity and can't even answer properly. They're still hiding a lot more from us. That tells me the research they're working on with Rika isn't anything proper.
とにかく私はリカの保護者です。リカはまだまだ子供です。あの子が何をどう返事しようとも今後は一切
And she like do got that right as far as I understand. Though I don't know how it contrasts with like having the dad be into
リカちゃ
it.
んのお母さんではありませんの。どうもこんにちは。あら、どうかなさいまして？
いえ、その。
Did you see how Idai's face changed?
これ以上研究に関わらせたくない
Takano
とおっ
walks
しゃっ
up,
てま
starts
して。
talking all Takano-like, and he literally frowned. Eida is like, he's just thinking like, oh my goodness, are these two really about to have an interaction? Do I really gotta witness this right now? Takano's about to make this way worse.
それはどうしてですか？
うちの子はあなたたちの実験動物ではないからです。
そう扱ったことなどございませんわよ。それは大きな誤解ですわ。
I'm a little startled. Dr. Eida is a weak person who backs down under pressure. Takano-san is different. I'm yelling at her, but she's not afraid at all. On the contrary, she's glaring daggers and looks as if she's about to jump on me. Yeah, Takano's scary, bro.
リカちゃんの熱は風によるものですわ。私たちのせいだなんてとんでもない。私たちは安全や衛生には国立研究所クラスの注意を払ってます。失礼ですが、アルコール消毒もしない手でリカちゃんの手を引いて歩いているあなたより衛生的なくらいですわよ。
Oh my goodness. I barely have it in my head. It's like the medical things that I think were genetic based that I think were with a black woman, and the credit and like the monetary credit like never like went to her or her family, and like reparations had to be made later, like something like that. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Because I'm kind of getting like a little bit of like that kind of vibe with the mom, where like there's like some secretive medical business going on, and they're like not getting the frick. I really want to find this piece of. I think it's actually a kind of good analogy. Woman medical, black woman medical experiment, genetic. Henrietta Lacks! Cancer! Yes! I found it. This. It kind of reminds me of this a little bit. No, it wasn't genetic. It was cancer. I was wrong. It was an African-American woman whose cancer cells are the source of the HeLa cell line, the first immortalized human cell line, one of the most important cell lines in medical research. But, like, it was taken from her, or, like, they were cultured and used for, yeah. As was then the practice, no consent was required to culture the cells obtained from lax treatment. Neither she nor her family were compensated for the extraction or use of the HeLa cells. And so that was, like, a later, like, a thing that, like, it was later, like, a thing. Kind of reminds me of that a little bit, where, like, there's, like, all this, like, suspicious, like, medical stuff going on, and the mom's, like, trying to, like, refute consent. Yeah. I don't know. That's, like, a real-world comparison that I think kind of is there a little bit. Though this is obviously, like, they care about consent more in this time period. Even if it's still, like, we've seen some kind of crazy stuff with Takano, but, yeah.
そんなことは聞いていません。とにかくリカはあなたたちのおもちゃじゃないんです。リカはもう二度とここへは連れてきません。
あなたの一存で決められては困りますよね。
Scary Takano. Glaring Takano. She got crazy eyes with this one. Holy.
ご協力をいただくことについて ご両親には契約書にサインをしてもらっているはずではございませんの。研究に協力していただく見返りに。
Oh, but look, like they're at least getting compensation. So that's different from the Henrietta Lacks comparison, right? They signed a consent form and got compensation, but sheesh. Wait, what? Rika receiving money for participating in the research really is news to me. How does she not know this? Knowing my husband's character, he wouldn't have used it as spending money behind my back. I bet he thought of it as a free service for the villagers and completely forgot about the money being deposited into our account. There haven't been any strange deposits in the regular account, so maybe in our savings? Anyway, I don't care about that. Kept outside the loop, bro. Oh, shit. That's brutal. She's bringing down the contract on him.
Takano-san. 落ち着いてください。お母さんもどうか。Hinamizawa将校軍は以前にもご説明させていただきましたように。
This like stresses me out. This is like watching like parents argue, bro. It's just uncomfortable.
治療していかなくてはならないものなのです。そのためにはどうしてもリカさんのご協力が必要なのです。
治療のためって。じゃあその治療薬はいつになったら出来
I
上がる
don't
ん
like
ですか？
confrontation. I don't like argument. It stresses me out.
リカの友達のさとこちゃんのためということでしたけど、そのさとこちゃんはもう退院して元気に生活しているというじゃありませんか。確か先々週にうちの人が話を聞いた時にも、もう治療のめどは立ったというようなお話をされていたはずですわよね。
めどはついたというような話はしたと思います。ですが、Hinamizawa将校軍の全貌を解明するためには。
全貌の解明なんか最初の話で聞いていません。リカが協力するのは村人の病気を治療するためのはずです。ならもう十分ではありませんの。皆さんがリカに怪しげな研究やら検査やらをしているのはあなた方の興味本位であって、治療とは何の関係もないんじゃありませんの。
I mean, that's true for Takano. I don't think that's true for Eida, though. Eida, I think, he's genuinely trying to help
リカさんの
everyone.
風の件は誤解なんです。もしどうしてもご不審ということでしたら。
とにかくもう結構です。お金の話もあるみたいなので、私も帰って夫と相談しますから。
Fair.
それでは失礼します。
That's fair. Disengages to go talk to her hubby. That's fair. They were just too shady from the very start. Because of their exaggerated story, Rika and my husband took their side, but it won't work on me. Anyhow, I must settle things with them right away. Because Rika isn't their toy. I especially don't trust that woman called Takano. Dr. Eida seems to me like he's still a doctor, but she doesn't. Valid. How can I describe her? I guess I can say the glow in her eyes is just unpleasant. She only sees Rika as a guinea pig. True. I can feel cruelty emitting from her. Neither my husband nor Rika have noticed that. I must protect her. As a mother, I must protect Rika. Dude, this poor mom. Oh, I thought they were finishing it. Lock in?
あそこで喧嘩を買ってしまったら余計に話がこじれてしまうではありませんか。あなたらしくもないですよ。
そうですわね。ごめんなさい。取り乱してしまって。
Oh wow. Oh wow. I mean, how sick are we? Did we ever cure ourselves? Can I ever just say, oh, Takano only gassed the village because she was L5. It's fine. No. I kind of wonder. Because I don't think they haven't said they have the vaccine yet. Though they eventually get the vaccine. I imagine she would know if she's infected. Did something happen to put her in a bad mood, Eida, I wondered. The heated conversation just had didn't involve the Takano he knew. Interesting door to open there. Conceptually. Interesting conceptual door. Okay. Mother's suspicion, marked as opportunist. We can do third sacrifice. The situation has changed. Rika's father suddenly changed his mind about having her help out with the research. Oh? When Rika came down with a high fever the other day, her mother, who wasn't happy about her daughter helping in the first place, finally blew up. I was hoping the father would convince her somehow, but now he seems to be on her side. Oh. Rika's father didn't get emotional like her mother, but he demanded that we make our research plans for Rika clear. And that we finish our research within 3 months at most, which was completely unrealistic. Oh no, you're telling me I click third sacrifice? And then they start talking about like, wow, they're trying to revoke consent. Oh, they're gonna kill him. I think with the syringe, right? That was an idea that they would just like make him sick and he would die in that way. And then she like throws herself in the swamp. Like we were talking about that last. I was suspicious about this last stream. Research can't have a deadline. That's out of the question. We cultivate results by grinding down our knowledge, skills, and time. To take time away from us is like taking away what's vital to live. You're killing us! You're killing us! How could he say such a thing? Curses, 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 curses. Rika's parents are only saying that because they don't know anything about scientific research. However, as they are the parents of the Queen Carrier, we are completely lost about what to do. Tests and experiments on the Queen Carrier are an essential part of our research into Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is the focal point of our work. To lose her would be like losing your sense of direction out in open water. Rika is providing her cooperation with our research, but the withdrawal of her guardian's consent would be a setback. The situation is extremely dire. Rika's parents are only interested in finding a cure, but to me, the cure is only a small part of solving the mystery. I can't let her go. Are our differences causing this predicament? It's not only them, the same is happening between Eida and me. He thinks it's inevitable that we need to stop the research if Rika's parents refuse to consent. That's understandable. From the beginning, Eida never had the determination to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. He won't back down from the research assertively, but he will passively by agreeing with Rika's parents. Is that the attitude of a researcher who's trying to unravel mysteries? He's the type of man who would step on my grandfather's research with his dirty feet. He is nothing but a coward who is in this half-heartedly. He started to feel guilty over his past the moment he saw blood. He isn't qualified to even be involved in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. He's simply an outsider who joined in because of the client's demands. If I were a man, he wouldn't be here in the first place. Damn! I mean, she kind of right. Because they low-key, like, you know, there's probably a misogyny element thrown in. While it's true he produced wonderful results with his development of a cure, he seems to think it's alright to close up shop with that. Is he planning to waste everything by being satisfied with just that tiny result? That man doesn't have any right to discard my grandfather's research. I can feel my guts boiling. No. Eida isn't the main person at fault. The one to blame here is that woman, Rika's mother. If she wasn't so selfish, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe it's partly my fault. I maintained trust through relationships and obligations all this time. But somehow Rika's mother and I didn't get along, so I didn't try to socialize with her. I thought it was fine because I got along with Rika and her father, but now the mother's influenced her father and changed his decision. What negligence. What a reversal. What a blunder. Eida is saying we should talk to the office in Tokyo about what to do next. Yo, she's so like, I didn't manipulate the social situation well enough. That's crazy. But I know once the Tokyo office finds out about this, they'll order us to shut the research down. I've worked so hard to even get things started. If they hear anything negative, they'll put a stop to it. I've come too far to complete my grandfather's research. I can't let it be stopped. Yo, mountain dogs! Mountain dogs! I still have a little time to think about this. I need to calm down and analyze this carefully. I've always come up with a great plan when I drink my favorite tea and bite my nails like this. I looked up at the ceiling and closed my eyes, as tenderly as possible. There were times where I couldn't find a solution, but someone else came up with a simple one. I've been able to overcome everything that's been thrown at me. I even endured the hell at that orphanage. Takano's end goal? Complete her grandfather's research, ascend to godhood with him. GG, win the game for free. Which I think the hidden end goal is like, feel okay. Because she's had a really shitty upbringing. So like, she's trying to fill those holes, right? So I will never let that woman get in the way. Settle your thoughts down. Think about this clearly. Be calm, Mio Takano. Someone else may come up with a better idea. But who? It's not me. It can't be Ire. Of course, nobody from the village will do. Do I talk to someone in Tokyo? No, I can't. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Even Koizumi-sensei would be disgusted if he finds out I can't solve such a simple matter by myself. Mountain dogs. I know. There's someone I can talk to nearby. They're supposed to be my subordinates after all, so it's worth a try. I call the leader of the Mountain Dogs Okonogi. The Mountain Dogs are my subordinates, but they're part of the self-defense force, and I'm just a researcher. So we never really had a chance to interact. He did what he was supposed to, and I did what I was supposed to, so I never even thought of discussing anything with him. But the Mountain Dogs are there to protect and support our research. Why didn't I think of talking to him before?
そら、
Why is he winking at me? Yo, get your hand out your pocket, bro. I really don't like that I look like this guy. I really dislike that I look like this guy. Talk to your friends, Pivot. She got it. Good job, Takano. It's just like Keiichi for real, for real. I hate this. I hate this. Why do I have to look like this guy? Like, he's actually the worst. Yo, freak the hairline. Can I, like, I'm just wearing my hair down now. I can't look like him. I refuse. Yo, they're all bad. I either have to look at... Yo, shut up. I either have to look at the remake one, which I don't like, or this one with the schnoz, or this one with the face. He used to speak standard Japanese, but now he has the Hinamizawa accent. I guess fitting into the region is the first thing they need to do. I believe you look more like Ire than this guy. Oh, thank God. I feel way better about that. I asked Okonogi rather directly. I'm not really expecting an answer, but... This guy was just fiending for a mission. I'm startled. Rika's mother is my enemy, but I was thinking about how I could convince her. But the leader of the Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligence unit whose duty is to protect the secret research, came up with a much simpler plan. Yo, why he doesn't have the delineations in his teeth, bro. It's like he's wearing a mouth guard, or like he's foaming up from the mouth. Okay. Right. This is a very simple problem to him. Rika's mother has started to interfere with our research. Not only that, there's a chance she might talk to people about the Institute. So they will eliminate her. How do you feel about this, Takano? Okay. The nose is uncanny. Can I just shave the nose off my face? I remember now. The Mountain Dogs are the ones who kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and used that to blackmail him. It has been a few years, so I completely forgot about that. They did such a marvelous job then. That's right, that's right, that's right. I have the Mountain Dogs on my side. Yo. The parents are trying to revoke the consent for the experiments. Let's kill him. It's like... It's crazy. I mean, I wonder why, like, maybe that's part of why Rika never got another guardian. Is so that they couldn't... Maybe, like, they manipulated it so Rika wouldn't get another guardian so that they couldn't revoke consent. Because Rika's fine with it, so they just made sure, they kind of set her up to be on her own. That could be interesting. I don't know how they would do that, though. That's very, like, manipulation. I don't know how they would arrange that. But, like, yeah. Just like a cat's eyes under a bright light. I can feel something in the back of my eyes open up. Up until now, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to make her my ally, or at least make her surrender or pacify her. Oh, but I can just kill her. Yet one order to this man and the problem's easily solved. I feel like a bird taking its first flight. Ah, how easily I can get rid of that annoying mother. All I have to do is give an order. feel grateful to Koizumi-sensei for giving me such a terrific subordinates. Man, it's so scary, like, she feels a sensation in her perspective changing. You know? Like, her eyes, she can feel her perspective change. Now, like, because now she can look at people and be like, oh, I can get rid of you if I order you. Like, it changes the way she interacts with the world. And, like, your eyes are, like, one of your vessels to the world. So for it to be, like, represented through, like, feeling something in your eyes shift, oh my god. What a wonderful power he has given me. I was taught that all people are equal. But if I have the power to control people's lives, then that means I'm more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others. If I have the power to control people's lives, then that means I'm more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others. Oh, man. And, well, that's the fear, like, with the parasite thing. Like, if you could control the parasite thing, then that's kind of similar. What's up, Oe? There's just, like, where, like, now, like, it just dramatically makes people, like, less people. They're less like people and more like things you control. Like, I don't know, man. Yo, no wonder, bro. Yo. I'm really struggling this stream because it's just like that. This is like it's too real. It's getting too real for me. I think it's getting too real for me, right? This is kind of like it kind of reminds me of the chapter 3 with like Satoko being abused and how that was really hard to like experience because it's like it's real. It doesn't feel like, as much as it's fictional, it feels so reflective of reality that it's so painful. And this is like a really disturbing insight into like how certain people think, especially people in power. And so it's like, oh god, like it's scary. I think I'm afraid, or like disgusted, or like I feel like my perspectives is changing or something. I don't know. It's just it's troubling in that way. It's very troubling. It's like taking control from her childhood. Yeah, and that's why I brought up like her childhood a little bit, when like what is her end goal? You know, it's all based off of like the hole in her heart from being from a youth. You know, which is why like the hole in your heart from your youth. That's like why like when we bring up like the malicious intent thing, it's like, yeah, you can have malicious intent, but like there is still like a quote like disease underneath it. But like you can also be too empathetic with that and then let people do evil stuff. Okonogi putting this idea into her mind offhandedly is so sinister with how easy it is to fall into that mindset. Yeah, that's well said. Where he literally was like, oh, I can take care of it. And then she was like, oh yeah, you can take care of it. And that's why like the physicality of it is, this line is so scary to me. I don't know why this jumping out to me so much. Just like a cat's eyes under a bright light, I can feel something in the back of my eyes open up. The physical sensation of, oh, I can kill you. You know? And the funny thing is, there are clips of me from YouTube where I say shit like this. And I'm joking, but like, it is a joke, to be clear, but it like, jokes are also explorations, you know? Like, I really dislike when people use jokes to avoid accountability. There is something to be, like, you joke about it to like experiment with it in your mind, right? It's like chewing on something a little bit, right? And it can still be a joke and end as a joke, but like, there is a component, right, of learning or coping or something. And so the thought of like, oh, there's a problem, kill him, lol. It's like, yeah, that kind of is an effective strategy in a lot of situations, but also it's a terrifying strategy. And so joking about that is kind of like, it's experimenting with that, you know? Oh man, it's really scary. This is so scary. Does he mean only Rika Furude's mother? I can feel chills all over my body. If possible, maybe I should have her father disappear too. Rika is willing to help. She has no other relatives in the Furude family. If both parents die, she has to depend on someone. The Eida Institute can support her. We can give her status, money, and protection. We can give her everything. By doing so, maybe it's possible to make her one of us rather than just having her as a helper. All my worries are melting away. Everything I was just concerned about seems like a joke now. I had such powerful subordinates all this time, yet I never realized. All of my tension is being released and I'm starting to feel relaxed. I can feel myself regaining my cool head. I'm going to get rid of them. Rika's parents, that is. The queen carrier is my guinea pig. A guinea pig doesn't need parents. That's right. It's almost time for the Okonogi festival. If they die on that day, people will call it the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The murder case from 2 years ago and the accident from last year are two separate incidents. Yet because they happened on the day of Okonogi, they're being called the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Then if her parents' deaths occur on this year's Watanagashi, it'll be Oyashiro-sama's curse 3 years in a row. The miracle of Oyashiro-sama, also the curse. I'm going to create them. This is a chance for me to ascend to godhood and toy with human fate. The incidents that occurred 2 years in a row are said to be a curse, but not everyone believes that. Dude, this is crazy. Because if she didn't have access to Okonogi, she wouldn't probably have ended up gassing the village. Like, not even just because she legitimately couldn't, but like, if like the mentality that led her there is she has gained access to by having the means to it, you know? Like she's obviously corruptible because of how crazy she is, but like this is like he is such a catalyst for her corruption, you know? It's crazy. However, if it happens 3 years in a row, then everyone has to believe because that'll be a true curse that's created by me. I'll become Oyashiro-sama. My desire for revenge against God is coming together.
ただ消すだけではなんだか面白みがないと思わない?
When I started to laugh, Okonogi grinned to show his interest.
私たちの手でお社様のたたりを作ってみるの。
Yo, I feel kind of sick to my stomach. This is really bothering me today. Something power corrupts. Yeah, I mean, it's what she said, like, having power over other people makes me more important than them, right? Like, the idea that having power over someone dehumanizes them and, like, extra humanizes you is really scary, you know? I don't even know, I think what bothers me is, like, I don't have an answer. I don't even know how you deal with that. I don't even know what you do. I can't just let her die. She'll be demoned away, and I'm going to enjoy dissecting her alive. Oh, God! Oh, God, it got worse! Oh, God, I don't want to look at it. Oh, it got worse! It went from demon her away, it went from kill her to take her into our basement and experiment on her. Oh, God! Her mom just wanted to protect her kid. She just wanted to protect Rika. And now she's gonna get dissected in the basement of the Ire Institute? Ire, you know about this, right? Ire! There's no way he knows. No, this had to have been kept secret from him. If he knows about this and then lets it happen, then that's crazy. You sure you can still fix Takano? She's too late at this point. No, the fix Takano idea, I think, the hope for that comes from the repetition element. Where, like, time gets inverted and she can, like, learn from, like, sins of, like, other futures. But at this point, like, well, it depends on the timeline, right? Like, if we had a fresh timeline, yes, she's fixable, because that's the entire point, right? But, like, someone being fixable does not entitle them to be fixed. Does that make sense? Like, because if you're entitled to being fixed, that means you're not, like, you're protected against death. But sometimes you just gotta kill someone. Like, that's my crazy contradiction in my head. Everyone can be saved, everyone deserves happiness. However, sometimes you just gotta kill them. And this kind of shit is really crazy. Of course, I won't just have fun. This will be extremely useful for our research. After all, she's the previous... You started the sentence with fun? You started the sentence with fun. Of course, I won't just have fun. As if that was, like, the priority there. Oh my god. The previous queen carrier. I feel like a little, like, you know what I feel like? I feel like a small animal, like a rabbit. I feel like a small rabbit shivering in cold rain. I think that's how this feels to me. That's like the visual that comes to mind, and I think it comes to that. I think that's what I feel, because I feel small and powerless and like prey in an unforgiving world. The cold rain is the unforgiving world and the environment that I'm in. I feel like a small rabbit shivering in it is me being just victim to a terrifying world that's a lot bigger than me, that has predators that want to kill me. Bathroom break to reset the mind. I mean, I'm not gonna, I don't need to pee. I'm also not gonna stream like a ton longer, probably. We'll probably chew through one, maybe two more of these. But I gotta eat, and I also gotta help my mom out with something. I have to help her with a tech issue for her work. But yeah. Remember in chapter 1 when we were like, oh no, Rena's evil, and behind the scenes, this is what's going on. And it's worse. Oh, yeah, the hydrate. Yeah, y'all were, I ignored that. Chad, do you think it's bad to engage with stories that make you feel bad? Why don't I just, like, go, I don't know, like, watch some, like, slop? Why don't I just engage with slop that is only feel-good slop? Like, some sort of, like, fucking isekai action power fantasy, you know? Like, whenever I see, like media, like, this kind of media that reflects the real world in, like, such scary ways, is so scary for me that it makes me feel kind of worse. And, like, on one hand, it can be, like, educating and empowering to, like, have a higher awareness, but on the other hand, it's like it makes me aware of how, like, powerless I am and how scary the world is. I love engaging with stories that hurt me. The more emotions something get out of me that aren't "this is flawed," the better. Like, and I usually have that mentality, but, like, I don't know, maybe awareness is a curse. Like, the thing is, like, some emotions are bad. Like, feeling bad is a bad emotion, and I don't like it, you know? And you can have a good cry, and you can have a good fear, but, like, I just feel powerless and scared. This just freaks me out. I guess it depends on the day. You need to handle it with care sometimes. That's a good way to put it. Can't know joy, hope without sorry, despair. I think disagree with that philosophically. Like, because that's a pretty popular conception. So not to say it's stupid, because I don't think it's stupid, but I try to disagree with that pretty conceptually. Thank you, Epic Games BRL. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Just because, like, I don't know. I don't feel the need to contrast my happiness with my sadness. I would rather just replace the sadness with more happiness, you know? Because, like, it's not, like, I think that's a good way to, like, try to recontextualize the sorrow and despair you go through in your life, to try to give it purpose. I think that's where that comes from. But I try to not give sorrow or despair any purpose ever. I try to make it always the enemy, right? If I feel despair, then it's bad, and I need to stop it. Crazy I hadn't followed yet. I've been looking for years. Guess it's because I don't use Twitch much. Hey, that's awesome. W Lurker. Love a Lurker. But yeah, so it's... Though I think if you go under that mindset, then fiction is a really powerful tool in that way. It's just like... I guess, like... I think it's because, like, how it reflects the real world. I think that's where it gets me so much. Like... It reflects the real world so much that I can't separate myself from it, right? Like, I can't... It's no longer just fiction, and so that's what makes it so troubling to me. And that's, I think, what I've been feeling this episode a lot, or this stream a lot, where it's so... Like, the mindsets are so understandable to me, and I can apply them to people in the world and the horrible things they do. And so getting that, it's like you're getting a cursed insight into the skulls of some of the most depraved and deranged, right? And that insight is powerful and enlightening, but not all knowledge feels good, and maybe not all knowledge is good to have. Like, do I really want to understand the machinations of such evil people? Is that something that I really want to have an understanding for? Because I feel like the story has done a really good job at making it feel more understood for me. I think I agree with I think I've been very on beat with it in that way, right? Like the way Takano fell apart and has become and like spiraled. You know, it's something that the entire time I'm like, oh yes, I follow. But like engaging with that and like having such an intimate and emotional connection to that is really like scary, you know? Because even stuff like, I mean, Eida. I think Eida is a good example. I think Eida is a really good example of this. Because Eida has a lot of humanity. Whereas Takano is, like, a lot further gone at this point. But even, like, Eida, it's like, I have a lot of empathy and sympathy for Eida. Because, you know, he is obviously doing a lot of, like, trying to do a lot of good. But there's also a lot of bad I think he's doing. And so to see him like struggling with it and fighting against it, that's kind of what it feels like I have to do in my own life. Where it's like he knows that doing these things is inhumane and sinful, but he also sees how important they are, and he's wrestling with that in his own mind. And it's like, that's like the position that like us as humans are thrown in all the time, you know? Like struggling with like, oh, I could do this thing, but it's wrong, but maybe it's right. And so to see Eida like really struggle with that is like reflective of that. And then to see Takano go all the way, it's like, I don't know. It feels like there's, as much as I see myself in Eida, like, I think I see, I don't know, I don't want to say myself, because that's really scary, but I at least see humanity in Takano. Like, Takano is a person. She acts like a human. And you might think that's, like, insane, because she is insane. Like, you know what I mean? Where, but she's insane, and she doesn't treat other people like humans, but that's such a human thing to do. And that is what's so scary, because I'm a human, you know? So to see Takano be so unhinged, and how that reflects in reality, and I think applies pretty well to some of the mentalities of the depraved and of the powerful that abuse their power, uncovers a fragment of humanity which is really hard to look at. And even more so, really scary to look at if you look down and see it in yourself. That potential for depravity and evil. And that's what I really struggle with. And it's uncomfortable, and it makes me like, it's like other humans and they're doing such horrible things. And I'm a human. And that makes me want to get away from that. It makes me want to crawl out of my skin. And it makes me sick. Would you abuse your power? Be honest. I mean, I abuse my power in the Pink Cube Discord all the time. Shout out Pink Cube Central, the Discord community server where you can talk about Higurashi and other shows there. I try not to think about that potential at all. And that's kind of going back to my original, what I was trying to say of, is it good to engage with this media? And I still think, yes, it is good to engage with this media. But my reasoning for that is a lot harder to defend when it makes me feel so like hard. Not hard, like it's so difficult for me to feel. So it makes it a lot harder to feel, to defend media and these kind of, you know. I still am, but it's like I feel my own arguments like withering a little bit in my head because of how it makes me feel. And it's like, oh god, what if it does feel this way? Oh man, would I abuse my power, bruh? That's kind of the question. I don't think they've done the curse yet, though we might be there. Oh, it's probably this. Yeah, let's try to let's like I think do probably these two to like finish out the 3rd year curse, and that'll probably be where we're at. So I can, and then I'll bounce, but that'll be the plan. At the end of the day, consume whatever you want. Everything has its own value. Yeah, just retreat back to like want and desire. Your perspective for this game has definitely enhanced its value for me, especially how it reflects your life. Thank you. I'm glad that my perspective has been able to do that. As much as my perspective is like, see, like, this is the thing. This is the is this the coping? Remember when we were talking about coping earlier? We were talking about like how coping, like maladaptive or adaptive coping behaviors. Is the corkboard a adaptive coping behavior? Low key, the corkboard and humor in general is an adaptive coping behavior for how powerful the story emotionally is, right? That I could maladapt cope it and not actually engage with the story, but instead, the coping behavior is to engage with the story in such a way that is inherently lighthearted and inherently comedic, which is stuff like Agartha and like Hitler being alive, like lol, you know? Like the inherent humor gives me a way to engage with the media, which is troubling in how it reflects real life, in such a way that doesn't like destroy my soul. Boom! Yeah. Coping behavior. Wait, we'll put it like top left like a title. I'll make like a big title for it. Holy shit, we did it again. The cope board. No, we're not doing that. Castellar, the cope board. I feel like it could look cool if it was white. Or let me do black. Copy it. Oh god, what did I just copy? I just copied like everything. I did not mean to copy that much. Okay, copy, paste. It did paste. Okay, and then I have a weird idea for how this might look. We do white, and then it's black underneath, and then we give it the slightest blur in the black. Holy, the cope board. We can maybe strengthen the blur. Huh? The title, the cope board. I love how every time I save it, my encoding gets overloaded because it's such a big file at this point. It is so big that it like shuts down my computer whenever I engage with it too much. It's really funny. Dude, this is still one of my favorite bits of it. This guy hates this ow 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 girl. And I also have another Nietzsche reference up here. Like, I have 2 Nietzsche photos. Yeah, it's so crazy. Okay. Yeah, let's try to find out this. Whew. Alright, one more push, chat. I say one more push. I just say that kind of emotionally. Deep down, I was prepared for something to happen tonight once again. The first year, the workers were stirred into a frenzy, killing and dismembering the old man. In the second year, the Hojo couple were killed through a fake accident. Since the dam protests, only people who have been hated by the villagers died on the day of Otonagashi. Some people in the village were calling the incidents the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Now that the dam protests are over, there would be no meaning in the village's enemies being killed on the night of the festival, I thought. If that was true, then there was still some enemies left over. Wait, I don't think I followed this very well. Oh, sure. I thought that perhaps that would happen again on the night of the festival 3 years in a row. My hunch was right. At first, however, it looked so natural that I didn't think anything of it. Reddit and 4chan combined do not have anything on the cope board. Did y'all see the thing where, like, 4chan has, like, an Epstein connection or some shit? I just can't take it anymore, dude. I cannot take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. Like in the origins of it, I mean. I just can't take it. The time at which I'm engaging with Higurashi, something about like the origins of how it was created, like the guy that made it, or like made Pole or something, had like a dinner with Epstein before or something. I don't know. You would want to look it up and get this stuff instead of listening to me. Because I just read, like, I think I just read whatever the email was or whatever. Or the report. It's just, I'm like, this world, bro. Yo, being a human's really hard. Earth is really hard, bro. This shit's brutal. This is not the time for this. Well, but that's exactly why, like, Higurashi is hurting me. Not at all. Oh, so you're saying no, okay. Yeah, and maybe that's true, maybe it's not true. I don't know. You'd want to research it yourself. But that to me is coming to mind just because it's so reminiscent of, like, that's why I'm having so much trouble, I think, with Higurashi, right? Right now in this stream is because, like, the real world has so much shit going on that's, like, kind of, like, weird, secret-y, shadowy, whatever, super sus with a lot of, like, people being hurt. And so to have a story that has, like, a shadow government-esque thing going on with people getting hurt, it's like, oh god, it's not just a story, man. It's not just a story, man. The festival was nearing its end, and the village officials were gathered under the main tent. They opened their beers and enjoyed the leftover corn and braised cow tripe from the refreshment stands. I was in the main tent too, being entertained by the villagers. So I was actually there at the scene of the 30 years incident when it happened. Yet I didn't notice anything at the beginning. Most of the older folks in the village were heavy drinkers, but a few were lightweights too. The priest was one of the latter. Yeah, really interesting time to read this chapter. The priest was a representative as well as a host during the Watanagashi festival. There's a... So every time I don't know what you're talking about, but lol. So every time visitors and guests arrived, he greeted them, and each time he was offered a drink. So by the night's end, he was pretty worn out. That's why I didn't think anything of it to see the priest sitting by himself in a folding chair. The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was the one to tap his shoulder and ask him if he was alright. That poor mom. Oh my goodness. Do you think Takano's going to be mean to her? Could you imagine? Dude, Takano's so cruel. I bet when she gets the mom on the table, she's going to be like, oh, I guess I won't have to do experiments on your daughter anymore because I can experiment on you. LOL. Anesthesia? Oh, we're actually out. All right, time to open up your brain. Goo, 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 goo. Like, are you kidding me right now? Wait, I want to see this. What is this? Story, man. It's not just a story, man. The festival was nearing its end, and the village officials were gathered under the... Oh, you mean the way that I, like, immediately talked back? Okay, understood. I know, it's terrible. It's a terrible thought. Ah! Mind poison, the parasites in our mind. They're hurting us. Rip them out, Don't rip them out. You have no parasites in your mind. You're okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Don't worry about it, all right? You're good. A rocket. Now give me more Dr. Pepper. Yo, I think I'm gonna eat freaking so much junk food tonight. I think I'm already gonna just determine that. It's in my neck, chat. Rip out your throat now. When I saw what was going on, I noticed he was covered in a terrible sweat and was definitely not relaxing in his chair and enjoying the cool evening breeze. His face had a sickly pallor, and I thought he should lie down immediately. I wonder how they killed him. I mean, they somehow, like, hit him with a syringe without him noticing, or, like, poisoned him. Something. They poisoned him somehow. Takano, perfect timing. So the priest and his wife headed to the clinic with Dr. Eida. I don't know about young people, but the elderly know their own bodies well. They almost never push themselves to the point where they start feeling ill. Especially someone like the priest. It was hard to imagine him drinking himself sick. Who are we right now? Wait, actually... do we even have a narrator right now? No, we do. Takano? I think we're Takano. Or maybe, wait, I don't think, did some of this, wait, because the two fragments are like blurring together because it doesn't tell me when I went from the old fragment to the new fragment. So we were Takano earlier. Oh no, right here. I didn't think any of that. Oh, my hunch was right. Oh no, we're probably like Oishi or something. Wait, I'm stupid. Deep down, I was prepared for something to happen. I think this is the cutoff right here. So yeah, this is the cutoff, and then this, someone's gonna get killed. Yeah. Yeah, okay. The cumulative experience of my years. Okay, it's Oishi. Was telling me something. I headed to the Eida clinic just in case. I tried to follow. Yeah, no, he's literally in his AC car right now. I tried to follow their car, but because the festival was almost over and all the stands were closing up, there was a lot of traffic going in and out, making it almost impossible for me to leave the temporary parking lot. Oh, and the wife follows to the clinic? Oh my goodness, and she's never making it out. More than 20 minutes had passed as the priest was carried in by the time I arrived at the clinic. 20 minutes. If it hadn't taken me 20 minutes, my involvement in this year's incident would have been quite different. I regretted not leaving on foot the moment I realized how hard it was to get my car out. Yeah, the timing is crazy. All I get to do now is jot down the facts, because between the time the priest left the festival and the time I arrived at the clinic, during those 20 minutes, this year's curse had taken place. The priest's condition changed for the worse right after he arrived at the clinic. He died. The autopsy results says it was heart failure, but how can I accept that? I don't think the priest was having health problems, and everyone was taken by surprise by this sudden event. Moreover, the wife of the priest disappeared too. According to the clinic staff, she was with him right after he died, but she's nowhere to be seen now. Of course, she's not at home either. She got whisked away into the basement. Maybe someone poisoned the priest. During the dam conflict, the priest was frowned upon for his remarks. He said there was no need to make a big fuss because the dam project would be cancelled anyway. Oh yeah, the dogs probably intercepted him too. They would have, like, they probably had people, you know, set to do that. Yeah, that's a good point. The older villagers like to hold grudges and hadn't forgotten that, so even I had heard word of them talking about how the priest wasn't fit for the shrine to Oyashiro-sama. I called for a backup and had them go search for the missing wife. With the last year's falling couple incident as precedent, it was easy to believe both wife and husband could become victims. The village's youth group got organized and searched from the village to the mountains, and as a result, we found a set of sandals and a will by the edge of Onigafuchi Swamp. The will said something about how her husband's death was the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and she was throwing herself in the swamp to calm the god's anger. In other words, she committed suicide by jumping into the swamp. Legends say that the swamp is bottomless and is connected directly to hell. Once you sink, you never come back. Divers from the police department searched the swamp, but her body was nowhere to be found. The past 2 mysterious incidents were solved individually, just as the higher-ups say, but something is odd about this year's mysterious death. The old priest was carried to the clinic. His wife accompanied him. Within 20 minutes, the priest died of heart failure, and the wife either committed suicide or disappeared. The death of the priest may have really been a fatal heart attack. But for his wife to assume that it was the curse and to commit suicide by jumping into the swamp, for all that to happen in 20 minutes just doesn't seem natural. Yeah, that is crazy. The Rita family has no relatives. Even if she was a true believer in Oyashiro-sama, how could she commit suicide while leaving behind her one and only daughter? This makes no sense. It must be the Sonozakis. Tell him, Oishi. Irei is hiding something too. But he's just a village doctor, which means he's nothing more than their pawn. If this is all a conspiracy to assassinate the priest, then there's someone who's pulling the strings. I've been starting to think that trying to tie the past 2 incidents to the village so forcefully was a bit overbearing of me, but this incident was enough to convince me that the series of cases involving mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa were all grounded in one intention. Oh, and you know what the interesting part? That's actually false, because Sotoko pushing her parents to their death wasn't part of the same motive of this one, right? Sotoko did that because she was L5, and then this one happened to get rid of the mom. Those are completely different motives, you know? And then the first one was L5 too. So it was L5, kill mom, and then that's when they started taking advantage of it. Oh man! This incident has countless numbers of discrepancies, but someone from the village seems to be putting pressure on high command. And just like the past incidents, this one will be treated as an individual case and end up being forgotten. Since it happened 3 years in a row, everyone in the village will say it's the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Yeah, and this freaking Sonozakis, dude. I think that's the culprit's goal. After the war, belief in Oyashiro-sama became antiquated. Is someone committing these murders as a ritual to restore that god's dignity? The one pulling the strings must be the Sonozaki. Just end it. Just cut out. Just cut away. No. I don't want it. No. A few months passed. Oyoro Sonozaki said something like, it was natural for that priest to be cursed by Oyashiro-sama, and so the priest's case was lumped together with the mysterious Hinamizawa deaths, otherwise known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. At first, I simply wanted to avenge the old man. I hate the Sonozakis. They're so annoying how they do this. But now that case had grown into an abnormal one, centered on the village's faith. Damn it, that old man's killer is human. I won't let it be pushed off some old nonsense curse. Can I ask my question from a few hours ago? What, Shion versus Oishi or something? What was it? No, don't ask your question. In fact, I'm gonna time you out preemptively. No, I'm trolling. That's too much work. Okay. I have a feeling this one's gonna be really brutal. Yeah, so this one's gonna happen, and then we're gonna get to do the other stuff, but... yeah. Shion or Epstein, too late. Okay. The strange medicine that I can hardly remember was a capsule. Or maybe it was an oval tablet? It was so red, it must have been a capsule. I can't imagine a tablet in that color. It must have been a capsule. I think it was a little bigger than a normal one. I think. I can't remember. Although I can hardly remember, if I see that medicine again, it'll refresh my memory. The medicine strips away humanity. This is the drug that makes them get L5 immediately. Takes away a human soul, memory, emotion, and it numbs the human body. There are no thoughts, no interests, no will to stay awake or sleep. There's no sense of time. Sometimes a second can feel like an eternity, and other times I can almost see the hour hand move. Either way, there's no emotion involved. I can't feel any emotion. The medicine only lets me stay in bed and look up at the ceiling. Only the people who have taken it can understand this misery. What's more scary is that while I'm on the medication, I don't realize how scary it is. Is this the mom in the basement, maybe? I'm given the medication daily, and I keep losing all my senses. So when the medicine wore off by accident, I realized I should never take it again. That's right, this isn't medicine that will heal me. It's just going to kill me slowly. If I continued to take this medicine, I probably wouldn't be able to tell if I was dead or alive, and I would end up losing myself forever. I'll keep looking up at the ceiling without any emotions and keep watching the clock tick forever. If I take the medicine again, I'll lose all the senses I finally regained. I may never be able to bring myself back again. Since the day I realized that, I've been pretending to take the medicine, but throwing it away instead. If your doctor prescribes medication, you have to finish taking it, even if your symptoms are gone. I can hear my mother's voice. Anytime I went to the doctor's office when I was a child, my mother said that to me. I usually got well before I finished all the medicine, so I didn't finish taking the rest. That's why my mother said that. But this is a different type of medicine. I don't even remember how old I was when my mother said that, but with this strange capsule in front of me, I have to try and get rid of my mother's voice from inside my head. I pressed down on my head with my elbows until it hurt, trying to get rid of what my mother kept telling me. Right. As my head clears, I start to remember the ugly side of my mother. My mother betrayed her family. She betrayed me and my father, who waited for her at home with dinner on the table. Who are we right now? She told us she was busy with work, but she was having an affair. That was bad enough, but she asked my father for a divorce after he took such good care of her for... Oh, are we Rena? Oh, I think we're Rena right now. Oh. Because mom, affair, divorce. But there's something else I can't forgive her for. She invited only me to meet with her new family. Not my father, just me. My father and I are family. Family means being together. And my mother tried to destroy the bond between my family and me. Not only had she destroyed her bond with him, she tried to destroy my bond with him too. When I remember, it makes me feel angry and hateful. I can't forgive her. The back of my eyes started to hurt, and I could feel the hatred on my face. That overflowing animosity is aimed not only at my mother, but also the man she had an affair with. The man she had an affair with. Uncle Akihito. I think that's the one. I can double check my notes. Akihito. Yeah! Was pregnant and cheated on hubby with Akihito. That's my notes for Mamaiya. Ritsuko, Rena, Mamaiya. Rena's mom. Oh, wait, no. My notes are wrong here with that part. Because that's not what Rena was. But... yeah, no, we're on the right. We're good. We're solid. Lock on. I don't like him teasing me, but he gave me an allowance and tried to have fun with me. I liked him very much, but his niceness was all calculated. He wanted to destroy the family bonds between my mother, my father, and me. That's why I shouldn't have said I liked him very much. That's right, I'm starting to remember and understand. I now know my true enemy. It was his fault that my mother started to have an affair, because my mother was a very good mother. He was the one who made her a bad one, so he's the one who deserves the blame. When was the first time I met him? I think it was the time when my mother and I went out and had lunch at a restaurant. She introduced him as one of her colleagues from work. At that time, if I think about that first meeting, I think I felt something wasn't right with the way my mother acted around him. That's right, I did think something was wrong. It didn't feel right. I wish I'd trusted my instincts then. I was a fool to think he was a nice person just because he gave me a strawberry from his piece of cake. It was not my father's fault, because I bet he never met Uncle Akihito. But I have. I've met him many times, and there were a lot of chances to realize he was my enemy. If I had a strong enough will to protect my happiness, I could have noticed that. I can't forget how my father looked on that day. My father, who was so nice and gentle, grabbed his knee so tightly and cried so hard. He asked me if I knew Uncle Akihito. I answered yes. Then he slapped me in the face. When he slapped me, I finally realized how stupid I was for being taken in by him. That's right, it was my fault. I destroyed the happiness I had hoped to last forever with my own hands. If I hadn't been that stupid, my father wouldn't have had to cry like that, and my mother would have stayed good. If I wasn't that stupid, if it was my fault. Yo, baby girl, your parents' divorce is not your fault. It's okay, baby girl. I can't forgive my mother and Uncle Akihito. Even when I hate him this much, I still call him uncle, and I can't forgive myself for that. It was my fault. Everything was my fault. I was too stupid and foolish. That's why this happened. I hate her. I'm sad. I'm frustrated. I can't stop being angry. If my mother ever came back to this house, I would rip her apart with my hands. but she never came back. My anger turned towards everything that my mother left in the house. I destroyed every relic my mother left behind, one after another. I threw and smashed everything, but that still didn't calm me down. Even after I turned the whole house upside down, I still couldn't calm my anger. Where does my anger gather? It starts from inside of me, goes through my arms to my fingertips, and spurts from my nails. Where else can it go? So my nails aim at my own body. My body is the filthiest and most disgusting thing of all. Oh my god. I am the one to be blamed. No, 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 I'm not to blame. My mother's most at fault. My mother's the most corrupt. My body and soul feel filthy. I wanted to stain myself black and slice the remaining flesh into pieces. And one day I finally realized there are tons of maggots in my blood. I am rotten. I am rotten from the inside. Come on, rot more. But it is indescribably itchy. It is itchy, 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 itchy. I stabbed my thigh with a razor blade in the bathroom. Yo, I thought we would be getting, like, torture in the basement, like I thought we were gonna be doing experiments on the mom. I'm really not prepared for this right now. The blood flowed out. Like, they made it worse. Like, this is the worst thing. This is more hard. Reddish black maggots spilled out. I forced myself to open my blood vessels with my thumbs. The maggots spilled out. Squirm, 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 squirm. So many maggots spilled out from my left thigh. There are probably just as many on my right thigh. Maybe my calves too, my arms, abdomen, chest. No, no, no. How many maggots are there in the blood vessels in my neck? Strangely, although I've become rather insane, there's still a part of me that is calm. If I keep ripping myself apart like this, I'll end up dead. But everything is my fault, and I'm the one to be blamed. Even if I blame my mother, the only way I can disgrace her is with my own body. Oh, I get it now. That's the best means for quelling my anger. I feel like I'm thinking incredibly rationally now. In order to forgive myself, I need someone else to blame. It has to be someone else's fault. But no such person exists. No matter how much I think about it or how I twist the logic, my own body is my only outlet to vent this anger. So long as there's no one else to blame, I'll be forced to rip open every blood vessel in my body. Just like no matter how much I scratch, it still itches. No matter how much I rip apart my own body, it's not enough. The blood is all over the bathroom, and I'm sure it makes for quite the gruesome scene. Although I'm trying to stay calm, I can't ignore the sharp pain that runs through my body. Maybe because I've lost so much blood, or maybe because I'm naked in the bathroom, I feel freezing cold. That's the blood loss, yeah. My whole body is throbbing, and my heart is beating so fast. I'm cold and hot at the same time, and I'm also sad, angry, and in pain. I want to find something that lets me forgive myself. Oh, God. That's such a good line. Like, you know how... I mean, it's like what I was just saying with, like, the joking thing. You know? Like, as much as, like, this is a joke thing, like, I believe, like, that is such an important thing. Like, self-forgiveness. Oh, and then Oyashiro-sama showed up? Yeah. It's crazy because, like, I don't know. I feel like a kinship with Rena. And her character. I think I've talked about this before. Where, in Rena's arc, I talked about this quite a lot. But seeing it so, like, suddenly and so, like, intensely. It really gets me. Really gets me. Like, this whole, like, all of this stuff is, I think, really, like, powerful. Or like the rot more. I am rotten from the inside. Come on, rot more. Like that, like it's so crazy how it's like I need to keep pushing it farther, right? I need to keep like I am disgusting and filthy. If I just push it farther, then like something will happen or something. Like And it doesn't make any sense to say now, but like in that space, it makes the most sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. My body's the filthiest. And man, I think there's a cool element with Rena of like how it's attached to her mom. Like her body is attached to her mom, right? That it's not just like right here. Even if I blame my mother, the only way I can disgrace her is with my own body. I feel like that's an interesting like feminine part that I never would have been able to understand without it being expressed like this. I feel like there's like a femininity there or something, right? Like I am my mother's daughter. I carry like her visage in some sort of way, and that like that's like a burden of mine, and that so if I want to hurt her, I'm going to irrevocably scar myself, right? That I will burn the thing that I am because it's hers, because I am like her daughter, right? And so using yourself as like a punching bag to hurt somebody else that is supposed to love you, that is supposed to care for you, and that you are theirs in a sense, makes a lot of sense. And I've never really thought about that before when it comes to like self-harm. That you're like doing it to almost to like not quite spite, but like spite the people that you're attached to, you know? That's really sad. It's very deeply sad. Poor Rena. Though I think there's something really beautiful about how this is all backstory, right? And so the Rena that we get to see is a Rena that went through this. Like this? Yeah, something like that, Sif. I feel like there's a connection you can make there. But like, this whole thing happened to Rena. And Rena did to herself for reasons that are very, you know, I don't mean that in a bad way, but this is something that happened to Rena, and yet her character still has like the water gun fight with Keiichi, you know? And still, like, thinks things are cute, right? Like, I think there's something really hopeful. And this is me, like, desperately combing for, like, something positive. But there's something very hopeful to me about how we're seeing this horrible thing, and it's the past. Which means that inherently, as hard as this is, and as painful as this is, inherently we know that it gets better. And that it got better for her. Which then is the message to us that if any of us are ever going through something like this, that it gets better. You know? Even if you think that your body is the filthiest and most disgusting thing of all, like you're not gonna have to think that way forever. And that is a profound realization that everyone needs. And like, I don't know, because I kind of have had my own stuff kind of like this, and I'm gonna be very vague, because it's obviously very personal, but like this whole thing is something that like I struggle with like nowadays, right? Like I do have a very strange and problematic relationship with like my own flesh, and like the filthiness of my own like soul or body. Like, I absolutely feel this way. And so it's very comforting, I think. And I bring that up because it's comforting that Rena has felt that way and gotten better. And then I also try to give it as a example, kind of trying to, like, in this, like, this is like a, you can use this story and internalize it yourself to feel better. And so I'm trying to, like, bring that up a little bit. My own experience with that as another story. But despite how hard sometimes it is for me to feel not filthy and like not like self-destructive in any manner, as hard as that is to resist that, I still resist that. And I still fight to love myself, and I still fight to accept myself every day, even if these feelings are inside of me. And I say that not for pity, but hopefully as like an example for other people that are struggling in this kind of way, that they too if I can fight for my happiness, you can fight for your happiness. Right? And I think that's what I really like about Rena's story. And seeing this and that being her backstory and that contrasting with her in the present day. And that's also the same message that I would hope that, like, my own life can be to the people around me. And it's something I've said a couple times, like, in a couple reactions recently of, like, when you love yourself, accept yourself, and you're genuine, it's like turning on a light, and then it spills out of you and hits everybody around you. And the more you're able to be yourself, the more that it inherently allows other people to be themselves. That something about self-love and self-acceptance inherently makes other people do the same. And that's, like, my mission statement, you know? Like, my mission statement is to, like, love and accept myself and to broadcast that into the world to then hope that my fire and my light can spread out and then other people can feel that same thing and then make their own light, be their own fire, you know? And then it keeps spreading, right? That's, like, the hope. Yeah. Man, it's pretty bad when it's like, I'm going into this memory fragment thinking like, oh, we're about to have Takano making fun of Rika's mom as she's about to, like, torture her, basically, but also medically experiment on her, right? No, actually worse. Actually worse than the medical torture. Despair is contagious, but so is hope. Yeah, something like that. And I think when somebody, like, really despairs and they still have hope, that's, like, the most powerful hope, you know? Because if somebody that has a very privileged life is like, come on, man, it'll get better, kind of hard to feel that. But when somebody really struggles, like Rena, I mean, Rena is a character, but she can still be used. When someone really struggles, and yet at the end of chapter, like, 6, she fights for her happiness with Ch8 on the rooftop, right? When that whole scene happens, the passion with which she's fighting for her own life is, like, intoxicating, you know? And that is so inspiring for me to fight for my own life and for all of you to fight for your own lives. Yeah. And that's why I like that moment is one of my favorite moments in all of Higurashi. It might be the best moment. It might be the best moment. Because it was really just a declaration of, like, I'm going to fight for my life, right? I'm going to live my life. And I'm not going to let despair overcome me. And that is, like, if there's any message that everyone needs to hear, it's probably something like that. Then it came in a heavenly light. It was mysterious and unreal, like something out of this world. It apologized. It kept apologizing. Why is it apologizing? You apologize when you're at fault. So this thing I just met for the first time was admitting to wronging me. Yo, you think it's ever Hanyu? You think Hanyu ever pulled up, took a little cross-country voyage? That means I'm not at fault. It's at fault, not me. Or it's just delusion, hallucination, right? It's just funny to think, what if it was Hanyu? I dropped the razor blade. It fell into the puddle of blood. The pain is taking over my body. The pain of ripping apart my own body is taking over me. There's something cyclical, too, about that. You take over your body, and then your body takes over you. Like, yeah, I don't know. I've been telling myself that this pain is the punishment for what I've done, but I'm not at fault. It is, so I don't need to accept this pain as a punishment. So I don't need to defile my body anymore. Since she continued to apologize, Hanyu, because Yashiro-sama is typically masculine, right? So for it to be she, though again, could still be hallucination and, like, externalizing, right? Because she blames her mom and she blames herself, so the thing she would externalize would also probably be feminine. She continued apologizing to me over and over as I stood there covered in fresh blood. She apologized every time I wanted to blame myself, constantly, whispering that it wasn't my fault. Yashiro-sama exists. She is always following me. Pit-pat, pit-pat. And every time I can't endure the guilt, she apologizes and tells me I am not at fault. Everything is caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Things started to go wrong when I broke the rule that I wasn't supposed to leave Hinamizawa. I finally remember. When I moved from Hinamizawa, one of my neighbors gave me a charm. She said that if I left Hinamizawa, I'd be cursed, so I had to take the charm. That's right, she gave me a charm. It had some complicated writing on it, but I haven't seen it since I moved here. I may have lost it. There's nothing I can do about that. If Hinamizawa residents leave Hinamizawa, they'll be cursed. My mother and I, even Uncle Akihito too, may have gone insane because of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Nobody was at fault from the beginning, because everything is caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Man, and this is, like, such a classic, like, why religion is so powerful. because all the sins of the world can be, like, God justifies everything, justifies existence, you know? And there's all the sin, and there's all the horror, and all the pain, but, like, it will all be made right. All will be well, you know? And so, and Rena is doing something very similar. And of course, I'm agnostic, but I really can understand and, like, resonate with that depiction of God, or that use case of God. And this is, like, almost a little bit similar to, like, I think this blossoming, or I mean, I don't know if it's even quite blossoming yet. Like the medical thing earlier where we were talking about fault, like if someone's at moral fault, right? Like, I'm trying to see if I can have a disposition towards the universe, towards reality, towards humans, where there is no fault. There's just the reality of what is and the acceptance of that, right? That, like, trying to get away from the concept of fault. Like, if there's a way to do that without losing yourself and losing, like, a functioning world, you know? If that concept would, like, ruin the capacity to deal with the horrors of the world or not. It's like, there's something there, and it's, I think, inspired probably by, like, something godly or spiritual, and it's something I'm trying to find a way to, like, grasp in my head. Because I think it'd be really cool. I think it'd be really beautiful. And it'd be like, I don't know. I think if I could internalize that philosophy, I'd have a philosophy like akin to a typical Christian conception of God, right? Like, I'm trying to, like, mirror that in my own way or something. I don't know. There's, like, an entire thing there. It's still, that's why I say I don't think it's quite blossoming yet, because I think it's still very much in the kitchen. Nobody is at fault. Nobody. I am finally able to forgive everything. Where have I read that recently? Oh. Ha! This is a line just like the line in, I'll say it. It's a very minor spoiler just because the spoiler is that this line exists in a different show. Zaragoto. I had a very, when I was talking about Zaragoto, I had a analysis or conversation about it in the reaction. Because there's a reaction, I just put it on YouTube for Zaragoto. It's also on the Patreon. Which I thought that was a really wonderful show. And the phrase, I'm finally able to forgive everything, is a phrase that is used, I think, at one point in that show. And that really resonated with me when I read it. When I saw it in the show. Because I thought there was something exceptionally, I went on a bit of a description about how to, like, live is to be like a debtor. Like, you're born into the world in debt to nature for the crime of being born, and then when you die, that crime is erased. Like, you're paying your due, and so now you are forgiven, and in turn everything's forgiven, right? That some concept of, like, yeah, something there. I would, maybe if you're interested, go watch Zaragoto. Zaragoto is a very powerful show. I really liked watching it. The anger that I couldn't get rid of, even after I destroyed everything, including my body and soul, is finally gone. Father, now I know. The curse of Oyashiro-sama is what caused my mother to leave, and for you to be so sad. You remember Oyashiro-sama, don't you? And it's like, wouldn't it be so beautiful if there was some idea I could have that would have let me forgive everything? That, like, even the most horrible things of reality, the horrible pains that people go through, the horrible, like, torture that, like, children undergo, certain children, if there's a way for, like, all of that to be forgiven. And it's so hard, because the idea of forgiving something like that feels like I've done, like, a horrible disservice. You know, I need to be mad. I need to be mad, right? I need to be mad because being mad is my fuel for, like, changing it. But what if there's a way that I can escape from that and just, like find a way to, like, seek to repair and seek to help and seek to comfort and seek to make it better while also having it be forgiven, you know? Because not feeling forgiveness towards the world is so hard. That's the thing that's, like, destroyed my, like, teenage years. Is I hated the world. I hated the world so much. And then I hated the world so much that I started to hate myself, because I am reflective of the world, and the world is reflective of me. When humanity is evil, I feel that as my human, like, I am human. And so it has like this rebound effect that really I struggled with. And so I want to find a way, like, to be able to, like, forgive myself. I almost feel like I have to forgive the world for its injustices. But that doesn't mean forgive and forget. It's like forgive and accept, but still, like, seek to help and still seek to mitigate. You know? Like, if a kid, like, I don't know, trips with a pair of scissors and stabs you, you can forgive the kid for doing that, while also healing the wound and teaching them to hold the scissor the other way so they don't stab people in the future. To hold it more carefully and to repair the wound. There can still be, like, forgiveness. But it's so hard to extend that to a point of, where you forgive people even if using their will, they choose to do evil, right? It's like, how do you forgive something like that even if they don't seek repentance or atonement or just continue to do it? Like, that is something that feels so impossible to ever feel forgiveness towards. You know? But I think if, like... Yeah. Because here it looks... I mean, she's delusional, right? That's... I mean, she's like, in this hallucinatory state. The idea of, like, oh, it's not my mom's fault for cheating on my dad. It's like, it's kind of insane. You know? It just doesn't work. But there's, like, this part of me that would really long to find a way to do that. Only a victim can forgive people who intentionally do harm to them. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I just hate hating the world. I don't like hating the world. I don't like hating people. I don't like that burdening my own soul. I feel like it brings me down and destroys me. And so I seek to find a way to escape from that. And to not let it, like, foster resentment and, like, ire in my soul. But that means that I have to forgive. I feel like I can't do it. I feel like I can't, like, push it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to, like, find a way to reach this point, because I feel like I feel like I would be allowing injustice towards victims, right? I would be, like, I need to be mad on their behalf. I need to be a voice for the voiceless. That's the part that I cannot overcome. You know? The victim of it. And how I feel a need to, like, assist the victim. That's where I get really stuck. It's tough. It's tough. And that's why I think the thought of, like, maybe I can find a way to forgive it and still seek to, like, mitigate and help as much as possible, right? That is, like, the place. Because you're still assisting the victim and, like, helping and correcting and nurturing and fostering. But you're not letting that hatred, like, burden your soul. You know? That's, I think, the place I'm seeking. The curse of Oyashiro-sama is what caused my mother to leave and for you to be so sad. You remember Oyashiro-sama, don't you? And, of course, to connect it back to Higurashi, that's kind of what... That place seems to be one that Rena reached with Oyashiro-sama spiritually. The garden deity of Hinamizawa, that's right. People of Hinamizawa aren't supposed to go to the outside world. That's why Mother went insane. It's all because of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. If we had stayed in Hinamizawa, we would have been happy. Oyashiro-sama came to me and told me that. Come to think of it, Oyashiro-sama has been trying to tell me that for a long time. After Mother left, I didn't know why she left, or how to express my anger. Oyashiro-sama has kept following me ever since then to let me know that. She followed me everywhere, the sound of her footsteps echoing behind me. But I pretended I didn't notice her. I was so stupid. I didn't hear her voice until I slashed my body all over. If only I had listened to Oyashiro-sama's voice. I bet she started warning me once Uncle Akihito came into my life. If the whole family had gone back to Hinamizawa, my mother wouldn't have had an affair. We would have been happy there. I bet Oyashiro-sama has been trying to tell me that. That's right, she must have been trying to warn me, ever since we left Hinamizawa. She was always with me. She followed me everywhere. The balance between justice and forgiveness. Yeah, it is really tough. Great quote I'm reminded of. Quote. Oh wait, no, wait, I need the quote. I'm gonna get it exactly because I think it's powerful. I think it's a good quote. Oh God, I know it's a Greek quote. Come on, man. Come on. Yes. Heraclitus quote. Garre. Heraclitus fragment 61. I think. Wait, maybe not 61. Whatever. Oh, I found it on Facebook. Okay, Facebook. To God, all things are beautiful, good, and just. Humans, however, think some things are unjust and others just. I think it's a really powerful quote, because it kind of addresses the balance between justice and forgiveness. It's this thought that it all is just. Everything's just. To God, but we have gotten in our heads that there is injustice, right? And so, like, ultimate forgiveness would be godly, justice would be human, in a weird way. Like, because it's all already justified, as per God. Heraclitus, which, by the way, is pre-Christianity. Heraclitus is ancient Greek, so before Christianity. But this is a quote that I really, really like. And I think very much it connects to that desire of mine to find a place where everything is just. And to be able to live there and still make things beautiful and good and still mitigate harm, right? It's not an excuse. It's not an allowance. It's an acceptance. Relatable, especially in the part hating the world and then hating yourself back. In high school, to be honest, I think post-COVID is what effed me up most after I was getting away from feeling that way. I hit a new low. Yeah, worst part of my life, I think, was around the same time. It was like during COVID, when I was just alone in my room. That, plus like a lot of hatred, put me in some crazy places, man. That was tough. That was a tough place to exist for an extended period of time. But we pushed through. Worst part of your life was Silk Song stream? Yeah. Silk Song stream with only mods in the chat, arguably worse than being depressed. It's like, well, I won't get into it. True. She always was with me. She followed me everywhere. I was stupid trying to pretend I didn't notice. Everything was because of that stupidity. If I had noticed Oyashiro-sama's voice, my family wouldn't have suffered from the curse. It's all my fault. Justice is a subjective human term. You shouldn't be ascribed to abstract deities that don't interact with us. Yeah, I think that's it would be valid with the quote. I think that would fit well with the quote that I just brought up. And I think that's, I kind of like that idea. Oyashiro-sama is apologizing. Or, wait, if I noticed Oyashiro-sama's voice, my family wouldn't have suffered from the curse. It's all my fault. Oyashiro-sama is apologizing. She keeps apologizing, which means this is all her fault. So this isn't my fault, is it? Because this is the curse of Oyashiro-sama, right? She's apologizing, saying, I'm sorry. Oyashiro-sama is apologizing repeatedly. So I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't hear your voice. I'm sorry. We are from Hinamizawa, so we have to keep hearing your voice. Oyashiro-sama definitely exists. Can't you hear, Father? Don't you see? Oyashiro-sama is right there apologizing, saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too. Come on, Father, let's apologize, too. Mother, you don't have to apologize. You should die because of the curse. Well, I think the we should apologize, too, feels very religious and Christian, too, right? Like I apologize to God, and God apologized to me and justifies it for me, and like this, loop. Oh, man. Anxiety for the first time in my life during COVID. Got my eyes effed up, my neck effed up. Spent some days literally losing my mind counting numbers. It's actually crazy. I was not okay. That sounds incredibly brutal. I'm glad you've made it past that. Wild sleep paralysis back then and crazy paranoia. Yeah. I mean, the Rena's a good character because she embodies stuff that real people go through. You know, that's why it resonates. I hate you, Mother. I hate you. I hate myself for being your daughter. And that's even what I'm saying, dude. Earlier with the femininity thing, I hate myself for being your daughter. It's yeah. These maggots are your fault. They make me itch everywhere. I'm sorry. No, I don't want that medicine. My mother got it to kill me, so I don't want it. I won't take it. I told you I won't take it. Stop, stop. This is a curse, so you can't fix it with medicine. It won't get rid of the maggots because this is a curse. No, I don't want a shot either. Stop, stop. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Everything is falling into a gray world. The voices of my father and the doctor sound so far away. Even what just happened seems like it happened a long time ago. Again, I'm given the capsule, and even my memory from a minute ago is gone. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I spent pretty much all my college years learning how to, like, be okay with alone with, or rather be okay with my own presence. Where I spent a lot of time. I mean, like, I kind of was crazy, right? Like, I would go to class, I wouldn't say anything to anyone most days. I would eat alone, and I would go home, and I would record YouTube videos. So I would talk to a camera to, like, a kind of a void of people, especially because I didn't have that many, like, followers at the time, like kind of consistent people that I interacted with. So I would interact with the void, and then go to sleep and repeat. And so I had to, like, I spent so much time just with my own presence. Not interacting with, like, friends almost at all. I had, like, a friend or two that were, like, valuable. I would say, like, two especially friends for most of my college years. And it was, like, looking back, it was kind of its own form of madness. And there were some, like, really weird things that, like, popped up that I kind of had to keep dealing with. I can't relate whatsoever to Rena, but I understand it. yeah, I relate really hard to Rena. That's interesting. I'm glad you at least understand it. That's cool. Last year of high school was during peak COVID. Yeah, my senior year of high school was the year that I was COVID. Like, that's the year that got canceled. So that's kind of funny. I don't think COVID, I hadn't really started YouTube at that time. I started YouTube right before going into college. So, like, the COVID was, of course, kind of the transition period. Like, coming out of COVID for me was going into college. So, yeah, I think the YouTube recording thing kind of started after. It definitely started after the worst period of my life. Though there was still, like, a lot of, like, processing over the worst period of my life post, you know? I'm back in my bed staring at the ceiling, and what I can see, the only thing that interests me is the hands on the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I follow the minute hand as it goes around quickly, and the hour hand as it goes around slowly. I see other things, too, but they keep going through the same motions, just like the hands on the clock. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm sorry. Oyashiro-sama keeps apologizing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I'm sorry. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I'm sorry. Repeating over and over, constantly, and nothing else. The chorus of Higurashi coming in through the window during the night seems louder than usual. Oh, that was a good final line! The Higurashi are louder than usual? Yo, the Higurashi as a motif is so fucking brutal. Ugh. Well, chat, how was that? How was that, man? That was tough. I thought we were gonna be getting more sacrifice stuff, not all that, but that was fun. Alright. Alrighty then. Kinda crazy. Alright. Yeah, chat, I'm out of here for today. That was a good stream. Lot of emotions, but good stuff. Appreciate y'all. Bit depressing, bit of a toughie. Got a little emotionally vulnerable there. But hey, W emotional vulnerability. Love to see it. Chat. Love yourself now, accept yourself now. That's the most important thing. I appreciate you joining me for the Higurashi adventure. Spending your time on that because, you know, I appreciate it. Oh yeah, I'm about to go eat so much slop. That's like my coping mechanism, bro. Listen to the character songs at some point. That sounds nice. couldn't think of a trailer to redeem. I gotta turn that off. But yeah, good night, chat. I hope you sleep well. Streaming again on Thursday. Streaming Higurashi again next week. You know how it goes. Check out the YouTube for uploads. Patreon if you want to support me is the best place to do it. I also upload a lot of stuff there. But that's it for this one. Discord too if you want to join the community over there. A lot of yapping over there. But it was really good to see you. And I'll hopefully be seeing you again very, very soon. Bye-bye! Oh, God. Redeem trailer react to the end of the stream. All right, you got like 5 seconds. You gotta do it. You gotta, like, do you have one or you try to, like, throw this on it? Had to reserve it. Okay, so you're saying it later? Are you saying later? Wait, it's for next time. Oh, God. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, W. Yeah, figure out, that's fine. Just remind me next time, and that's totally fine. Chat, I'll see you next time.